Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Good evening. Welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council, Tuesday, August 8th, 2023. Please join me in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we'll be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Please rise for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Perez?
Present.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Present.
And Mayor Anthony.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit before we start about what's going on tonight. First of all, I want to appreciate everyone's cooperation as you made your way through the council chamber. I know it was a little different tonight. To ensure that we are within the room capacity and the fire marshal doesn't kick everybody out, the staff has handed out red tickets to those of you who express interest in staying inside the council chambers for the entire meeting. If you do change your mind, or if you run to the restroom, let the staff know on your way out. Please don't lose that red ticket. If you are leaving permanently, we want to ensure someone else has the opportunity to take your seat, so then you'll turn that red ticket in to staff and let them know so they can bring somebody else in. We're trying to keep tabs on the number. The seats aren't numbered, so that's the only way we can do it. In an effort to have a productive meeting this evening where everyone who wishes has the opportunity to speak and be heard, we have made a few modifications to the public comment period. So there will be 2 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. The first public comment period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business, or if you want the agenda item. If you are here in person and wish to speak during the general public comment, you should have submitted a yellow public comment card. You will have 1 minute to address City Council. 1 minute for general public comment at the beginning of the meeting. If you speak on the study session during that 1 minute public comment, you will not be able to speak on the study session again. You will have used your opportunity to speak. All right? And if you want to call in during general public comment, you can call now. That number is 818-238-3335. 1-888-238-3335. That is also 1 minute. All right. The second period of public comment is during the study session, the only thing on the agenda tonight. The only report back to council. The speakers who submitted a pink public comment card will have 1 minute to speak. And if you submit a green public comment card, you will get 3 minutes to speak. However, the 1-minuters get to speak first. We're going to go through all the 1-minute pink public comment cards first. Okay? So if you want to get out of here early, I recommend the pink. For callers who wish to speak during the study session public comment, you can call 818-238-3335 after the general public comment period. So you have got to wait a little bit. You wait for that to close, and then those callers will also have 3 minutes to speak. But again, that's also at the end of the pink and at the end of the green 3 minutes. Okay. Yeah, take notes. There's a test later. That being said, I want to mention very specifically Government Code Section 54957.95. 54957.95. That does give me the authority to step in and restore order if things become disorderly in the chamber. I don't want it to get that way. I think we've taken enough steps to know how we can conduct ourselves, so I don't want to have to step in and do that. I want to talk a little bit about disruptions before we start. I know we've had in the past some disruptions from the audience. We've seen in recent weeks that has quieted down, and I do appreciate that. We are basically only talking at this point now about applause. And unfortunately for tonight, we're going to have to ask for that to also be simmered down. However, a few years ago, I took ASL class at the Burbank Adult School. Highly recommend it if you have the time. Do check it out. The sign language for applause is this symbol here. Former Mayor Bob Frutos implemented that during a couple of his meetings, and I'd love to start using that again tonight. So tonight, we're going to hear things that we agree with, things that we disagree with. I urge you, try to keep yourself contained and composed. If you do hear something that you like, give a little silent applause. I appreciate that. And that way, we can move forward with the speakers in an orderly fashion for 2 main reasons. One, if we have loud noises and disorderly conduct, then it delays the meeting and then everybody has to go home later. Second, we have a number of folks waiting outside and waiting in the other room who are watching online right now and listening for their name. When we have loud applause, either in the middle or after or between speakers, the names get called and people can't hear it. So we're trying to do our civic duty by getting the information from the public to the people who need to hear it. That is the key. We want that information. The applause is not necessarily what is going to go into the record, rather the facts and the ideas from the public. Okay. So that being said, before we proceed with the rest of the agenda, I would like to take a moment and honor a very special member of our Burbank community, Mr. Roy Wiegand. Mr. Roy Wiegand was a dedicated resident of Burbank, and tragically, he lost his life on Saturday, July 29th, while pursuing his great passion, cycling to raise funds for a cause that deeply mattered to him. Mr. Wiegand's legacy will forever hold a place in our hearts. At the time, he was raising money for Navajo water rights, an admirable passion of his. Our thoughts are with Mr. Roy Wiegand's family during this difficult time, and the council extends our heartfelt condolences to his loved ones and his friends. And council will adjourn a future meeting in Mr. Wiegand's memory. Please join me in a moment of silence as we remember Roy Wiegand. Thank you all. Moving on, we have 3 announcements this evening. It's a short video.
For August 8th, 2023. Have you lived in Burbank for more than 1 year and received a no-fault notice to vacate? The new Renters Relocation Program may be able to assist you. This program provides financial assistance for relocation expenses to lower-income households who have received a notice to vacate on or after April 1st, 2023, due to no fault of the tenant. For complete program information and eligibility requirements, please visit the City of Burbank's website at www.burbankca.gov/renter relocation. For questions, application, and to schedule an appointment, please call the program administrator, Home Again Los Angeles, at 818-847-1547 or email support@homeagainla.org. Join us for the 5th public hearing for the Burbank City Council District Formation on Wednesday, August 23rd at 4:30 p.m. You may attend this public hearing in person at Burbank City Hall, located at 275 East Olive Avenue, watch live on Spectrum Channel 6 or AT&T Channel 99, the city's website, or on YouTube at youtube.com/the Burbank Channel. For more information, please visit burbankcouncildistricting.com. The Community Development Department invites you to participate in a community walking tour for the Golden State Specific Plan on Saturday, August 26 at 8:30 a.m. Meet us at Robert Lundigan Park, located at the corner of Thornton Avenue and North Naomi Street. Join us for an opportunity to walk the neighborhood together and discuss future priorities for the area. This first of 2 community walking tours will focus on the existing residential neighborhood between Ontario Street and Buena Vista Street. Please remember to bring water, comfortable shoes, and your great ideas. RSVPs are strongly encouraged but not required. For more information and to reserve a spot, please visit the project webpage or contact the Golden State Specific Plan team at gssp@burbankca.gov. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
What's going on?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's a busy night, so I am going to pass, and I do not have anything to report.
Okay. On the agenda, we have a state legislative update from the city's state advocacy firm, Emanuels Jones and Associates. Tonight we have Kira Ross from Emanuels Jones. Welcome, Ms. Ross. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening. Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, good to see you again. Good to be back in Burbank. Happy to give you a mid-year update of what's going on in Sacramento with our activities. There we go. Had several meetings, I'll just note, earlier today with both your staff and a number of you. Those were very productive. Great to have those meetings and have the dialogue. In Sacramento, we're about 2/3 of the way through the legislative year. They introduced just over 2,600 bills this year in Sacramento, just a few. But at this point, all bills have moved to the second house. They also have all had to be heard in all of their policy committees. So really, on Monday, we start the last sort of sprint of the session, if you will, the last month of the legislative session. And they will have just about a month till September 14th to finish the legislative session. And then the governor will have another month after that to sign or veto bills. On the state budget this year, the legislature passed the main budget, AB 102, at the end of June, which included the $310.8 billion spending plan that included 21 implementing trailer bills. Importantly, I'll start with noting that with a $31 billion deficit this year, there were no cuts or reductions to core services, and that's really critical in years like this. There was a couple of the highlights, major issues, $1 billion in what are called HAP funds. These are critical for homeless housing assistance program. A lot of it goes to the big cities, but it does come into our communities to make sure that we have funding for that. $1 billion in public transportation funding with a total commitment of $5.1 billion over 4 years. This is really critical for a lot of the public transportation systems in California and will be very helpful. And that does, like homelessness, both of those are going to come with new transparency and accountability measures going forward. The governor also had his infrastructure permitting reform package. This is trying to get really big infrastructure projects, transportation, electric grid, things like that moving forward. There was a pretty critical provision in one of the 10 bills for local government that included if the city or the lead agency on one of these projects gets sued, it's limited to 270 days for that case. It also refines what has to be in the prepared administrative record. So those are some helpful pieces going forward on some of these very large projects. It also includes some very significant dollars for our water and power folks. There is something called the CWAP, the California Water and Wastewater Arrearage Program, and this was something we saw both for the electric side and for the water side. There was about $400 million remaining in that fund this year. They've changed the date, so it will now allow people who have arrears that have not been able to pay them because of COVID and other issues, we can now pay those arrears off for them, and so that's one nice thing that we can do for our constituents and folks in the community. And finally, the city received $1.5 million towards the McCain Ridge swimming pool renovation, and that was a great home run for you. Many thanks to Assemblymember Laura Friedman on that. On the legislative front, we're in the first section, as I noted, first session of the 2-year cycle ends on September 14th. Currently in the summer recess, we end that on Monday, go back to school. A couple of the bills, I'll just go quickly through just a few of the bills that we've really been focusing on this year. AB 33 is a bill that is trying to address fentanyl, sets up a statewide task force to address a number of the issues. AB 701 is a bill that is on controlled substances with fentanyl. It's trying to go after really high-level dealers that are dealing with a very high weight of fentanyl and other controlled substances. 1594 is a very important bill for water and power. This is a bill that provides some flexibility in the Advanced Clean Fleet Rule. And this is important because when we look at moving our fleets over to clean vehicles, there are a number of those vehicles that are just simply not available today. So this provides some flexibility so that we can achieve that and we can continue to buy clean fleets, but we can do it in a way that's tenable. A couple of bills of note, these are ones that we don't have positions on, but we are monitoring very closely. You had a big discussion on some of the provisions of SB 423 last week, so I won't get into that one. And then SB 567, you're going to hear a whole lot about tonight later. We're monitoring very closely both of those bills. As I noted, end of the session is September 14th. We're going to talk a lot about housing when we come back in August. We're also going to talk a lot about bond measures and ballot measures. There's 9 items qualified for the ballots next year already, 2 in March, 7 in November. There's going to be a lot of movement on bond measures. There is been a lot of discussion. There's bonds on fentanyl. There's 2 on resources, housing, homelessness, and mental health initiatives. So we've got a lot to talk about. So it'll be a very, very busy month. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you for the update.
You're welcome.
We met with you earlier, and my questions were answered. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Okay.
Fantastic. Have a good evening.
All right,
Hopefully
great. There you go.
Thank you all.
We're out quick. Thank you. Now is the time for general public comment. I'll be calling out the speaker's name and the number that is on the yellow speaker card. So if you don't know your name, you can go by the number. Comments are limited to 1 minute per person, and the timer is available on the podium right in front of you. Any person speaking during general public comment may address the council on any matter concerning city business or the agenda item. But if you speak to the agenda item, you may not speak again during the study session later. And again, if you want to call in to general public comment for 1 minute, 818-238-3335, you will be placed in a queue. All right, first up, we have Madame Queen Surlis, followed by Jessa McCormick. I don't know if that's gonna...
Thank you.
Patrick.
Oh. Thank you.
There you go.
Hi. This is my first meeting in a while. I know some of you, and I am just so grateful to be here. And my comment is regarding an incident that is personal, but it's relevant because it's to my housing and I have a disability plated car that was taken after I was run out of town. For those of you who don't know, I'm a Burbank Ambassador class of 2019 from the RISE Burbank program, and I won't do anything bad, period. I'd rather take flight than fight. And so that's what I did. And when I came back, my vehicle was taken. I was being harassed unmercifully, still am. It's cyberbullying going on in this city, but I'm dealing with it intellectually, and you will hear from me. Thank you. That's my time. Is that it?
Thank you. That's it. That's it.
Man, that 1 minute is so quick.
Yeah.
But I dare not violate it. So many people. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessa McCormick, followed by David Donahue, number 3.
Hi, my name is Jessa McCormick, and I'm the Deputy Director of Housing Justice at the Liberty Hill Foundation. We believe that housing is a public good, and we work with grassroots community organizations across Los Angeles County to make that a reality. Everywhere, I hear the same thing. Wages are low and rents are high. Communities are being displaced or becoming homeless. The data backs this up. We expect 50,000 evictions in LA County this year. And according to our data from Stay Housed LA, the biggest reason people are evicted is because they cannot pay. The market incentivizes profit above all else. We need the public sector to level the playing field. I urge Burbank to follow the lead of jurisdictions like Bell, Maywood, and unincorporated LA County in working with local tenant organizations to craft tenant protections that keep your residents housed and your communities vibrant. Lastly, while I was waiting in line, someone jokingly said the monsters are coming as tenants exercise their right to protest. I know this is a joke, but when this is how tenants are discussed in the company of friends,
Thank you. Your time has expired.
how can we act in good faith?
Thank you. I have David Donahue, followed by Frank Rock.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and talented staff. David Donahue, resident business owner. I'll be speaking for the 3 minutes, but I just want to take a couple seconds to be able to kind of thank the police department and the city for putting together a wonderful national night out. That was the first time that I attended. I brought my father-in-law, Chuck, who moved into our ADU, and my wife was there too. It was really nice seeing all the council members, representatives, so thank you very much for doing that. Also on the Golden State specific plan, this is where we get into the hyper details and nuances of things that are critically important but seem benign and as boring as heck. The Golden State thing is very specific because it pertains specifically to Senate Bill 35 and the development of the ultra hyper dense housing that is going to be happening there. So I really highly recommend that people pay attention to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Frank Roque, followed by number 5, Camila Lim.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I thought I was going to get 3 minutes. It was a mistake, but.
If you want to do 3 minutes on the, can you pause this time? So if you want to do 3 minutes to the agenda item later, you have to fill out a different comment card.
Oh, okay.
If you want, you can just do 1 minute now, and then you don't have to wait through everything.
On anything, right?
You can do 1 minute on anything
Okay.
right now. It doesn't have to be on the agenda item.
I had stuff for now. I'll make it real quick. I just
Okay,
wanna
give
make
him a
couple
minute.
points.
All right, go for it.
My grandparents came here 100 years ago, 1923. They purchased a house on the corner of Front Street and Tahunga. My dad and his little sister burned it down with playing with matches. That led my grandmother to purchase another house, and she purchased income property, which started a tradition in our family. We purchased properties in Burbank, Sun Valley, and North Hollywood. I wanted to give an example on a triplex we have here in Burbank. 3 units there, or 3 units there.
Can you pause the time real quick? Mr. Roque, I feel like you're covering some stuff that might be on the later issue.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, would
I
you
thought
want-
I had 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, he can
Yeah,
speak on this.
I'm saying, if you talk about it now, you won't get the full 3 minutes, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll pass then.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, can you talk to our city clerk and get a different card to do the 3 minutes later? Okay. All right, I have Camila Lim, followed by Manuel Villarreal. Oh, I see. All right, thank you. Manuel Villarreal, followed by Jamie Keyser, number 7. Hello.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to make a brief comment about Burbank tenant protections. Painting a wall or changing a doorknob is not a means to raise someone's rent to the point where the tenants of that property cannot pay. Tenants make up the majority of this city, and we deserve to be protected. I hope that the council agrees, and if you don't, I'll see you on election day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jamie Keiser, followed by Kyle Hardy.
Good evening, City Council and city staff. I'm Jamie Keiser, CEO of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, and here with a big thank you to the city for working with the Chamber on education for the upcoming plastics reduction potential ordinance. We have been working in lockstep with the Burbank Recycle Center to help educate the local restaurants on how this will affect their business. The presentation sessions have been led by Amber Duran from the Recycle Center with the support of Ken Berkman and John Molinar. There's a lot to do, and on July 21st, we hosted a meeting at Tequila's with over 40 restaurants to learn more and have an early voice at the table that will be a City Council agenda item in this fall. A huge thank you to Patricia and Carlos from Tequila's for hosting this inspiring event, and Kevin McCarney, whose leadership has been incredible. We have a second joint meeting scheduled for September 28th. Working with the city has been a tremendous value and helped to broaden our reach and educate key stakeholders in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Hardy, followed by Mal Kelman.
Council members, Vice Mayor, and Mayor. First off, whoever edited that intro is hired. Great work on that. And I just want to offer support. I've been affected by the SAG and the writer's strike. And to the Rancho folks, the people with the rent eviction, everyone else who's dealing with Burbank issues, I encourage you, everyone, despite which side you're on, for all the causes and whether you feel like your side is at odds and you're fighting a losing battle, that you find the positive to all these things. There's opportunities to learn here. And I know I talked last time about getting to a room. I doubt that's going to happen, but if you can find it, at night when you're in your room alone, to find learning opportunities and all this, because it's the journey that makes this all worthwhile, guys, and not the result. So good luck, everybody. You know who you are. Good luck.
Thank you, Kyle. Mal Kelman, number 9.
Good evening. The big thing is rent control. I'm a Burbank school graduate. I know what 63% means. It means the majority. Evidently, people who grew up in the Bay Area, that's only an assumption. Hence, when people say we don't want, they mean we do not want. When the mayor says, I re-educated people, that reminds me of someplace called Russia. The re-education of how things work. You are overridden by the majority of the voters, all 17% of us. And we know that's only 17%. So let's move forward. Let's do the realistic thing. As a property owner, without my property, I would be destitute because I spend $20,000 a year on insurance.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. We're doing this, please. Number 10 is Vera Rubin. She doesn't want to speak, but she's opposed to the agenda item. She's a second generational property owner. Her rents are below market and her tenants' needs are always met. That's Vera, number 10. Number 11, Kari Negri? Kavi Negri? Carrie, it is Carrie. Okay, Carrie Negri.
Hi, I heard the tenants group threaten you on the way out, which I hope won't keep you from doing the right thing. The unintended consequences of rent control have been brutal, especially look at Los Angeles. Los Angeles, LA rent control does not look good for their city. Cities in Europe that have enacted rent control have akin it to a bomb going off in their city, and the research is there to verify that. You could look towards Santa Monica and say that's a great success, but that's if you only want to rent to a lot of rich white people because that's who lives there. My family has owned property here in Burbank. We care about our tenants. We always have. I don't think rent raises were really pushed until we heard that there was going to be a limitation on them. And so the more that we're squeezed, the harder I think some of us might be pushing back, but I don't think that's the answer here. I think that a free market has worked quite well. Look at Long Beach that has the lowest rents in all of Los
Thank you.
Angeles
Your time
County.
has expired.
Thank you. My last yellow public comment card, Paul Dorigo, number 12. Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul Dorigo. I live on Buena Vista Magnolia area. I was thinking very hard about what I wanted to say today, so I'm going to speak at both events, and I'm going to break up my comments. But I went to the charter, and I read the preamble, and in order to exercise the benefits of home rule and establish a responsive and effective accountable government that maintains the highest level of integrity, provide for an outstanding quality of life through excellent municipal services and through all voices of a diverse society can be heard, to provide fair representation and distribution of government resources in a safe and harmonious, sustainable environment based on the principles of liberty and equality. We have an epidemic of our alleys, for example. They're overgrown. It looks like Indiana Jones when I drive through. I got scratch marks down my car. Let's work on some of the basic services. Let's get some of those things fixed. I spoke to them. They don't have enough staff. Let's hire some people. Maybe you want to
Thank you. Your
organize some
time has
volunteers.
expired.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the phones.
The first caller is Stefan Chavez.
Stefan, you have 1 minute.
Well, it's Stephen Chavez, and thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. This is not a divisive issue. It's not a us against them regarding rent control. This is a matter of wages not keeping up with inflation for decades. And now landowners are being asked to shoulder this burden because the government has not kept up with wages and has increased inflation. It's not fair to the tenant, and it's not fair to the landlord. So I think we need to not make this a divisive issue of us against them, and wages need to keep up with inflation. Thank you for your time. All of you have a great evening.
Thank you, Stephen.
The next caller is Avetis Baltayan.
Avetis, you have 1 minute.
Okay, great. So I haven't done this for a while, but, we voted back in 2020, no rent control, and 32,000 of us voted for that. So I just don't understand why do we need to restart the process all over again. I object on the 2% increase. I object on rollback, and I object about the city, the taxes that we pay for the city to go towards basement services. That's it.
The next caller is Victor Natupsky.
Hello, Victor. You have 1 minute.
Yes, my name is Victor. I oppose any rent control and any attempt to undermine the recent Burbank voting decisions and any control beyond the state mandates. New economic hardships have been piling up on all citizens, landlords, and renters, with disproportionate costs for capital expenditures to the landlords. Proposed legislation by the City Council would exacerbate the rising costs for all concerned. We don't need additional costs for bureaucracy that will never solve rent adjustments that result from a failing national economic system. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Cynthia Sue.
You have 1 minute.
Hello. Yes, I object to any more rent control or tenant protections. And rent control is just a blanket policy regardless of one's income or financial needs. In other financial programs the Burbank has, like PASS, Burbank Water and Power, Burbank Housing, and the Renters Relocation Program, all those require a needs-based assessment. And federal and state programs like Section 8 and welfare, people have to be evaluated for that also. So why would you pass a blanket rent control that subsidizes tenants that don't need help? And why would you override the voters' no decision in 2020? And why would you vote for a program that's going to cost $6 million funded by taxpayers when they voted against it in 2020? Please, no further rent controls or tenant protections in Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Alex Ramsey.
Alex, you have 1 minute.
Hi, y'all. I'm calling on behalf of the horses. No, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm calling on as a renter that is in support of rent control. I'm not a commodity. I also just want to remind people that there is nothing you have when you die that you will keep. Will you spend that time on Earth making things easier or harder for your neighbors? Thank you.
And the horses.
The next caller is Libby Henry.
Libby, you have 1 minute.
Hello, I'm against rent controlled. I have a fourplex apartment in Burbank, which is old, and I just had to do a remodel for $40,000 on one of them. I had to replace electrical and do all that kind of things to make my place presentable to people. And with rent control, I don't know how I'm going to be able to afford to keep up all these units. So that is my, so I'm against rent control. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
That was our last caller.
Oh, okay. I feel like you were just waiting to see how long I would.
There was
do
one person on the
nothing.
line, but they hung up.
Okay, all right. They did that on purpose. All right. There being no further public comment, I declare the public comment period closed. Any brief response from City Council, City Manager, City Attorney? Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I think the gentleman regarding the alley has left, but just for the public, we have been making, the last few years, we've been making significant investments in both our streets and sidewalks. As you know, with our Measure P money, we've been doing a good job there. And as you know, as part of the last budget cycle, we now are looking at our worst alleys and kind of trying to cycle through those. So it is happening, and we are, it's a lot of roads, a lot of alleys, a lot of sidewalks, but we are making progress.
Do you have any estimate on a time frame of when that might start? Ballpark? 6 months? A year?
Oh, this year. Yeah, I mean, this year we'll be making our first investment in the alleys,
Okay.
And that will just be ongoing.
Great, excellent. Could I ask, I know there was an officer talking to the young woman who came up first about the placard. Can we follow up? Okay, great, thank you. All right. Any other comments, Council?
All I would add, Mr. Mayor, is really appreciate everyone being here. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for working with us, and we look forward to hearing each and every one of you.
Thank you. Okay, the consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. We have 2 items on tonight's consent calendar. The first item is approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meetings of July 18th and July 25th, 2023, and the dark meeting of August 1st, 2023. Item 2 is adoption of a resolution consenting to the transfer of the development agreement PD 94-8 from Warner Brothers Entertainment Incorporated to Ranch Lot Studios Owner LLC for the Warner Brothers Ranch Lot at 3701 Oak Street. Item 3 is to amend the budget to appropriate $520,000 for the offer to purchase 904 through 906 North Lake Street and related inspections. Item 4 is approval of a letter signed by all council members to the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers and the Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, respectfully encouraging a timely and mutually acceptable agreement. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to Agenda Item 2, I'd like to notify the public that I have received a contribution of $250 or more from one of the involved parties to this transaction in the preceding 12 months. Based upon the parameters of the Levin Act and acting upon the advice of the City Attorney's Office, I will be recusing myself from Item 2.
And Mr. Mayor, I will also be recusing myself from Item 2 out of an abundance of caution. I live in close proximity to the project in question, and I should recuse myself.
Okay. Very well. So, yes, any other? Yep.
No, I was just going to suggest, Mr. Mayor, perhaps we could take up items 1, 3, and 4, and then at that point I can leave the room for Item 2.
Oh, I see what you're saying. If he can recuse himself, does he need to?
Yes, leave the room is the rule.
Gotcha.
For both council members.
All right.
So I recommend that Item 2 be pushed following Item 4.
Okay.
As a separate item. It doesn't need to be pulled to the end of the meeting. Just let the full council vote on items 1, 3, and 4.
All right.
The 2 council members can recuse themselves, and the
And then we can
remaining
go
members
through.
can continue.
Okay, very well. Yeah, let's take a vote on 1, 3, and 4.
I'll move the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Before I vote, I want to just point out, item number 4 is a letter talking about the strike that is currently going on. Tomorrow will be day 100, and we are sending a letter to the presidents of SAG-AFTRA and the Motion Picture Association, asking them to come to a resolution. I will vote yes on 1, 3, and 4.
Thank you.
Before we take a vote on this, I have another comment I'd like to make to my council members. It does need 3 votes to pass, and there are only 3 of us in the room. And personally, I am not in any goodwill to lift a single finger to help out Warner Brothers at this current time, seeing as how we are approaching day 100. However, the other side of the parties involved include Worth Realty, who has been a great partner to the city. They often hire union labor, they pay prevailing wage, and I don't think it would behoove us to punish them simply because there is a greater issue going on with the other party. So I'll ask that we vote on this and see what happens.
Do you want me to make a motion?
Please.
I move to make a motion to adopt a resolution consisting of the transfer of development agreement PD 94-8 from Warner Brothers Entertainment Inc. to Ranch Lot Studio Owner LLC for the Warner Brothers Ranch Lot at 3701 Oak Street.
I'll second.
Thank you. Call the roll.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Can we get them back in? Thank you. Tonight's study session is a discussion on Assembly Bill 1482 and tenant protection options. A public comment period on the study session will be available after the presentation, and if you wish to comment by phone, you can call 818-238-3335. Before we begin, I would like to emphasize that we are all here for the AB 1482 study session, something our community has been eagerly anticipating, and the City Council's goal for this meeting is to foster a constructive and informative discussion. Let us all contribute to it while being respectful to everyone. I want to bring up Maribel Leland, Housing Authority Manager, to begin our session. Hello, Ms. Leland.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council.
Maribel Leland with the Community Development Department. I have the pleasure this evening to introduce our presenter for the AB 1482 study session on state tenant protections, Ms. Karen M. Tiedemann. Ms. Tiedemann is a partner with Goldfarb Lippman Attorneys, a firm with an emphasis of practice in community economic development, real estate transactions, affordable housing, nonprofit organization, and environmental law. Ms. Tiedemann has extensive experience with complex developments involving multiple uses, including transactions that involve the acquisitions of numerous properties and the relocation of businesses and residential tenants. She is a frequent speaker on relocation and fair housing issues and has served as legal or special counsel to several public agencies. Ms. Tiedemann also advises public agencies and nonprofit housing developers on affordable housing matters, and her affordable housing work includes advising clients on complying with fair housing laws. However, before I turn over the presentation to Ms. Tiedemann, I'd like to briefly set the stage for the presentation and subsequent discussion this evening related to policy direction from the City Council concerning local tenant protection options. Earlier in the year, at the end of January, at the request of the mayor, staff presented a first step report on prior staff reports, informations, memos on relocation and tenant protections, including Measure RC, the Burbank Just Caused Eviction and Regulation Measure on the November 2020 ballot that failed with 63.79% of voters voting no. Staff also presented current protections in place via AB 1482, and in response, Council asked for a study session on AB 1482 that could then guide Council direction and discussion for a 7-step report on local tenant protection options. A few months later, in early April, members of the community reached out to the Council and requested assistance with no-fault evictions. Staff has heard the concerns and has been working with several members of the public who have come here to the City Council meetings, called and visited the Housing Office, and attended Landlord-Tenant Commission meetings. Staff has continued posting information on the city's website and sharing resources at the monthly Landlord-Tenant Commission meetings, with the goal of educating and assisting landlords and tenants with resources and information to guide them through this process. Community members have voiced concerns with just cause evictions via AB 1482, sharing those concerns again here at Council and Landlord-Tenant Commission meetings. Members of the Landlord-Tenant Commission, all 5 members in fact, are here this evening for this critical discussion on AB 1482 and possible local tenant protection options. To assist community members as staff worked with Ms. Tiedemann on the AB 1482 study session, you, the City Council, approved a renters relocation program in June that provides financial assistance to lower-income tenants that have been issued a no-fault notice to vacate as of April 1st, 2023. This is for Burbank residents who have lived in the city for at least a year and are income eligible. We heard the announcement earlier this evening and wanted to point out one thing, that the program also includes housing navigation for approved households who need assistance finding a unit. We invite members of the public to visit the city's website. The information's right on the homepage, renter relocation, and for additional information. Now, with this background, I invite Ms. Tiedemann to the podium for the study session presentation. Ms. Tiedemann.
Ms. Tiedemann, before you start, just folks in the audience, if you had spoken during the yellow comment period at the general public comment and you did not have a red card to stay in the seat, I would kindly ask that you recuse yourself from the room so that we can get people rotating in. We have a lot more speakers coming. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, continue.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. It's my pleasure to be with you this evening for what I think will be a lively discussion. So just to set some context of why this is of importance right at this moment, I think as we all know, during the pandemic, there were various eviction moratorium in place that prevented tenants from being evicted. We have now passed out of the state of emergency, and most of those moratoria have expired. And what we're seeing up and down the state is an increase in evictions. We also, and we're going to talk about AB 1482, it was a groundbreaking state law, but it doesn't have very clear enforcement provisions. And so although it provides tenant protections, there are instances where it's very difficult for tenants to access those protections. We also did want to mention your Landlord-Tenant Commission. Your commission doesn't really have jurisdiction over AB 1482. It doesn't have any authority with regard to that. So that's an ongoing issue. And then, as Mayor Bell mentioned, community members have voiced concerns about how to implement protections. So just once again to reiterate, you have taken some actions to protect tenants, including your relocation program, which has been mentioned a couple times tonight. It is available to provide assistance for those tenants that are being evicted for what are called no-fault evictions, meaning the tenant has not done anything wrong, but the owner may want to move into the unit, rehabilitate the unit, or take the unit off the rental market. And in those instances, there is relocation assistance available through your program. So we wanted to give you a little context. We're going to talk a little bit about where Burbank is today in terms of your housing and what's available. Then I'm going to talk about the Tenant Protection Act, and then I'm going to talk about some other policy options that you might want to consider. So just in terms of Burbank today, as you all know, you have a population of about 105,000 people. About 58% of your housing units are rental housing units. So the majority of your housing units are rental housing units. 56% of those units are rented or occupied to households that are considered low or moderate income. So those are households with incomes at or below 120% of the area median. 51% of your units are in multifamily homes and 48% are in single-family homes. About 18,000 of the multifamily units are in buildings of 5 or more units, so they're larger size rental units. And then 91% of your rental units were built before 1995, and I will explain later why that date is important. Average rents range from $1,900 for a studio to $4,000 for a 3-bedroom. Based on the information in your housing element, about 56%.
Hold on. I don't have a problem with you taking pictures of what's going on, but we need to be able to hear Ms. Tiedemann, sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm
Yeah.
just wondering, instead of taking pictures, is this PowerPoint available to the public on the counter? Okay, so if you're interested, you can grab one of those. Thank you.
And online. It is online on the website as well. Yeah. Please continue.
Okay, so about 56% of your renter households are considered rent burdened in 2020. And when we say a household is rent burdened, that means the household is paying more than 30% of their income towards rent. And about 31% of your renter households are severely rent burdened, meaning they're paying more than 50% of their income towards rent. So that's sort of where you are. And then let's turn to the Tenant Protection Act. So the Tenant Protection Act was enacted by state law in 2019 and became effective January 1st of 2020. And it does two things. There are two major portions of it. One is just cause for eviction protections and a cap on rent increases. So I'm going to talk about each of those separately because they don't, they apply to different units differently, and eligibility for each of them is different. So for the just cause for eviction protections, only tenants who have lived in their units for 12 months are eligible for protection. And if another adult has moved into the household within that first 12-month period, then the household is not eligible for protection until 24 months after all the tenants have lived there. So there is a waiting period. The state law breaks the just cause provisions down into two categories. There are at-fault eviction causes, and there are no-fault. The at-fault eviction causes are what you would generally assume: non-payment of rent, a material violation of the lease, creating a nuisance or a waste of the property, criminal activity on the property, those types of actions by the tenant. So the tenant has done something wrong. And then the no-fault evictions are evictions where the tenant has not done anything, but the property owner wants to recover the property. And those may be, once again, owner move-in, substantial rehab, demolition of the unit, taking the unit off of the rental market, so essentially going out of business under what's called the Ellis Act, which is another state law that says you have to allow property owners to take their units out of the rental market. For the no-fault evictions under the state law, there is a requirement that the property owner provide some relocation assistance. That relocation assistance is the equivalent of 1 month's rent. It can either be provided to the tenant in cash, in which case it has to be provided within 15 days of the notice of termination, or the property owner can waive the last month's rent. However, if the tenant doesn't move out at the expiration of the notice of termination, then that relocation assistance can be offset by any damages the property owner is entitled to. So for the just cause for eviction provisions, certain units are exempt. They include any unit that has been built in the last 15 years. And under the Tenant Protection Act, that is a rolling 15 years. So every year you will see units fall within the protection of the Act that weren't under that protection the prior year. Housing with local rent controls, although that slide is not 100% accurate. Housing that's restricted by deed restriction with a government agency or an agreement with the government agency for affordable housing. There is some dispute going on right now whether housing units that are covered by Section 8 vouchers or tenant protection vouchers issued by housing authorities are covered under the Tenant Protection Act. The Attorney General has been issuing guidance that they are covered, but it isn't really settled at this moment. Single-family homes or condominiums, as long as they're not under corporate ownership, are exempt. Yep.
Interrupt you, but I believe the slide is the slide referring to the rent caps. And
yes, I think that is right.
Yeah, and the one that you're referring
I know,
to
they're out of
probably is
order.
11. Okay, thank you.
Let me see if I can, Yep. Did I skip a slide? No. Oh, I did. Okay. Sorry about that, because I did skip a slide. Yes, thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I got ahead of myself. So let's talk about the rent cap in the Tenant Protection Act, and then we'll go through the exclusions. So under the rent cap, rent increases are limited each year to 5% plus the increase in the Consumer Price Index, but there is an overall 10% cap on the slides. There can't be more than 2 rent increases in any 12-month period, and the total of those 2 rent increases cannot exceed the cap. So the rent cap depends, the rent increase cap depends on what the Consumer Price Index is. If you're living in a metropolitan area, then you use the Consumer Price Index for the metropolitan area. So Burbank uses the Los Angeles Metropolitan Index. It also depends on when in the calendar year the rent increase is given. So if the rent increase is given before August 1st of the calendar year, you use the CPI from the prior year. If it's given after August 1st, you use the CPI increase from this calendar year. So what that means is rent increases that were imposed prior to August 1st of this year are limited to 10%. Rent increases imposed after August 1st are limited to 8.7. So makes it just a little bit more confusing to have the two different increases. So, thank you once again. Okay, so the housing that is excluded from this is housing built within the last 15 years, housing that is subject to a local rent control ordinance. So housing units are not subject to both local rent control and the rent cap. Housing restricted by deed restrictions, we still have this Section 8 issue that we're not clear on. Single-family homes or condominiums, as long as they're not owned by a corporation, are exempt. Duplexes, if the owner lives in one of the units. Dormitories that are owned by an educational entity. And mobile homes or RVs if they are occupied by the owner. So mobile homes that are rented are covered. That was an amendment to the law in 2021. Okay, then we have the just cause, which we went over. So just cause, the no fault, and the at fault. And then we have a slightly different list of the exclusions under the just cause. So once again, we still have the 15-year exclusion. So any housing units that were issued certificates of occupancy in the last 15 years are exempt. We have government subsidized housing, single-family homes, mobile homes, all of those are the same. Owner-occupied single-family homes with no more than 2 tenants. So if there's a single-family home and there are an additional 2 units, they'll be exempt. Duplexes, if the owner lives in one of the units. Short-term stay hotels and motels. Nonprofit hospitals, religious facilities, institutional facilities such as that. And tenants who share a bathroom or a kitchen with the owner in the owner's home, and then college dormitories are all exempt. So the Tenant Protection Act does not prohibit a local government from adopting more protective rent control or just cause eviction. Under the rent increase cap provisions, it very explicitly excludes from coverage those units that are covered by a local rent control ordinance or rent stabilization ordinance. For the just cause for eviction protections, there is a provision that specifically provides that local communities can adopt just cause eviction protection as long as it is more protective than the state law. If a community had just cause eviction protection before the Tenant Protection Act was effective, then that will continue to control. But if a community adopts just cause eviction after 2019, then you have to make a finding that it is more protective of the state law, or state law will continue to control. So there is pending legislation amending this. There are a couple significant provisions in the amendments. One of the provisions deals with owner move-ins, and it does clarify the provisions about owner move-ins. It does require that if an owner is evicting a tenant for an owner move-in, and an owner move-in can be the owner or the owner's spouse, children, grandchildren, grandparents. So it's not just limited to the owner. But it does clarify that the owner has to move in within 90 days of the eviction and has to live there for 12 months. The tenant has a right to move back in under these proposed amendments if the owner doesn't move in. And then it provides definitions of what owners are eligible. So the owner has to be what we call in state law a natural person, meaning a human being like us, as opposed to a corporation. If the property, and the owner has to have a 51% interest. If the property is owned by multiple owners and they're all related, then any one of those owners can institute an owner eviction. 567 also provides greater clarification on the substantial rehabilitation cause for eviction. It requires that the property owner has to have permits before the eviction can take place. The work that is being done has to require the tenant to move out. So it can't be work that, and the proposed amendments are very specific. It can't be work like painting, cosmetic work where the tenant could continue to live there. And then the tenant has to have a right to reoccupy the unit. 567 also provides actual damages for tenants, for property owners that violate it, and the potential for punitive damages if the landlord willfully violates the statute. It also grants the Attorney General and the city attorney or the county council for the jurisdiction where the unit is located the right to seek injunctive relief to enforce the statute. So it provides a little bit more enforcement. That bill is still pending, and as your prior speaker noted, we're not going to know until September the status of that. Okay, so with that as the background, what are the options that are available for local tenant protection? So looking at your policy options and looking at what other jurisdictions have done, there are really sort of two primary goals that cities and counties are looking at, and one is to promote tenant stability, so retain tenants in the community and diminish that turnover of tenancies, and then increase the rental market stability. So there are a couple options, and one is to build on the Tenant Protection Act by strengthening it, and then there are some supplemental measures that we'll talk about that could be considered. So when you're looking at policy options, there are a couple things you want to take into consideration. First of all, how are you going to enforce them? What does enforceability look like? What is the administrative burden for your community for having these policy options, and how is that going to be handled? What are the costs? The cost to the city, the cost to the property owners, the cost to the tenants, and then how effective are the various options? So in terms of strengthening just cause provisions, there's a couple options for you. We can strengthen those just cause provisions, and then a lot of communities are looking at tenant relocation assistance as a way to provide additional protection. So one option is to essentially adopt the 1482 just cause protections, but make them applicable to all tenants. So we eliminate that 12-month waiting period or 12 to 24-month waiting period, so that tenants are protected when they move in. Another option is to apply the just cause protections of state law, but to eliminate that 15-year waiting period on new units. So it would apply to all multifamily residential units. And then some jurisdictions have been looking at expanding the just causes to be more protective of tenants. We've had a couple communities ask us about, in particular with non-payment of rent, if there are options for restricting non-payment of rent evictions to non-payment only when the unpaid rent reaches a certain threshold. So it gives tenants a little bit more grace period. I don't know that anybody has adopted that yet, but people are looking at it. Another option, which we've had a couple of communities we work with adopt, is a right to lease ordinance. Essentially what that is you would adopt an ordinance saying that all tenants have to be given an option for a 12-month lease when they rent a unit. And what that does is a lease gives them protections for that 12-month period. It essentially does the same thing as eliminating that 12-month waiting period under 1482. The way these typically work is that the property owners are required to offer a 12-month lease. The tenant can reject that. So it's up to the tenant. I have at least one jurisdiction where we have this kind of multiple scale where the property owner has to offer a menu, either 12, I think 9 or 6 months, and the tenant can reject them all or can select. If it's an existing tenancy, then the option for the 12-month lease then has to be offered whenever the initial rental agreement expires, so that all tenants can get those protections. As I said, one very popular move that a lot of jurisdictions are making is to require additional relocation and to really clarify what substantial rehabilitation means. This is part of what SB 567 is trying to do, but some cities are doing it in advance of that to make it clear that permits are required. It really does have to be substantial rehabilitation by defining what that means and limiting evictions for items that may not be substantial rehabilitation, and then giving tenants the right to return when the rehabilitation is complete. Addressing owner move-ins is sort of similar, and the 567 provisions are very similar to what a lot of jurisdictions have adopted in terms of defining who an owner is, requiring that the owner actually move in, and consequences if the owner doesn't move in, including that the tenant has a right to return at their original rent. So those are all options, and some of those may or may not be as palatable or necessary depending on what happens with 567. Relocation assistance, a lot of jurisdictions have adopted relocation assistance. A lot of jurisdictions had adopted it before 1482 to assist tenants with the costs involved in moving when there is a no-fault eviction. So various items that we've seen on the menu of options that have been offered to tenants is tenants have to be paid 2 to 3 months of rent when they move. They may have to be offered moving costs. I know of a couple jurisdictions where they have to be offered a subscription to a rental listing service so that they can find another unit. There's different ways to sort of address these issues. So one of the options that we are seeing pretty frequently is if it's a assistance based on an amount of rent, that amount of rent is based on a fair market rent as opposed to the rent the tenant is paying, because often the tenants are paying a below market rent in the instances where we see these evictions. And the goal is to really provide the tenants with the assistance so they can be rehoused so that we don't end up with unhoused people. So then the other option on the other side of the equation is enacting rent stabilization. So typical features of a rent stabilization ordinance are limits the amount of annual rent increases. Most of the rent stabilization ordinances up and down the state limit the amount of the increases to some percentage of the consumer price index or 100% of the consumer price index, but with a floor and a ceiling so that the rent increases are capped, and they're typically lower than what 1482 provides. They also typically limit the number of rent increases in a year. Often there is a rent rollback that attempts to address rent increases that might have occurred in anticipation of the rent stabilization being adopted, because sometimes what we see when communities are considering this is a big run on rent increases. So the idea is to put people back at the level playing field that they were at before. These ordinances almost always include a petition process for both property owners and tenants. Tenants can petition both if there's an illegal rent increase, but also if there's habitability issues or there's a decrease in housing services, or the typical tenant petition where they can get a rent reduction. Under the various cases that have come out from the courts, from the U.S. Supreme Court down to the California Supreme Court, any rent stabilization ordinance has to include and ensure that property owners can receive a fair rate of return on their investment. So what that typically means is there is a petition process for the property owners so that if there are reasons why the annual rent increase does not give them a fair rate of return, the property owners can achieve that. So that is almost always a feature of a local rent ordinance. There are limitations on what local jurisdictions can adopt. Costa-Hawkins is the primary one. Costa-Hawkins prohibits you from adopting rent control that includes vacancy control, meaning that when a tenant moves out, the property owner has the right to set the rent for the new tenant. So you cannot control the rents between tenants. That was a feature of some of the early rent control ordinances up and down the state, including in Santa Monica and Berkeley. So Costa-Hawkins was adopted to eliminate that. Costa-Hawkins also prohibits you from adopting rent control that applies to single-family homes and condominiums. So it's any home that can be sold separately from another home is exempt from rent control. And then finally, under Costa-Hawkins, any home built after February 1st, 1995 is exempt. And you may recall, we've seen a couple ballot measures to try to repeal that portion of Costa-Hawkins. I just read that there will be another ballot measure coming up trying to repeal that portion of Costa-Hawkins. Then we also have the Ellis Act, which says that any property owner has to be allowed to go out of business, meaning the property owner can remove their units from the rental market. There are limitations on that. If a property owner wants to remove their units from the rental market under an Ellis Act eviction, they have to remove all the units on that property. It can't be a selective, I'm going to pick and choose these tenants. And then the other limitation is that state law regulates the eviction process, which is also called an unlawful detainer process, procedurally. So we have noticing requirements under state law of how that process has to work, and local jurisdictions cannot extend those noticing provisions. So we are limited procedurally on the eviction side. You can still adopt measures with regard to the causes for eviction, but you can't tamper with the state law process. So in terms of enforcement for these local measures, when most of the rent control jurisdictions they enforce through a rent board, either elected or appointed. And that rent board has the power to implement whatever the ordinance is. Cities that have adopted additional just cause, often those are tenant enforced. Essentially, the tenant can raise the just cause issues as an affirmative defense in an eviction, but there isn't any explicit city enforcement. Most of these provisions do provide property owners and tenants with a private right of action. And then most of them do provide the city attorney or county council with the ability to enforce. And sometimes there are penalty provisions that can be enforced by the city. Funding the programs. How do you fund them? General fund. Most of the rent control programs are funded through a rental housing fee that is imposed on each of the covered units. That fee in some instances can be passed through, or a portion of it can be passed through to the tenants. So that just really varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Other options are if you have linkage fees for affordable housing, people sometimes use those to enforce these programs. So other options that you may want to consider, landlord-tenant mediation services, which I know you've talked about in the past, and tenant protection ordinances. So landlord-tenant mediation services can assist landlord and tenants with dealing with issues that arise during their relationship, security deposit issues, rent increase issues, et cetera. There's a variety of ways that cities implement these. Some cities contract out to nonprofits that have experience in landlord-tenant issues, and either those nonprofits have trained mediators or they contract out with trained mediators. Some cities handle the mediation in-house with trained mediators. The success of the programs vary, but generally when we see them being successful, it's because we have mediators who are trained and have landlord-tenant experience of some sort. So they understand the issues and they also understand how to mediate. So it is an investment to get the right services to make it work. And then tenant protection ordinances, these really run the gamut. We've seen a whole variety from our clients. A lot of these are with regard to anti-harassment provisions or anti-retaliation provisions for tenants that may assert their rights, or tenants that want to organize, et cetera. So once again, the relocation benefits are in there. Our clients often include anti-discrimination provisions. Although we have state and federal laws on those, it's sort of giving an additional backup to those provisions. So there's all manner of the tenant protection ordinances that are out there and what's included in them. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. We will now open the study session to public comment. I want to again remind everyone in the chamber, be respectful of the person at the podium and those people around you. Everyone's trying to listen in. We all want to hear what people have to say. So we're here in the spirit of peace and understanding to urge everyone to maintain order in the chambers. Okay, so first up is the pink cards. Pink cards are 1 minute. Green cards will be after. That's the full 3 minute. I'm going to mention the name and the number, and we will start with pink. You'll get the minute is on the podium, and we ask that you exit the chambers after you are done, because we have to start bringing in the rest of the folks who want to speak. Okay, and then if you want to call in, you can do so now. You'll be placed in a queue, 818-238-3335. Okay, first up, number 1, we got Ryan Bell, followed by Nils Jepsen.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for holding this important session. My name is Ryan Bell, and I work for Tenants Together as the Southern California Regional Coordinator. I work closely with tenants to help them understand their rights and organize, as well as with policymakers to advise policymakers in the types of protections that you heard Ms. Tiedemann talk about just now. I'm just here today to strongly urge you to support the needs that are going to be expressed by tenants here today, for a rent freeze and an eviction moratorium, to give you time to write an ordinance that would institute many, if not all, of the protections that you heard about just now. The need for this is to protect the 58%, as you heard, the nearly, well into the majority of the residents of your community who need these protections. Landlords are already guaranteed a fair return on their investment. What we're trying to do is prevent price gouging and displacement of your community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That was the first speaker, guys. Come on. We're going to be here all night if that's... I got Nils Jepsen, followed by Al Hidalgo.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nils Jepsen. I work for the Liberty Hill Foundation and provide support for Stay Housed LA, a countywide partnership between LA County, the City of LA, and local legal and community service providers. I'm also a master's student at UCLA in urban planning and a tenant. I work with tenants and governments from all around LA County, and I'm up here to say that the city needs to go further than AB 1482. Cities from all around LA County, as diverse as the city of LA itself, to Bell Gardens, to Maywood, to Pomona, to unincorporated LA County, have instituted policies like rent freezes and rent stabilization. And as someone who works on the ground, I see the impacts of these policies every day. They keep people in their homes, they halt homelessness, and they oftentimes save cities money. Lastly, eviction is a violent process. There is no nonviolent way to evict someone from their home. Tenants are threatened, their things are stolen, they're locked out of their homes, they're left on the streets. Strengthening AB 1482 and instituting the tenant protections I mentioned is the least the city of Burbank can do to protect its constituency. Thank you.
Thank you. We're already at number 6. We've skipped a couple numbers. Number 6, Al Hidalgo, followed by 7, Carla.
Good evening. I just want to come to tell you guys with about my heart. You're trying to stop the rent control. You can't. You gotta let it go the way it is, because Burbank is a safe community. They don't like it, go to North Hollywood, go to LA or something. Burbank's I can walk in the city of Burbank, in the streets, everything's safe. You want to stop the rent control. You couldn't mess up the city. Look, I grew up in Glendon in the 70s. You know, Glendon was a nice town. You know, hey, look at it, what it is now. Burbank is a quality city. It's a very nice city. If you can't afford Burbank, North Hollywood, LA, la chingada, man. Excuse me, but I'm just saying. To me, I think Burbank is we got apparently now we do have good police, and I respect the police now. They're doing the job, but you know, I mean, I can walk on Chandler.
Thank you. And folks, we're only 4 speakers in. We really got to keep it down. Thank you, Mr. Hidalgo. Thank you. But please, we can do these. We got to keep it down. We got to move forward. Carla, followed by number 8, Wendy Delgado.
Hi, guys. Thank you for having us and listening to us. I think I'd like to point out that, you know, it's important to hear from the people that actually live in the city of Burbank. Per your tweet, you said if you have to drive an hour to protest in Glendale, your opinion doesn't count. So the opinions of people that don't live in the city of Burbank should not count. I live in the city of Burbank, 1420 Broadway. Before that, 1007 North Mariposa. Al was my landlord before. Great guy. So I just wanted to point out that we've seen lots of changes in Burbank. Rent control is one of the ones that has the potential to have the biggest impact. So, and negatively, not just for landlords or for housing providers, but also for the tenants. My mother is a housing provider, and there's a misconception that all providers are wealthy, profitable, greedy. I think I've heard a couple of people say. My parents have worked 3 jobs, my dad 3 jobs, my mom 2 jobs to be able to purchase the house here in Burbank. And they did this because they knew Burbank had a great school system. I believe you did the same with your kids.
Thank you. Number 8, Wendy Delgado, followed by number 10, Diana Pulver. No, come on.
Good evening. I'm second generation homeowners. And right now, what do we do with the city? It's an abomination, quite frankly. Because I know for a fact that my units, they're up to par with all the city codes. And I keep it all maintained and well for all my tenants. And I get it, that they don't have the money to be paying increases. However, this is the land of opportunities. I put myself to school. I am a homeowner, not only one property, several properties. So it's up to them, right, to get that education, to go find a place where they can afford it, not put the burden on the owners. That is not acceptable. And with that, I oppose to all of you to help us to keep Burbank the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. No, we're not doing that tonight. We're not. I'm sorry, we're not doing that. I just went through a whole speech, like 3 different speeches. If we do that, we're going to be here all night. Do you want to be here all night? Nobody wants to. I have paid staff. We got like 24 people who stayed overtime today. Not just city staff, like PD, fire, they're all here. If you just want to waste taxpayer dollars. Number 10, Diana Pulver, followed by Giselle Martinez.
My name is Diana Pulver. I'm a lifelong resident of Burbank and a housing provider. Like many mom and pop providers, I take pride in my business. I work hard to keep the housing I provide in great shape. Despite the pandemic, rising costs of maintenance, utilities, and taxes, I keep my rents below market. Because I'm not greedy, I want what everyone else wants, to provide for their families and to help people get the peace of the Burbank dream. But this is only possible when government has our backs. Small businesses, mom and pops, are the backbone of Burbank. I can't compete with the large real estate corporations. I don't have the resources, financial or legal. Burbank already has AB 1482. Any additional controls will drive mom and pops like me out of business. I ask you to not overturn the choice that Burbank
you.
voters made in
Thank you. Ma'am, please. Giselle Martinez, followed by Martha Usel.
Hello, this is Giselle, and I'm with the Burbank Tenants Union. And along with legal support from Public Counsel, wishes to provide the public comment for the Burbank City Council study session today. And related to that, the urgency needed for tenant protections and rent stabilization in our community with our proposals. Many cities around Los Angeles and California have adopted emergency temporary protections for tenants pending the adoption of permanent just cause protections or rent stabilization ordinances. Each of the policy proposals above listings have been enacted by many various jurisdictions without successful legal challenge and implementation of temporary measures, improving the housing stability of rent households while permanent policies are considered. Please consider what our tenants are asking you to help us do. Thank you.
Martha Usel, followed by 13, Linda Granera.
Good evening, council members. Here from the Maui Apartments. I want to thank you for the help of the tenant relocation help. Thank you. And for those who cast aspersions, affordable housing doesn't mean Section 8 or welfare. I'd like to present, this is not against the landlords or the mom and pops. It's LLCs. Nobody can see who is behind these evictions that are happening in my apartment building. I'm not even sure they have permits at this point. I have been 3 weeks without an air conditioner during the heat wave, and I don't know if that's retaliation towards me because I am sticking up for the people in my building. This is not rent control.
Thank you.
Rent stability.
Thank you. Linda Granero, followed by Carl Bowe.
Hello, council members. Linda Granero here again. I'm here to ask you to please establish Burbank-specific legal guidelines that go beyond AB 1482 to address remaining needs for universal just cause and no-fault evictions like me. I'm one of those severely burdened tenants. I'm still fighting my rent eviction. And so I urge you to please include longer eviction notice timelines, increase relocation fees, and first right to return at pre-eviction rent. I'm still trying to fight it. I'm still here. I'm coming back here because we still need your help. And again, it's nothing against the landlords. We really want to try to work with them, but these large corporations, not the small mom and pop rent providers or house providers, these large corporations that they just really are kicking everybody out. You know, I live in this, sorry.
Thank you. Carl Bowe, 14, followed by John Fisher, 15.
Good evening, Council. I'm Carl, a 5-year resident. I'd like to propose something that I'm hoping renters and landlords can get behind, and that's that we aggressively downsize and disincentivize the commercialization of the rental market in Burbank by large-scale commercial management companies. I'm not too worried about local landlords who rent out an extra house. I just don't want my rent abruptly raised $260 by a faceless company who's systematically swallowing up hundreds of rentals with an owner who might not even live in California. So I'd like to just reinforce, it doesn't have to be a renter versus small landlord narrative here tonight. And I think if we focus on that, we all lose. Thank you.
Thank you. John Fisher, 15, followed by Devin Cleveland, 16. Did John Fisher leave? Can we see if John Fisher is still here? 15. We'll move on. Devin Cleveland, 16, followed by Gardenia G, 19.
Hi, Council. My name's Devin, and I'm a member of the Burbank Tenants Union. And I became a member because I believed we could create a more equitable city for Burbank's renters and mom and pop landlords, everyone. I have seen my friends and colleagues in animation, in writing, in acting, and production have to move out of the city they work in because they can't afford to live here. As a member of the union, I have seen emails from elderly folks on fixed incomes asking us for help because their rent's been increased and they don't know what to do. I personally this year had to move because I got a 4.5% raise at my job, which I was told was the largest in the department, and then I got an 8% rent increase. We need realistic, empathetic tenant protections that acknowledge the reality of the world we live in and that put people before profits. We need to extend the amount of time tenants have to relocate. We need to close the renovation loopholes, and we need to increase relocation fees to 3 times market rent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gardenia G, 19, followed by Brandon Whalen, 20.
Hello, everybody. I'm just here to quickly state that a tenant of mine left during the last pandemic. He received $30,000. I did receive nothing. I received a forbearance, which I had to qualify to get forgiven. Lots of paperwork. I got left with a unit that needed repair. Wasn't able to rent it out. So it's really tough. It shouldn't be mom and pop versus tenants. The rate of the rent increase has been insane. I understand it's been hard, but we're being burdened as well, and we're not being given any protections. It's taken 3 years to recoup from this, and now we're entering it again. It's just when is this going to stop? I've had to seek financing through Compton, where they're putting a community together. They're actually lending below market for mom and pop.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Brandon Whalen, number 20, followed by Angie Rupert, 21. And I could recommend just start talking. You don't have to introduce yourself or say hello. That'll save you some time.
You didn't want to say my name? Okay. No. Hello. My name is Brandon. I'm a volunteer with Abundant Housing in Los Angeles. I'm here to say that the Southeast San Fernando Valley chapter of Abundant Housing joins in support of the Burbank Tenants Union to keep people housed. Abundant Housing LA is a pro-housing organization that advocates for more housing in order to meet our regional housing goals, creating sustainable communities, and keeping people housed. The housing crisis is a complex and a regional problem that needs to be addressed through a multi-pronged approach. We urge the City Council to expand tenant protections within the City of Burbank. So, thank you.
Thank you. Angie Rupert, 21, followed by Juliana, 24.
Thank you, City Council. I'm here this evening to ask you to consider the harm to the tenants by enacting additional rent control beyond the state rent control that already exists. Please consider that with the increased cost of repairs in the last 2 years and the increase in water bills, housing providers are at their limits financially. If another layer of rent control is added, many of the repairs that residents request will be deferred or canceled. We do not want this. We want to provide an amazing home for residents. This has always been our goal, and it continues to be our goal. Also, please consider that many providers do not raise rents every year. The residents and providers routinely work together to find the fair rent that works for all parties. Another layer of rent control ties both parties' hands. Providers will no longer be able to have the freedom to not raise rents. We'll be forced to raise rents every single year for every tenant, simply to keep up with expenses. In addition, as you may have noticed tonight, most of the housing providers in Burbank are elderly, at retirement age, or planning for
Thank you.
retirement.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Juliana, 24, followed by Victor Wolf, 26. Number 24, Juliana, number 24. And we're still waiting for John Fisher, number 15, if either come back. Victor Wolf, number 26.
Victor Wolf from Wolf Property Management, my company, and I used to be a tenant landlord commissioner from 2001 through 2006. We tried and went over this in 2002, and rent control does not work. Burbank will turn into North Hollywood or one of these cities. The buildings will be dilapidated over time. Landlords will not fix up their properties. They'll let the lawns die. You talk about evictions, just cause evictions. Nobody's going to evict a good tenant. You get a drug dealer. You get somebody who's a bad tenant, who has a pit bull. You can't evict them unless you have another tenant go to court. You can't get trouble out. You can't clean up a building. Rents are lower. Most mom and pop landlords don't raise rents every 3 or 4 years. My rent's between $1,450 to $1,800 for my one bedrooms in Burbank. I manage about 200 units all over the valley.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Steve Dunwoody, 27, followed by Ann Nahabedian, 29.
Hi, good evening, members of the City Council. Good evening, Mayor. So I'm Steve Dunwoody. I'm a veteran educator as well as renter myself and community advocate. I'm here to just speak in support of taking action to address our housing crisis. We're in a housing crisis. It's disproportionately affecting veterans, people that look like me, Black and brown communities as well. And so, given that we've been through a pandemic, if it's proved anything, it's proved that we have a right to be housed. We need housing as well. Don't let the federal government too off the hook. We're here today because the federal government has not gotten into the game, and there's things that the federal government can do. Provide housing vouchers for low and middle income folks, as well as reduce corporate speculation in the system. And real incomes have not risen. There's things that we can do. $300 to $500. That's a recent study said that all renters would need in order to be able to stay into their homes. If that's not an argument for universal basic income, I don't know what is. So
Thank you. Your
please
time
take
has
action on this
Thank you,
urgently.
Mr. Dunwoody. Ann Nahabedian, 29, followed by Pauline Chernick, 30.
Good evening. As a member of the Landlord-Tenant Commission, I just want to say that obviously since the moratorium expired on the evictions, we have seen a very significant, substantial increase in the landlord-tenant intake forms. And as a commissioner, one of our things is, even though we just meet once a month, as soon as an intake form comes in, we have 24 to 48 hours to contact the landlord and the tenant. So we are continually in touch and speaking with landlords and tenants. The big thing right now we're getting is a lot of no-fault evictions, which I think is a section that needs clarification or some type of expansion, because the tenants are not aware that they are not right now entitled to proof from the landlord what kind of renovation is being done. Actually, the language, the verb, it says that the landlord only needs to have the intent at this point to do the renovations. Also,
Thank you. Pauline Chernick, number 30. Am I saying that right? Chernick, number 30. Does someone have number 30? No, I thought that was her. Okay. We'll move on. George Vamos, 31. George? No.
Thank you. Rents and generally housing costs have been rising much faster than inflation for as long as I can remember, and this will probably continue until we make it possible to zone stuffs so the supply can catch up with demand. Now, if that's the case, if you do not add any tenant protections or rent controls, then what will happen is more people will be maxed out, and they will be replaced by people with much greater ability to pay, and the people who are maxed out will be put out on the street. 1% of the population of this area is already homeless, and you will be increasing that number if you don't protect them. And I don't think this is what you want to do, so please remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Alessandra Valdez, number 32, and Zoe DeVore, number 33. And if we see number 14, 24, or 30, we're still holding their place.
Hello.
These are the top 3 things that tenants ask us, the Burbank Tenants Union, about. Number 1, rent increases. Tenants are getting max percentage rent increases that are unsustainable for them. Question, can the city enact a permanent rent cap for RSO eligible units equal to 50% CPI or 2%, whichever is lower? 2, harassment. Tenants experience harassment for asking for repairs, disputing illegal rent increases, etc. Question, what can the city do to protect tenants who experience harassment? How can it be enforced? Can the city hire attorneys to help tenants who need legal resources? 3, rent evictions. Tenants are facing mass displacement. They don't have enough time to move, they are given nothing in relocation fees, and there is no transparency as to what actual renovations are being done. Question, how can we close the 1482 loophole? Can the city enact relocation fees up to 3 times fair market rate? What protections can the city give to renters to give them the right to return and also verify that renovations are being done in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe DeVore, number 33, followed by Gigi Baez, 36. Zoe, number 33. Hold that. Gigi, number 36, followed by Sophia, number 37.
Hi there, my name is Gigi Baez and I'm here on behalf of PRC. Rent control has dire unintended consequences on community well-being, housing affordability, and availability. Socioeconomic studies all conclude, at best, rent control laws do not accomplish their goals of increasing diversity, providing affordable housing for low-income residents, or reducing homelessness. At worst, rent control laws move cities further away from these goals by making low-income residents in cities with rent control laws worse off or leading them to move elsewhere. The city of Burbank is filled with mom-and-pop owners who take pride in ownership in their properties. Repressive rent control laws such as the one Burbank is proposing are a deterrent to new and existing housing providers. We run the risk of allowing large institutional investors who can buy out entire buildings and hike up rents. We also run the risk of existing landlords selling their homes, completely removing them from the market. Burbank teachers, police officers, actors, writers, contractors, all can afford to live in Burbank. Rent control can and will destroy the diverse community we enjoy today. Thanks.
Thank you. Sophia Sedrakian, number 37. Oh, hello.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Rent control can and will have an adverse effect. Large corporations will continue to buy us out, the general public, who are the housing providers of today. This will impact renters negatively. Renters and housing providers, we need to unite together, actually, because we have a common need. We want to provide more housing for more people with sustainable rents. Rent control isn't going to do it. All rent control is going to do is ensure that housing providers are going to be kind of forced to increase their rents every year. I've been living here for 27 years. I love Burbank. I don't want to move out of Burbank, and I don't want to see this city be like some of our neighboring cities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alexander Papazian, 38, followed by Sheila Potter, 39. Alexander, number 38. Going once, going twice. Sheila Potter, number 39. Sheila? Sheila? Jack Potter? I assume Jack is probably with Sheila? The Potters? Yeah? Well, let's call these numbers one more time just so we get some folks. I'm still waiting on 15, 24, 30, 33, 38, 39, and now 40. Jack Potter. No? Oh, bingo. All right. I'm making jokes. I know you. I'll allow it. I have two folks not speaking. Number 41, Anna is opposed and not speaking, and Richard is opposed and not speaking. 41 and 42. Moving on, 43, Rose Fistruic. Rose Fistruic.
Good evening, Rose Fistruic. Yes.
Fistruic.
Proud property owner and landlord. I oppose definitely rent control, not just because I'm the owner and landlord. I think we need to work together, provide the housing for both. Rent control is not a win for anybody. It is going to create a lot of legal issues, a lot of financial tension between the landlord and the tenants. And this is just going to be always a very tough situation. I own the properties and have long-term tenants that live for 16 or 17 years in the place. They love it. We work together. They haven't received any rent increase during pandemic. There was no tension, and I think Burbank is unique. This leadership should allow it to keep it unique and keep it attractive and great for everybody to live here. We're very proud to be in Burbank, and we will support anything, but I think it's important.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Matt Fabius is my last. Oh, there you are.
Hi, I'm a Burbank resident. I believe our city needs stronger tenant protections because my partner and I work in entertainment and can hardly afford to rent where we work. We're afraid that if we faced another extreme rent increase or rent eviction like many of our friends and neighbors, we wouldn't be able to afford this city anymore. Burbank needs to establish stronger tenant protections to ensure the people who work here can continue to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was my last 1 minute. We're going to go to the 3 minutes now. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, we have 2 seats available. If there's 2 seats, 2 people want to come in. Oh, everyone's in. Nobody's outside. Okay. All right. They just want to yell. No, that's not. Okay. All right. First up, we have Deborah Joski, followed by Christina Knox.
Very good on the last name. Most people don't attempt it. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm one of your voting constituents. My name is Deborah Jeske, and I reside at 339 Delaware Road. I love Burbank. I've been a resident here for over 45 years. My son went to Burbank High. I co-own a fourplex that we reside in. Now, I know you're wondering how a single woman bought a fourplex in Burbank. Let me tell you, I was raised by a single mother, and we were poor. She did not believe in taking government assistance, and she instilled in us that nobody owes us anything and that the world owes us nothing. That you live in the greatest country of the world and you decide who you can be and what you can be. You work for everything. You delay gratification. You live below your means, and you save and save and save to have the American dream of ownership. I've worked since I've been 15, and most of the time 2 and 3 jobs. I lived with roommates. I shop at the 99-cent store and proud of it. I cut coupons. I bought my first home on Pepper Street. I had a roommate to help pay for the mortgage. People ask me, why do you live under the airport? Well, the answer was, I could afford it. After a while, when I raised more money and I saved more and I made more, I was able with a partner to buy a rundown, very unattractive building in Burbank. It's probably the first apartment building ever built here. It was built in 1926. It had broken windows, peeling paint, windows painted shut, but I saw the beauty in it. And I was able to do most of the work myself. And I was happy to provide housing for other people. Plus, it helped me supplement my Social Security. We all know you cannot live on Social Security. I have an 83-year-old tenant that thanks me every day for the sacrifices that I made so she can live in Burbank, where she raised her family. My other tenant is a preschool teacher. Her husband dropped dead at the age of 42 at work. She asked if she could stay in the building. I said, of course. She applied for Section 8, and that was 10 years ago. She's not heard a thing. That may be a part of the solution, that we lobby Washington for more money for these renters to be able to apply for Section 8 and open that opportunity for them. Most of the tenants have no idea the expenses an owner has. We're not all rich. We already have the statewide rent control. Please listen to your constituents and what they have voted for this ballot measure. They put their trust in you. I put my trust in you. So please vote down rent control. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Christina okay, close. Christina Knox, followed by number 3, George, and number 4, John.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I grew up in the 70s, 80s, and I was born in Glendale, but we moved to Sun Valley. I raised my kids in Burbank. They went to St. Finbar, but I bought my first home in '98 on Reese and 6th. And we had a tenant for about 7 years. One lady never raised her rent a penny, and she was such a good tenant. And she was late just once, and we were supposed to charge a $50 late fee, and I told my husband, she's never late. There's nothing wrong with this tenant. And due to a divorce, I had to sell, and but we had to fix up the home, and I lived there for about 3 years, and now I'm back in Sun Valley. I think if you add rent control to Burbank, you will end up with another Sun Valley. It's waiting right there at Hollywood Way and Glen Oaks, where I am now. There's RVs. Tenants there seem to sublet driveways to park RVs. There's RVs on San Fernando Road all the way to Sunland, Sylmar, wherever you go. But as soon as you cross Hollywood Way, whether it's at Glen Oaks or San Fernando Road, where that new metro station is, they tend to stop. It seems like Burbank cares for Burbank, and that's wonderful. Sun Valley seems to, I don't know where their heads are at. You can complain, and there's no enforcement of the laws, but Burbank always was, as Johnny Carson says, beautiful Burbank. Burbank will end up with a new nickname, and I don't know what that will be, but beautiful will not be it anymore, because it's waiting there right at Hollywood Way. And as soon as these new laws, which you want to enforce, which it seems like the citizens of Burbank, which I am not anymore, they said no, and no should mean no. And I understand there's people that want this, and there's the people that don't, but I always thought democracy is majority rules. And that I believe people were saying that they have already had their say, but yet here they are again. And I just had to come here to say my piece, that they're waiting. These people are waiting for you to change your laws, and they will know the law much better than, they'll know how to work the laws, which they work them very well in Sun Valley to their benefit, and the landlords are to the point that they have no say. And that's what will happen to Burbank. Burbank will be the new Sun Valley, with the RVs in the backyards, parking lots,
Thank you.
and the
Your time has
tents in your
expired.
George, followed by John.
Greetings, City Council members, audience, staff, and citizens of Burbank. I'll start with a quick joke. A mayor was addressing his citizens and said, "We have a solution to the housing crisis. That's the good news. The bad news is that the money is still in your pockets." My name is George. I'm a real estate attorney, and I have a degree in economics. Okay. I'm here to talk about rent control, obviously. Insurance, premiums, taxes, wages, utilities, interest expenses, they're all going up, and there's no cap. Maybe property taxes, yes, but what about utilities, which this council recently raised more than 8.7%? You know, the rent control really disincentivizes optional improvements. And I don't think that we want to live in a city where the units are subpar. Rent control crowds out small businesses, because the people in this audience who are the small business owners, those are the people that are going to be forced to sell to the big businesses that will not be as gentle as they are. Rent control distorts the local economy. It's as if somebody goes to the doctor and says, "I'm experiencing pain," and the doctor just gives something to treat the pain. They don't ask, what's causing this? How can we have a long-term sustainable solution rather than just simply treating the symptom? Rent control is unfair because one person has to pay more than their neighbor for the exact same product. Rent control does benefit a few people, and maybe a few people that actually really need it. But you know what? It's at the cost of the many, and most tenants don't need it. Most of these relationships between housing providers and their residents are very good relationships. A majority of the city voted against RC, 30,000 votes. That includes homeowners and tenants. There's no way that the people in this room are 30,000 people. The silent majority don't want rent control in this city. Right now, we have a competitive advantage against Pasadena because they've passed strict rent control. Now let that money flow to Burbank. Don't exceed California law. Let the California legislature take this issue up. Everyone is going to be treated fairly, and we don't want to lose our competitive advantage. Okay? Now, Burbank fought the Cold War. The people in this room, they know people who built planes. They know that central planning doesn't work. They've seen it not work during their lifetimes. All right, and I'm not a political strategist, but I think it's not good policy to coerce against all of these people, to force something on them that they're all saying is a very bad idea. Let's consider alternatives such as building more housing units, and don't scare people to invest in treasuries rather than Burbank housing. Thank you.
Thank you. John is next, followed by Shant Norhadian.
Thank you, council and staff. Appreciate it. Wall Street Journal today. Front page, apartment landlords face peril as their debt costs skyrocket. Okay, it just came out today fortuitously. I'll just highlight two items of it. The sudden surge in debt costs last year now threatens to wipe out many multifamily owners across the country. Apartment values have fallen 14% this year. Borrowing costs have doubled, rent control is slowing, building expenses rising. Apartment landlords face a hydrogen bomb scenario, according to one of the founding members of Blackstone. These people do their homework. They know what they're doing. I moved here in 1964. Burbank was incorporated in 1911. We survived all these years without rent control, without rent stabilization. The free market controls, and it works. There's no such thing as free gas, free food, or free rent. People complaining, maybe they're not residents, maybe most of them are outsiders. I speak as a resident. This topic is creating a division in our community, and I don't like it. We need to be one and united in Burbank. 1482, as you know, is the strongest statewide tenant protection law in the country. Rent prices or control on prices will not encourage affordable housing. It will discourage the investments and developments, resulting in less housing. Now, when you talk about the CPI is not really measured properly. It doesn't include a lot of energy and food and other things. So if you relegate rent to a percentage of CPI, rents will never, ever get close to fair market value, ever. It's just not mathematically possible. I think evictions are dramatized. I check the courts. I'm an attorney. I know people say they're being evicted, thrown out in the street. I haven't heard of one case. Evictions are pending for cause, but I haven't seen any that have just thrown people out in the street. Housing providers already bear a heavy burden maintaining properties and increasing expenses. As I said, rent control will discourage building and investments in our town. And most importantly, studios, media-related companies in this town, they come here because Burbank's a very fine community. It is not run down, it is not dilapidated, it has fine residents. People are very, very secure living here. I spoke with the police captain, fire chief. Everyone says they support our local.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you. Shant Norhadian, followed by Ron Bax.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, members of the City Council, City Attorney, and staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you again tonight. My name is Shant Norhadian. I am a proud resident of Burbank, and I work for a local family-owned housing provider. I am here before you tonight to express my opposition to rent stabilization or any form of rent control in the city of Burbank. These are broad general tools that have historically been implemented as a knee-jerk reaction by public officials, and economic studies, such as those conducted by Stanford University, have shown that the institution of a rent control law actually resulted in a citywide increase in market rents in the long run due to a decrease in the housing supply, which undermines the intended goal of such an ordinance. And, one thing I didn't hear in the presentation is, how does the implementation of rent control make or improve the affordability of rental units for a prospective tenant? It would be very interesting to hear that. One suggestion for the City Council to consider, which was surprisingly also not mentioned in tonight's presentation, is the potential expansion of the Section 8 housing voucher program. The Section 8 voucher program is a federally funded rental assistance program that is administered by the Burbank Housing Authority. According to the Burbank Housing Authority's Section 8 program administrative plan, which was amended in April of 2023, the Burbank Housing Authority currently administers 1,014 Section 8 vouchers, and its wait list is indicated as currently closed. And one of the speakers mentioned that it's been closed for quite a long time. In comparison, the City of Glendale Housing Authority services over 3,000 Section 8 vouchers. That's almost 3 times the amount. And its waiting list has been closed since January of 2001, so 22 years. Why has the City of Burbank not been able to request for and obtain additional federal funding from HUD to be able to expand the size of its Section 8 program to be comparable to that of its neighboring cities? That's a question I pose. As elected officials, I believe that you have a responsibility to all of Burbank residents, including those who are housing providers and those who work for housing providers, to invest the time and effort necessary to understand and identify the source of the problem, to craft a targeted solution in a fair and transparent manner with support and input from all stakeholders, landlords, tenants, and everyone else, to monitor and evaluate whether the targeted solution is implemented correctly and that it's working. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Ron Bax, followed by David Donahue.
My maternal grandparents settled in Burbank in 1938 with my mother and uncle. My grandfather was a butcher. My mother told the story of him getting up from the table hungry so his kids would not go hungry. My father was born in rural Missouri. I asked him about his education once. He said he went all the way. That turns out to be 8th grade. He got special permission from his mother to join the service. When discharged from the Navy after World War II in 1946, he came to Burbank. Worked in Manasco for 35 years. First job was sweeping floors on the 3rd shift. Events. My parents were wed in 49, 51, they bought their first house, 52, I came along, followed by Richard in 54, a miscarriage in 56, Ed in 58, John in 60, Michael in 62, Mary Ann in 64, every 2 years. During those years, on a blue-collar income, in 59, they purchased a second house as a primary residence. They never sold a previous primary residence. They turned them into rentals. 62, they purchased a rental home. In 68, the family growing, they purchased a new primary residence. 5 boys in a bedroom was just not going to work. In 78, my mother inherited her parents' house, which became a rental. For myself, I purchased my first house in 76. I purchased my current residence in 83. I too have yet to sell a property. In 94, I purchased a multifamily property. In 03, I began managing my parents' properties. In 17, I took over those properties from the estate. My siblings walked away with cash. I got the properties, mortgages, putting me back in debt. I hope you can see I'm disturbed, distressed, no, distraught by the threat you are destroying what my family has endured more than 65 years of toil, suffering, and abstinence to obtain. Why? I've heard rumors of a 2% per year rent cap. 2% compounded over 10 years is a little less than 22%. I have previously provided data that shows increase in expenses over the last 10 years was 10 to 20%. depending upon the goods and services were chosen. I did a cursory aggregate calculation. Surprisingly, it came out to 150%. 2% is a recipe to drive housing providers into bankruptcy. AB 1482 itself is a potential problem. 10% compounded over 10 years is 160%. That may seem okay, but 10% will surely not occur every year, leaving the specter of a slow death for housing providers. I stated before that if rental prices remain constant and inflation stays at or below 5%, it will take me 6 years to get to market value. It's doubtful either of those variables will occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bax. David Donahue, followed by Mike Darian.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and City Council talented staff. My name is David Donahue. I am a homeowner. I have an ADU, and I'm a business owner. One of the things that I think, as I've been wrestling with what just the topic is, to talk to the dais and to address this issue, is that after the initial allocation of the $600,000 for the rental relocation, my understanding is about 4 people have applied, that have been qualified who have applied, 4 have been approved for it. I was in this chamber during those deliberations, those arguments, and those discussions, and I also noticed that there was a very strong fever pitch of I'm going to be out on the street, I'm going to be this, or I'm going to be, homeless. I won't have any shelter. And to see that there's such a limited number of people who have qualified is a little bit of a concern, because from the city coffers, you allocated $500,000 for them and $100,000 for a very good organization, Home Again LA. Mr. Giroux spoke eloquently a few moments ago about unintended consequences. Some of those consequences could be, if you look at any of the recommendations made by the attorney who did her presentation for this quote-unquote study session for 1482, are very likely going to be items that I will see probably in a motion to agendize for a future discussion. I fully expect you all to do that. I'll be surprised if you didn't. What I would probably suggest is that the council, city staff, or somebody educate the tenants that are here in Burbank. Because what I read and the BTU's demand show that they didn't even go to Econ 101. They did not have an opportunity to understand what Mr. Bax just mentioned, that a 2% cap will bankrupt the dozens of mom and pop homeowners that are behind me, the ones that have spoken, and the ones that are watching and will be reading the reports and the publications. I implore you to really look down to see any of those recommendations that the attorney made for 1482. What are they going to do to the city of Burbank? What are they going to do to these literal mom and pop landlords that are sitting behind me, that have spoken and taken the time to be here? And I would say that watching and seeing the DSA-LA support the BTU may have another agenda, and that may not be in the best interest of the tenants that are here in Burbank. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mike Darian, followed by Rena Darian.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My wife and I own a property on Fairview Street in Burbank. I'm here to express my concern regarding the proposed rent control policy for Burbank. While I understand the intentions behind such measures, I urge you to reconsider this decision, as it could have severe unintended consequences for both property owners and tenants alike. City of Burbank already has AB 1482 statewide rent control in place, and the fact is that the residents have previously rejected rent control through Measure RC. In 2020, 63% of the Burbank residents, or approximately 32,000 people, voted against it. This vote should not be taken lightly, as it reflects the concerns of the very people whom these policies would impact. Rent control may appear to be a solution to housing affordability, but history has shown that often leads to adverse effects on rental market, and I think you know it. By capping rental prices, property owners may face financial burdens, impacting their ability to maintain and improve their properties. For example, we have a very good relationship with our tenants. When something needs to be fixed, we take care of it immediately, sometimes on the same day, even if we must pay extra. Knowing fully well we could shop around and have it fixed for less. This has happened with plumbing issues and air conditioning issues, where we paid thousands of dollars more so that problem could be fixed quickly, rather than waiting for weeks for parts to arrive. In one instance, rather than waiting for 3 weeks for a $1,500 part to arrive, we paid $6,000 to replace it immediately so that our tenants would be comfortable. If the proposed rent control were to be passed, we could no longer be generous or compassionate. If rent control ordinance is passed, we will have no choice but to increase rent at the maximum level annually just to keep pace with inflation and to be able to meet the expenses associated with property taxes, insurance, maintenance. These are hefty expenses, as we all know. Instead of imposing rent control, I urge the City Council to explore alternative solutions that address the root causes of housing affordability. Encouraging the construction of new housing units, streamlining the permitting process, and providing incentives for developers could help increase housing supply and stabilize rent prices. Furthermore, focusing on social programs and initiatives that support low-income families and individuals can have a more positive and lasting impact on housing affordability without distorting the rental market. I kindly request the City Council to take these concerns.
Thank you. Rena Darian, followed by Edward Sanchez. Rena? Just support him? Okay, perfect. That's fine, thank you. Edward Sanchez.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Ed Sanchez. I'm a Burbank resident, a Burbank homeowner, a Burbank business owner. My children go to Burbank public schools. I work 2 jobs in order to purchase my own house and to keep my house through some very difficult times. I'm no stranger to working hard for what I have, and I don't take it lightly. I want to remind you that a lot of people that are up here tonight, they're not Burbank residents. Mr. Mayor, per your own tweet, if you have to drive an hour to protest, your voice should not count. Why are we allowing people who don't live in our city to dictate what goes on in our city? The Burbank residents voted down rent control in 2020. If you cannot control a housing provider's costs, their mortgage rates, their water rates, their utilities and expenses, how can you justify capping the rent they charge to recoup those costs? Thank you.
Thank you. I have Graham Matthews, followed by Gina Matthews.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Graham Matthews. I'm a 41-year resident of Burbank and a 35-year small housing provider in Burbank. I'm the pop in the mom and pop small housing provider. And actually, to correct it, I'm in the mom and pop and brother-in-law, because we could not afford to actually buy into the properties that we bought into, which are just a few. I wanted to just, when we purchased our property in Burbank, we did it really for 2 reasons. One, because we love Burbank. It's just a wonderful town. Second, there was no rent control. And we definitely saw the value in that because of private property and what we value. That all changed in January 2020. AB 1482 came in, and we, like I think most landlords, respected that, and we just figured that's what we have to abide by. And that is something that, if you remember, they actually did a rollback of rents before that started. So I really would encourage you not to impose anything more than what is already in place through the statewide rent control. It's only been in place for 3 years. That 5% plus CPI up to a maximum of 10%. I know many people in town that have their rents at probably 50% of value. And so I did want to touch on a couple things too, just on cost. Back in 2017, we had to replace roofs on 2 fourplexes. The cost was $43,000. We could not go and ask our tenants to pitch in. That had to be something we budgeted for, and that's a large amount of money. And as far as insurance, our insurance rate in the last few years has gone up as much as 36% in 1 year. And you know, many of the insurance companies have pulled out of the state, which is going to create higher insurance rates. And just some other expenses that we incur. We have to replace water heaters from time to time. That's already about $1,200 that we have to pay. To do just an air conditioner is about $900. So I just wanted to point out those costs. Really would just ask, please do not put further restrictions on the mom and pop landlords because we're struggling to survive here. Thank you.
Thank you. Graham Matthews, followed by Gina Matthews, and then Ray Ferrante.
Hello. I am for less government control and no rent control. My mother came here from South America, and she went to New York. She rented a small apartment and was excited to be able to rent a little bit bigger apartment. Then she heard in California it was cheaper rents, and the weather was similar to where we lived. So she made the haul to California, and it was true. We lived in LA. Then she heard that it was quieter in Glendale, so we moved to Glendale. And then we've been there ever since. I mean, now I live in Burbank, but she taught me that I don't have to stay in an apartment. I live in a free country where you can actually buy property if you work hard. So I've been working since I was 15, and my husband and I, we figured, let's take a risk. Let's buy rental property. So we did. And it turned out we had to have more of a down payment than when you buy a house. You buy a house, you can put 3% down in some areas. You buy rental property, you have to put 20% down. So it takes a lot more. So we bought our first property, and it needed a lot of work. So we had to do it ourselves. And we had my brother as an investor as well. And I was pregnant 6 months, and I was cleaning and fixing the house along with my husband. And we were so excited when we finally rented the house. A young lady with 2 kids rented the house, and it reminded me of my mom and us when we came here. So we all have an opportunity to do great in this great country. Why would you change what we already have? And it works well for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray Ferrante, followed by Madame Queen Sirlis.
Thank you. Supply equals demand is like nature. It's nature's way of doing things. It is a major factor in the reason why this country has done so well in comparison to other countries. Control are necessary sometimes, like preventing business monopolies. But the government control of rent is not the way to fix this problem. Supply equals demand is already working in Burbank now. Look around at the number of apartments that are being built. In 1966, my wife and I got married and bought a triplex on Hollywood Way. During those 57 years, we had many tenants and always kept our rents in line. We had one tenant that lived there for 28 years when she passed away, and we never raised her rent once during those 28 years. That is a normal mom and pop kind of approach to renting in Burbank. Most of the people in this room aren't old enough to even remember 1966. The San Fernando Valley was overbuilt with apartments. I had friends that were not paying rent at all. They were moving from newly built apartments that would give them 3 months rent-free, and then move to another newly built apartment that would give them another 3 months rent-free. This was going on constantly when I was young. Believe me, landlords were not increasing rent. Supply equals demand was in effect and working. The supply was high, so the rents were not increasing. This is what happened. This is what is happening now in Burbank right now. The supply is building. Look at the number of empty apartments on Olive and Alameda there are right now. When my wife and I came back from our honeymoon in September of 1966, we could move into our 3-unit building, any of the 3 units in our triplex. They were all empty. You could count the number of apartments on Hollywood Way, on one hand, on Hollywood Way, between Burbank and Victory, that did not have a for rent sign. Every apartment had a for rent sign. Everything was overbuilt. Supply and demand was working, and that's the way you should solve this problem. People like my wife and I would not buy in a city that has rent control. We don't need the government to tell us how to run our small business. We are a small apartment. There are a lot of small apartments in Burbank, like duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, that are owned by people like my wife and I. If you want the government to own them or the government to control them, then fine, but don't expect people like us to be doing it.
Thank you. Madame Queen Surlis, followed by Masis Kodavardian. Can we get the handheld?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. And I have what I wanted to talk about. I might not get to it because listening made me know that as a former property owner, inner city, I let a family of musicians stay in my building, and they ended up not being able to pay anything, but I loved them so much I couldn't even put them out. So I bore it, and so I feel for the mom and pop. So I have an idea that I'm hoping that Ms. Tiedemann, I hope I said your name correctly, and everybody will take to Sacramento, to the government, however high up you have to go, that can help the small mom and pop landlords. Maybe one day I'll get there again myself. But it's called, the idea is for the homeowners with 5 units or less be given a grant every so many years to improve their properties. They could be, I don't know, you all would have to come up with an amount, $25,000, where they can fix roofs, repairs, and this, and then that would fray the cost and help them. And like one person said earlier, more Section 8. I'm just so grateful to even be in the city of Burbank, and just so blessed, and I'm listening, and I'm feeling like it's because of the way that I had to live and give. And my concern is about investors who have money, and some of them get together and they buy single-family homes with 4 or 5 bedrooms, and then what they're doing is getting some of these vouchers and renting out those bedrooms for $1,200 a month, and they get more for people who take medication. That's what I'm concerned about happening if some of the people who I have heard who have integrity, who love their tenants, if they have to sell out, those are the people who are going to try to get these units. And I can tell you from having experience in the HOPIX program, and I'm hoping that you can hear me because I'm always trying to do something for Burbank since I've been here, and even keeping scoundrels out of this community. I took a
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
I knew I wouldn't get to what I'm
Thank you.
talking about.
Masis Kodavardian, followed by Jeff
back.
Fowler.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your time. My name is Masis Kodavardian. I have my properties on 1814 Grismer Avenue, Providencia, and Tahanga. I've been a resident in Burbank for about 42 years and a housing provider for the last 30 years. I came here as a 19-year-old immigrant with $0 in my pocket back in '81. Started working 16 hours a day, $3.25 an hour for 16 hours a day, up to last few years, and literally broke my back twice. And I'm not kidding you, I have a back surgery due for tomorrow morning at 7. But I had to come over here and put my word in here, just to let you know what mom and pop landlords or housing providers, sorry, let me correct myself, are going through for last few years that you've been witnessed, thanks to 1482, and of course the COVID that we went through that nobody can forget. Between property taxes and income taxes, I'm paying by myself, $12,000 a month. That's taxes going to the city and state, providing for a lot of tenants or city workers their salaries and their food stamps, Medicare, that I have to pay out of pocket $1,100 a month myself because I can't qualify for that. We worked hard to create what we have right now so our kids do not go through what we went through. I raised my kids. They were born here in Burbank, educated in Burbank. By the way, I paid every penny of the education myself with no student loans or any help from government or any fees. Since 2019, housing providers have been literally abused and used by federal government, forced us to carry unpaid rents, even though we had to go through paying all the mortgages, taxes, insurances, and everything. And that's not fair. Let's look at it. It's not fair. We already have 1482 as a rule of law, and it's a rent control throughout the state of California. When I hear people get evicted, I'm sorry, I'm going through right now eviction, one of them. Lady destroyed my place and I cannot get them out.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you. Jeff Fowler, followed by Richard Wayrock.
Hi, my name is Jeff Fowler with the Apartment Owners Association. Last time I asked you, do you want to control more housing or create more housing? You probably remember.
Hold on one second.
Hello?
Hold on.
There we go.
Okay.
Now I'm on. Okay, here
Can
we
we
go.
start his time over?
Yeah, last time I came, I asked you the question, do you want to create more housing or control more housing? And here we are going down the path. Hopefully you guys will make some good choices. Just want to mention AB 1482. I wish we had some metrics on how successful that's been for us, but if you look at, it's been in effect since 2020. If you look at the amount of control that has been on the housing market, I think it's had a negative impact on the number of units, on the rents and everything else. It's been a negative, not a positive. So to add more to that is, I think, going the wrong direction for sure. One of the things here, it says rent control is a direct subsidy. And just for you tenants, I hope you realize that when you are entering a new unit and you're like, dang, this is so expensive, that's because you are subsidizing other tenants that are under rent control that have below market rent. So that's really where it's unfair. So people can't really move. And that was that other thing, such a great statement, blanket policy. Blanket policy. And I think that was such a good way to put what rent control is, because it does, like if you look at Santa Monica, it's really helping people who are rich. They're stable. They're renting, they're not moving. People that are poor, they're not getting in. And then how they say, yeah, it's increasing it's harder to get into a place, right? So because it's harder to get in, who's getting in? Not the poor people, not the people with, average credit, it's the people with great credit. Because the rent, we can raise our criteria up. And then as far as the rent burden thing, for all of us, whether you're a tenant or a landlord, what we teach is that you don't give someone an apartment if they're not making if their income doesn't equal 30% or greater, you don't give them the apartment. So people that are rent burdened make a better decision. And I know that can be a tough thing, but you have to make a decision and think of yourself, think of the stress and everything else. And what else here? The other thing that happens when you have rent control and all these restrictions is we flip these apartment buildings, turn them to condos, and just take them off the market. So do you want more rental units or less? There's the creation, but then there's also pulling them off the market. You'll see that happened a lot in Santa Monica. Be careful how you make your policies here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Richard Wayroke, followed by Cameron Hunter.
Good evening. I've lived in Burbank for lost track, 74 years, and I wasn't born here. 20 years ago, we were able to buy a triplex on Hollywood Way. And for the first few years, we raised our rent $25 a month every 3 years. When Governor Newsom started talking about rent control and if somebody moves out, you can't raise the rent, I jumped it to a whole $35 every month. Well, I just did some numbers, and after I put away for taxes, insurance, mortgage, yada, 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 and subtract that from my income, I get a whole $2,744 a month. That's great, except yesterday I had to replace a hot water heater. It cost me $2,300. So what was that for? $344 I have for the rest of the month. Oh, no, I don't. I forgot. Last month, I had to replace a window air conditioner. I'm in the hole. I don't, and then what was it? Burbank tenants, they want lower rent. I have a 3-bedroom apartment, one bath, unfortunately. She has a fireplace, hardwood floors. She has a side yard, a garage, free utilities, free laundry room, and her rent is $1,845 a month. She's been with me for 15 years. So I watch my spending. I've been in the same house for 54 years. I have old cars. One of them's 18 years old. The other one's 22 years old. So rent control, I think is fine, but there's some people, us, me and a few other people out here, that we don't need it. It's going to hurt our tenants. Because if anything happens, come the first of the year, my maximum, if I can raise 10%, my rent's all going up 10%. Sorry. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Cameron Hunter, followed by Harry Timurian.
Good evening, council, mayor. Thanks for having us here. My name is Cam Hunter. Growing up and still residing here in Burbank, I certainly empathize with renters. I'm of the generation where real estate hasn't come too easy. This may be a reason why most people I grew up with no longer can afford to live in Burbank. I'm curious if this wonderful city would be able to withstand the challenges rent control brings to a community. First off, if rent increases are capped, but the cost to maintain repair of the property is not, How will properties be taken care of? Should the tenants have to call and meet the service providers, get the quotes, pay the bills? We've all witnessed the cost of nearly every service go up over the past few years. So you can imagine this will be an issue, maybe not right away, but very soon. The problem here regards supply and demand. Rent control at its best tries to do something about the high demand. But what about tackling the major supply issue? Many people have said it already. We don't have enough housing. The city of Burbank was literally forced by the state to allow accessory dwelling units, ADUs, to be built in a much quicker time frame than the city of Burbank was allowing. It appears there may be other options, so I just wonder why anyone on city council is trying to push a policy that results historically have been subpar at best. The most likely scenario achieved from this policy being forced in by council is that the mom and pop landlords won't be able to afford to maintain the building. I am currently a landlord of one unit, have been for over 10 years, and I've always had the tenants that paid rents way below market rents. I do increases, but they get a great deal, and I'm never over my head with costs. I understand the value of a good tenant and a good relationship. My family's been helping the community with real estate sales for over 60 years now. I know the majority of landlords we've worked with, a lot choose to keep their rents low as well. As a matter of fact, when council put the rent control measure on the ballot a few years ago, many of those landlords stated their concern with rent control was for their tenants. Why were they concerned about their tenants? Because if rent control was passed, these landlords were definitely intending to sell. And who is the most likely buyer ready to purchase a rent control property? Developers, investors, companies, organizations whose likely intentions would be to remove all the tenants, tear down the structure, build more units at higher prices. The majority of Burbank voted no on a rent control only a few years ago because we understand what this means. Do we as a community need to address the housing shortage? Absolutely. And now that the state has helped to push new laws in place to assist in the housing shortage, Burbank is seeing many new multifamily buildings being developed throughout the city. The number of ADU applications are too many to count. The state has also implemented a balanced rent control measure on top of everything else they're doing to fight the housing shortage. Please, let's not insult the state of California's legislators or the communities by overriding the community's recent vote against the rent control measure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Harry Tamurian, followed by Martin Hoffman.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, good evening. My name is Harry Tamurian, and I represent the 105-year-old Burbank Association of Realtors. Study session on AB 1482 was very enlightening. Thank you. Although as realtors, we're pretty well versed on AB 1482. It's always good to get a little bit of a refresher. I think the biggest takeaway that we got from this study session is that Burbank's already under the strictest state rent control in the country. So then I got to ask, why are we here? I got to state to you guys once again and continuously, in 2020, 63%, approximately 32,000 of the electorate voted down a citywide rent control ordinance. 63%. This city does not have a rent control problem. This city does not have an epidemic of evictions. The tenants union, otherwise, will tell you that we do, but the facts simply just don't lie. The facts don't lie. The reason we are here is because of a very few of Burbank residents that were served with eviction notices for renovations, and it was the right, within the legal rights of the housing providers to do so. What did you do to rectify that? You came together as a city and set up a fund of approximately $600,000 for those individuals. How many of those individuals have applied and received those relocation funds? Was that not enough? Do we need to do more? Tonight you're going to have members of the Burbank Tenants Union altogether, some of who were sitting behind me who referred to Councilmember Moldens as the old city clerk and friend of all these crazy landlords, tell you that this is not the case. Some of the residents of Burbank, and some of them are residents of Burbank and some are not. Some of them have been brought here from other cities to show you their strength in numbers. The mom and pop guys, those are my strength in numbers. Those are your constituents right there. The tenants union published their demands of this council, and in their demands they stated that they reached out to all the housing providers and housing provider groups to come to a consensus to help each other out. Council, I can unequivocally state that not a single person from any tenants union has reached out to the Burbank Association of Realtors. And we are the premier association in this city that represent tenants And we do it with the best fiduciary duty possible. Otherwise, the vice mayor and the DOJ would be knocking at our doors and taking us to jail. I'm shocked that they wouldn't reach out to us. Council, we know that economically, the rent control does not work. Just listen to your housing providers. Haven't they been through enough? They were the ones that bore the brunt during the COVID crisis. Not receiving rent for 2 years. When is enough enough? We need more housing, and Burbank is under a building craze. No eviction moratorium should be discussed or implemented or discussed of a rent freeze or implemented under that. Burbank is already under rent control, AB 1482. Thank you.
Martin Hoffman, followed by Patrick. You guys are doing great. Patrick Chonky. Martin Hoffman first. Thank you. Hello.
Hi, my name is, let me put this up, is Martin Hoffman, and we own some properties, my cousin and I, who's here, own some properties in Burbank. I used to own some properties with her in LA. In LA, we just sold 2 apartment buildings because between rent control and the increased costs, we could not, with no mortgage, we couldn't afford, I could take my money, put it in 1.5% and make more money without any headaches. We used to, at night, get calls that something is wrong with the unit at 2 o'clock in the morning. We'd run out the next morning with some help to make sure the problems were resolved. But to tell you who bought our apartment buildings, an individual that owned 66 assisted living places that produce cash like crazy, that then they could take that money and buy apartment buildings, not worry about what the income is, because they're looking at 10-year, 5-year, long-term property increases value-wise to make their money in the long run. But what happens? A month after they took control over 2 properties, I have renters calling me up. Why'd you sell? These people, I call them up, I tell them I have issues. They don't care. And that's the problem you're going to have here in Burbank. And that's the problem we're on the way here, my cousin and I were talking about, if rent control comes in, we'll probably sell our properties here. And we're not going to reinvest it in Burbank. It's going to go somewhere else, probably out of state, to be honest with you. So there's a real concern, and my cousin, who taught 30 years here in Burbank, lived here. I remember as a kid riding a horse and a pony in Griffith Park, had fond memories, and would hate to leave Burbank because of some decision you guys make. So we hope you don't make it. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Chunky, followed by Sonia B.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Council. By the way, it's Patrick Sharkey.
Sharkey.
Yeah, but close enough.
Sharkey, okay.
I'm a housing provider for the city of Burbank with my family. We've been housing providers for the city since 2004. And we've always found Burbank to be a very unique, family-friendly place, pretty similar to Mayberry, if you remember the Andy Griffith Show. With that being said, I don't understand, I've been sitting here listening to a lot of people talking, and what I don't get is why are we here even? This was visited 3 years ago, and yet we're here again 3 years later. I can tell you that with the tenants we've had since 2004, many of them for multiple years, that work locally for Warner Brothers or Disney. And we've been very supportive. We haven't raised their rents dramatically. When I looked at the study from the attorney associates, they were way higher than what we're even charging. Yet we could be considered the greedy landlords or housing providers. So what I implore, without going into a 3-minute dissertation, because a lot of people before me have said some great things, is that, frankly, you guys would be making a grave mistake in putting rent control in the city of Burbank. It will only turn it into a city of Los Angeles. I live in the city of Los Angeles. I can tell you strictly, I wish I had all the benefits that Burbank brings in its own community. If it brought it to the city of LA, it would be dramatically better. Because of red tape and government officials, we have all this kind of bureaucracy where nothing gets done. Well, in this case, make the right decision, do the right thing. and leave things the way they are. If it ain't broke, why do you want to fix it? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sonia B., followed by Christy Maloof.
I came here last time.
Yeah.
I recognize. Okay, my name is Sonia B. And I have a background in, economy, accounting, and I used to be a auditor. And I do a software engineer, and I worked for over 30 years. And now I have to stay on the small money and pension. Okay. The reason I came today, I'm not on the side of landlord. I'm not on the side of tenant. I just want to come to hear the thing that from the mayor of council. What is the reason why we're thinking about rent control? Because for me, from the knowledge that I have it, rent control is not work. It demand and supply going to make the rent go down. If we have a lot of supplies, 100 renter, 100 building, but only population in Burbank have only 20% to rent the place, you think the rent will to go high? The rent will go down. Is it true by economy? Okay. So that's why demand supply is better than rent control. For example, city of LA, rent control is not working. But when city thinking about cancel rent control, you think can city do it? No, because city have a lot of employee. City cannot just fire employee. City cannot just lay off employee. Employee have to go by seniority, right? I don't know city of Burbank have that system or not, but that rent control is not working, and demand supply it works. So that's what I want to say today. And this one, the magazine that I read it, they said rent control is not working. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christy Maloof, followed by John Rogers.
Good evening. I'm a renter, not a renter. I am an owner. I live on the property. My parents purchased in 1993. Right now we have AB 1482 that we follow. I have made sure all my tenants have received the proper paperwork indicating that they fall under AB 1482. It's a good guideline. It's not, I wish we didn't have it. I wish there was no rent control, but it's something that works. So please consider keeping at least AB 1482, and please do not do any more rent control. We have maintenance and other stuff we have to take care of. I even get up on a ladder and change a light bulb if I have to, because I do manage my own building and I want to keep it. I want to be able to keep living in Burbank. My parents bought it for me and my brother to have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Daniel Kleiman, followed by Yusuf Nash. And just as a side note, I appreciate everybody who doesn't use the full 3 minutes. Everyone after you appreciates that as well.
I'll try to keep it down to just 2. Good evening, City Council, City staff, and Burbank residents. I stand here today as a member of the Burbank Tenants Union and in solidarity with the renter majority of Burbank. Over the past 6 months, we have been working tirelessly with you, City Council, with our fellow Burbank renters, and with a number of community partners. We have worked to understand the current homelessness and housing crisis we are in the midst of and offer patches and solution to these crises. With Public Counsel acting as our legal partner, we have determined the best and most viable path forward is comprehensive, permanent renter protections for Burbank, including just cause protections for all rental units, including a permanent ban on rent evictions, non-payment evictions only when a tenant owes more than 1 month's fair market rent, limit excessive income requirements and discriminatory tenant screening practices, rent cap equal to 50% CPI capped at 2%, relocation assistance equal to 3 months fair market rent for no-fault evictions and self-evictions due to excessive rent increases of 10% or more, and strong anti-tenant harassment ordinances and protections for tenant organizing. But these protections will mean nothing without an immediate emergency order for a rent freeze and eviction moratorium. As we have seen time and again in other cities, and as landlords have threatened us here in public sessions and over harassing emails to us, they will go haywire. They will raise our rent all they are allowed. They will continue rent evicting. They see the writing on the wall that housing may finally be justly regulated, and that will cut into their bottom lines, and they will pass that plus much more onto us, the Burbank renters. There will be a bloodbath. We will face more rent increases, more illegal rent evictions, more harassment and bullying into self-eviction. This will lead to people becoming rent poor, fleeing Burbank, and countless more families becoming homeless. We need courage. We need you, City Council, to protect us. We need an immediate, agendized emergency housing ordinance to prevent the inevitable. We need a rent freeze and eviction moratorium. Burbank renters demand this. Public Council demands this. Abundant Housing LA demands this, the California Democratic Party demands this, and your voters demand this. It is legal, it is doable, and it is necessary until we stabilize housing in this city and can offer permanent renter protections, because housing is not a commodity, housing is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yusuf Nash, followed by Jose Pimienta. I like that shirt.
Thank you. Mayor, City Council members, thanks for having me. Long story short, so my parents are immigrants from Iraq. You know, we moved to Las Vegas, no rent control their mortgage, and it was great. They managed to own their house and paid it off just fine within years. Another fun fact, I was in the Air Force, United States Air Force. My first base was in Lompoc. And I would drive down here in LA a lot, and every time I drive past to LA, I passed by Burbank, I was like, wow, I wish I could live in that place. When I finally got my first writer's PA job, which is at an office next to the smokehouse, I was like, oh, I'm going to move out to Burbank finally. Now the rent was really expensive, so it was pretty much like my whole month's rent, but it was worth it because eventually I got promoted to a script coordinator, which, you know, allowed me to pay a lot more money. But still, half of my monthly salary still went towards my rent. And now it keeps increasing every single year by, you know, a couple $100s, and that's only because that's the 10% law. And I talked to the manager about it at the leasing office, and he refuses to reduce it. He could down it by 5%, but he won't, because the law says the max he could do is 10%. I guarantee you if he had the option to put more than 10%, he would and get me evicted. And not only that, many people in my apartment complex are leaving this apartment complex. Nearly every single week for the past 3 months, I've noticed that almost every other week, but still I see moving trucks and I see everyone moving out, apartments renovated. So I do sympathize with a lot of mom and pop owners here, but you know, my apartment complex is one of 3 that is being owned. And every time I talk to the manager in the office, he always have to say, let me talk to my boss, let me try this, let me try that, and I still never hear anything back. You know, probably his bosses refuse or they just don't want to deal with it because he's just a regular employee to a bigger state. So my problem with this whole thing is yeah, you know, as you can see, I'm wearing my Writer's Guild t-shirt. I'm a writer's assistant. You know, if it wasn't for IATSE, I probably wouldn't even live in this place. I probably would live in fucking Pomona. So, excuse my language. But because I live in Burbank, I was able to show up work in a very early time. I was able to make all my preps, able to do everything to do the max amount of my job. And everyone's always constantly impressed at how well I work just because I show up so early. And that, because of their impressiveness, they refer me to other jobs and get promoted and continuously working towards my goal, the American dream. My parents didn't come here for me to be homeless. They came here so I could follow my dreams and chase my dreams. And right now, with this incredible rent and me being so far away, which again adds more stress and more mental health to me, I refuse to believe that's not going to happen. Landowners needs to be accountable. Landlords needs to help the tenants more. And I don't feel like I'm getting that help at all, or at least with my apartment complex. So if any one of you guys want to buy my apartment, please do so. I would love to work with you guys, but I don't see any of you owning my apartments. So thank you.
Thank you. And real quick, could we keep our phones on vibrate, please? I know there's just been a little bit of ringing throughout the night. And Pomona is a great place, by the way. I don't want Pomona City Council calling me tomorrow. I love Pomona. Jose Pimiento, followed by Alex Arciniega.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, city attorney, and everyone here in the chamber. Thank you for being here. And more than anything, thank you so much for holding this study session, because we at the Burbank Tenant Union hope that this is the first step of many to come in order to improve tenant protections in the city of Burbank. And that way, because we believe that with better tenant protections, the prosperity of the city will keep going and it will improve the lives of the residents of here in Burbank. So just to get to my points really quickly. State law of AB 1482 does not provide sufficient time to vacate when giving a notice to vacate. We would like, my question would be, can we increase that amount of time to 120 days? State law does not provide enough money as a relocation fee. We have talked about this. Can we see that increase to 3 times market rent? And lastly, how will the city how will the city of Burbank protect its elderly and those who are on fixed income from unaffordable rent increases? That is something that I ponder a lot. Because we at the Burbank Tenant Union believe that with tenant protections, we will have eviction preventions, and we at the Burbank Tenant Union believe that with tenant protections, we will have homelessness prevention. So with more tenant protections, Burbankians will be able to remain in Burbank. And that is one of the things that we're fighting for. And just with my remaining time, I have a few more postcards from those who were not able to afford to be here tonight. I will pass these on to to city staff. These are postcards coming from people that were not able to attend tonight for various reasons. And I hope that after this you have the time to read them and hear their plea. For that, thank you for your time, thank you for your service, and more than anything, I hope that I hope that the conversation continues in order to improve the life of the residents of Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Arciniega, followed by Richard Kahn.
Hi, good evening. I'm happy to be here as a resident, as a landlord. I have an ADU. I rent it out. And so it was really nice to meet fellow landlords and talk to them about what their issues are. 3 of them walked out once we discussed what California AB 1482 covers and what it does not. So I'm glad that we had the opportunity as BTU to speak to them and educate them on that. So I want to thank Home Again LA. They're at 17 applications, and this program has only been open 1 to 2 months. This is successful so far. So the handful of applications, or the 4, I don't know where those numbers are coming from. I also want to thank the city employees who handle Street Plus. They've been really, really great at handling short-term issues. The problem that we're having and that's awaiting us at Hollywood Way or at Sun Valley is a problem that we're causing. We are kicking people out and not caring about them. We need a long-term solution. What is the plan to stop the funnel of homelessness? It cannot just be Streets Plus and kick them over to North Hollywood. AB 1482 is a California law. I would like to know currently what the city manager and the city attorney is doing to enforce this. Why is this important? Why is this important now? I want to say that we are not endorsing RC. We've moved on. We are talking about tenant protections. We are talking about rent stabilization. Why is this being visited? We have a Writers Guild strike. a SAG strike. We have PAs out of work who are choosing to leave their apartments because they cannot afford it. We are calling that self-eviction. We had a stack of housing providers to call to find a home for a tenant. And you received my email, Ms. Takahashi. I was choosing if she was going to sleep in my driveway or in my friend Jose's driveway. That is what I was doing this weekend because not one housing provider on that list could house her. We are dealing with who will sleep at our houses. We need help now.
Richard Kahn, followed by Robert Rondinella.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, council, and staff. I'm a Burbank resident for the past 15 years. Like many folks over here, I've worked since I was 15. Currently working 2 jobs, and every month I'm spending over $3,000 to support the tenants in my 2 properties. Why would I do that? That sounds insane. Because I'm early on the stage of this path. I've managed to get 2 investment properties, but the monthly rents I receive are way less than the mortgage, the taxes, and the maintenance. So for me, it's playing a long game. I know that if I work hard, if I play by the rules, if I do what's right, in 20 to 30 years, I can have a secure retirement and something to pass on for my children. But the proposals that are being talked about today, a 2% cap, a rent freeze, those would absolutely kill my hopes for retirement. With that, the only way that I can get the mortgages paid off and get cash flow positive is through steady increases at the market rate, keeping pace with inflation over a long period of time. In the meantime, I'm happy to provide a good, safe home for families that are raising their kids and being a part of the community and contributing to our economy and contributing to everything that makes Burbank good and a wonderful place to live. But in order for this to continue, we need a reasonable balance between the needs of tenants and the needs of particularly mom and pop landlords so that we can provide stable housing at an affordable rate for the largest number of people possible. There have been a lot of great observations about rent control. The voters' response to Measure RC, the fact that AB 1482 exists and is going to be in place for another 7 years. There's a lot of time for the flaws and shortcomings of that to be worked out with the state legislature. And I commend the council for the work on the renter relocation fund. I think that type of targeted assistance to those people who actually need it, the elderly, the disabled, low income, that is tremendously commendable. But a blanket, indiscriminate, and non-means-tested policy of rent control across Burbank would be disastrous for our city. Housing is a human right, but no one has the right to live beyond their means in a location that they cannot afford. The answer is more supply and targeted assistance. So please listen to the voters and do the right thing. Thank you.
Robert Rondinella, followed by Chris Rosati. Robert Rondinella? No? All right, Mr. Rosati?
Council members, Chris Rosati, lifelong resident. I thought that was a very interesting presentation on 1482. It seemed like 1482 plus. I look forward to the presentation for the landlord protection presentation. I work in the trenches of these issues every day. There are over 1,500 units currently on the market in Burbank, and I have reduced the prices on 3 of those units in the last week and a half. Over the past few years, landlords have taken it on the chin. From the COVID debacle that made landlords shoulder more responsibility than they should, to the laws that allow emotional support animals with no security deposit, to the legalization of marijuana. I've had clients lose adjacent tenants because of barking dogs and seen damage beyond belief from Great Dane support animals with no recourse. No kidding. I've had clients with tenants that smoked marijuana habitually and lose neighboring tenants because of the smoke and smell. I've called Mr. Prescott about these very issues, thus making it a disclosure issue for future tenants. My clients are small apartment owners who have done the right thing. They would raise rent very infrequent, thus devaluing their buildings. When 1482 was passed, now they feel like suckers. The rent control discussion should include equity and inclusion. The needs of the landlord should be included in this discussion and met fairly. If rents are far below market value, maybe they get a one-time chance to bring rents to current value. That'd be equitable. Renovations are necessary. Getting rid of asbestos is necessary. Upgrading electrical panels is necessary. Cracking open walls to get rid of old knob and tube wiring is necessary. It's dangerous to live under those conditions. 1482 is very specific on renovations. If these corporate owners are breaking the law now, and there's no proof, I haven't seen one bit, that they are, there's no law that you put in place that they won't break. The more you impose rent control, the faster the small apartment owner will say uncle and tap out. Who's waiting to take a devalued building with no upgrades, tenant issues, buy it cash and close in 10 days, far below market value? The big corporate owner. The reason why these tenants are here complaining is not because they live in an awesome place. It's because they had a small landlord that did the right thing and never raised rent. And guess who swooped in? The big corporate owner. The landlord tapped out and called uncle.
Thank you.
Thank
Your
you.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Carmen Ferrate, followed by Thomas Uncles. Carmen Ferrate? She left? Speaking of uncle, Thomas Uncles. Hey, there you go. I'm calling uncle right now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm really new to this. I'm a brand new homeowner just the last 2 years during COVID, and me and my brother, we work here in the entertainment industry. Been here for 20 years now, and I'd like to read a little bit of this here, what I would like to share here. For 2 decades, my family has called the city of Burbank home. We've really worked hard and saved diligently to finally achieve the dream of homeownership. And during the tumultuous days of COVID, when the future here was uncertain, we invested our hard-earned savings to a multifamily unit right here on Hollywood Way, which I'm now a tenant of as well. We disregarded the option of raising rents all through that time. However, a troubling concern now arises, the potential for further rent control, especially given that most homes in my area are decades old. This could leave us with inadequate funds for repairs and maintenance in the future, and any additional rent control, I feel, would unfortunately compel us to maximize rent increases each year to try to keep up with the increasing expenses. Our anger and frustration should be directed not at our fellow, mom and pop homeowners, but at these, big corporations, as was just mentioned. We're just regular middle-class citizens here in Burbank trying to provide housing for ourselves and for others. If we truly aspire to address the housing issue and make housing more affordable, the city, I feel, should focus on designated affordable housing units and incentivize real estate investors to invest here. Designate, not regulate, resonates with me deeply. Overreaching regulations not only hurt the middle class and deter investment, ultimately perpetuating the very problem that we're aiming to solve. If Burbank is committed to subsidizing housing, then perhaps let's channel those efforts into the construction of designated affordable housing units, or let's promote an approach that supports both housing providers and tenants alike, rather than singling out one group to bear the weight of the issue. In closing, I want to reaffirm my community to Burbank. I stand here not just as a housing provider, but also as an investor and a member of this community. I just wish to see Burbank flourish. I urge you to consider the long-term implications of additional rent control, to focus our collective energies on addressing the root causes of the problem, and to build a future that uplifts us all. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Matt Buck from California Apartment Association, followed by Max Sherman.
Hi,
Hi, good evening. I'll keep it short. How you doing, Council, Mayor? Good evening. Good show, by the way. You guys are running a tight ship. I like it. Again, Matt Buck, Vice President, Public Affairs for the California Apartment Association. The California Apartment Association, you're familiar with us. We represent local housing providers. Our members help house Burbank. CA applauds City Council's intensive review of AB 1482, a landmark state law that protects Burbank renters. We urge Council to continue to let state law work as designed and to refrain from adding unnecessary and punitive rent and eviction controls at the local level. Your residents have made it clear they oppose the rental housing policies that hurt housing. In 2020, Burbank voters voted overwhelmingly and said no to strict rent controls in a proposed ballot initiative. AB 1482, as you've heard, is the strongest statewide tenant protection law in the country. It was created after months of debate and strove to strike a delicate balance between further regulation and continuing to incentivize the development and maintenance of rental property. As a public policy trade association engaged throughout the state, CA can offer views and solutions with proven effective in rental housing industry statewide. Please feel free to reach out to us and our housing industry partners as needed on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Max Sherman, Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles, followed by Armin Simonian.
Good evening, City Council members. Getting late, so I'll try also not to do 3 minutes and get close on time. My name is Max Sherman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. We thank the City Council and staff for hosting this study session on AB 1482 and remind the Council that educating the community of the significant protections AB 1482 provides renters living in the city of Burbank is the primary purpose of tonight's meeting, not the consideration of emergency rent freeze, eviction moratorium, or permanent rent control measures. AB 1482 was created after extensive negotiations between key stakeholder groups, including tenant unions, rental housing trade associations, and realtor associations. It's just now having the chance to be fully implemented due to the pandemic-era emergency measures finally being lifted, and it is vital AB 1482 be given time to be understood and utilized by renters and housing providers alike to understand its impacts and whether any additional restrictions are needed in Burbank. One important informational update is the current CPI total to use in calculating the maximum rent allowable increase under AB 1482 is now resulting in below the 10% maximum. Currently, the CPI for Los Angeles is 3.8%, resulting in a maximum increase of 8.8%. As we can see, inflation is starting to come down once again, and rental increases are coming down as well. We ask that the Council listen to your community tonight, the community from Burbank, including renters, homeowners, rental housing providers, other local businesses, and representatives. We ask that you give particular attention to our mom and pop rental housing providers that we represent who will be directly impacted by your future decisions. As has already been shown in Burbank, voters rejecting Measure RC in 2020, rent control is not wanted in Burbank. Alternative solutions can be achieved by a community dialogue with all concerned groups to identify specific issues in Burbank and create narrowly tailored solutions. We strongly urge the Council to reject considering any additional action at this time regarding rent stabilization or additional just cause restrictions and instead conduct an extensive outreach campaign to renters and rental housing providers throughout Burbank, educating them on these new restrictions currently in place due to AB 1482 that have yet to be fully implemented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Just under 3 minutes. Thank you.
There you go. Armin Simonian, followed by Michael Vensky. Armin? Yeah. Going once? If he's watching from home, he can call in. He'll probably call in later. That's fine. Michael Vensky, followed by Maritza Gentry.
Ladies and gentlemen. So I didn't want to lecture you guys on democracy. I think you guys have heard about how everything's voted, and I wasn't really aware of the complete contents of this most recent law, the 1482, but you have my complete empathy on trying to implement this in law here in Burbank. And to me, I grew up here in Burbank, was born in Glendale, but with John Burroughs High School, lettered football track, went over the hill to UCLA. We inherited some property here in Burbank. It's old. It's about I think 1940s when it was built. So, the tenants have a new roof, they've got new electrical, they've got new windows, and, the new high-efficient windows. We installed air conditioning, forced air conditioning and heating, and many other improvements to the property. And I guess the one thing I was concerned about when I read the litany of things here in this new bill is how you're going to do the logistics. In other words, how are you going to implement things such that it's affordable for the landlord, but to make the improvements and or just maintenance they can do. And the other thing I wanted to do is maybe pray for some kind of landlord help too, because I've had tenants sit on the property for like 3 months, not pay, walk and thrash the place, and then I'm left holding the bag. So I think, as far as the legislator's done right now, it seems it's fairly extensive. I don't necessarily think you need to do anything more, given the fact that the Burbank people have asked you not, to have more rent control. So thank you. I'll yield time.
Thank you. Maritza Gentry, followed by Antoinette Domain.
Hello. Thank you for having me here tonight. I'm like that other lady. I was born in Nicaragua, came to this country. My parents abandoned us, became wards of the court, was sent back to Nicaragua to live with numerous parents, became an LAPD officer. At 19, I had 3 kids. At 21, I bought my first house. I got rear-ended by an RTD bus, and I said, and the money that I got, this is my down payment, because I had to have a house. I purchased a home, talking about LA, with my late husband in Los Angeles. I have a duplex. I fixed it up. I am not a slum landlord. My tenants have been there for 32 years. They pay $1,200. You can't raise the rent. And at the beginning, I was so afraid. One of my tenants, every time I would say I was going to raise the rent, she would scream at me, and she would call the city. And I would just stand there, and I'm going, this is insane. I can't even talk to this lady. Well, she always tells me, when I move out of here, it's going to be in a casket. And that's a fact. I can't do anything. My arms are tight. Glendale, Burbank, my aunts have moved here since 1959. My cousin here grew up in Glendale, was born in Burbank. I purchased a home at 3807 Chandler Boulevard. The lady purchased it at the wrong time when the interest went down. I could have never afforded it. She almost paid $1 million for it. The bank repossessed it. It needed a lot of work. I fixed up that place. I took the wood down. I put stucco on it. I put grass in it. I changed the lights, the sewer. Everything was wrong. I went owner builders on both of my properties because I could never afford somebody to come. Sometimes I had 15 workers working. I'm not the only woman, and I'm working as a cop, coming home, going there after work, getting my vacation time. And now my house is beautiful. When I purchased, I put $100,000 down. I put $100,000 that I had. I saved every penny that I've ever owned. And how can somebody say, you got to give us 3 months? Right now, my tenants in LA, I have to come up like $100,000 if I could get them out of there. I just go there and do my repairs, and that's about it. You have to think of us. My tenants are all right now, they all work for the studios, and I called them, I sent them a letter, and I said, I'm so sorry about the strike, I hope it's over soon. I would never raise the rent right now because I know they're unemployed, nor next year. I'm very considerate because I was dirt poor once upon a time. So I know what it is, and I'm very proud to listen to all these citizens of Burbank. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I cannot believe how smart they are.
Thank you.
I thought Glenda was smart.
Thank you. Antoinette Domain, followed by Alexandra Anderson Kenny.
Well, I'm not a speaker, not professional, but we are small landlords in Burbank. We first purchased our property in Burbank in 1967. And before that, we checked on many cities, many locations. We decided on Burbank. And every time we invested, the same story, we chose Burbank, mainly because no rent control, beautiful city, nice people, well kept. When I first purchased our property, a policeman was driving by, and I asked him, are you good? Does Burbank have a good police force? And he said, we are the best. About 20 years later, another policeman came and I said, I've been saying to everybody that Burbank has the best police force. Can I still say that? And he said, yes, you may. You can still say that. But anyhow, like I say, since 1967, my husband and I have kept our properties in very good shape. But we have done most of the work ourselves. Now, my husband is 88. I cannot afford, he cannot do the work anymore. So I have to hire people. Lately, we had to put a roof on a 7-unit building. We got an estimate for $18,000. It ended up costing us $52,000. We had to replace 2 air conditioning units, $20,000, $10,000 each, and we got a good price, supposedly. Our expenses, our utilities are going through the roof now that we are not doing the work. I do not raise the rent. We have kept always the rents below market. I never wanted to have a tenant move out and find a better place. I always made sure that they could not find a better place. And I never raised the rent more. Sometimes I went 5 years, 7 years, 8 years. We tried to keep our good tenants. Anyhow, rent control, I feel, would punish us small owners very, very bad. I'm not for government. I mean, like I say, we have done everything ourselves. We treat our tenants very well. And at our age, dealing with all this bureaucracy that really doesn't do anything, it doesn't solve anything. I feel it's going to ruin. We might have to sell out.
Thank you. That's your time.
People say
Thank you. Thank you. That's your time. Appreciate it. Thank you. Antoinette. Oh, that was Antoinette. Alexandra Anderson Kenny, followed by April Fangio.
Thank you. Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, council members, and city staff. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of better tenant protections for renters in Burbank. I've been a Burbank resident of 4 years. I hope to be here many more. I work in the local entertainment industry. My life is built around Burbank. The lives of the other tenants in my building are also built around Burbank. My union is here. I buy my groceries at Rafi's down the street. On the weekends, I go to the parks and the libraries. You know the whole deal. 50% or 57% of Burbank residents are renters. Many of the tenants in my buildings have been renters for over 10 years. For them, for me, and for just the residents of Burbank as a whole, renter protections mean the stability and safety to call Burbank home. I urge the council to consider the following renter protections. I want the council to look into closing eviction loopholes, particularly surrounding rental renovation. I would like the council to increase the amount of required notice when renters are being evicted. I would like the council to look into relocation assistance at a rate of 3% times a fair market rent. And I would like renters to have right of first return in the event that their apartments are renovated. Many small-time landlords have spoken here tonight, many mom-and-pop landlords. To them, they have my full empathy and support. The kind of landlord who owns a few properties and takes care of their tenants in the city, that is the kind of person that I would be very grateful to be working with. The protections that I am speaking about aren't designed to bankrupt these local residents. They are designed to protect renters like me against large-scale corporate buyouts, where a big company buys my building, tears it down, builds a high-end luxury apartment in its place, and I gotta move again. Ultimately, these protections are for the benefit of the city of Burbank as a whole. When residents are protected and able to live stable, comfortable lives in their apartments, they're able to make this city their home. They're able to participate in this community. They're able to continue patronizing their mom and pop landlords. These are the protections that I'm working in favor of tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the shout out to Raffi's, best Armenian grocery store in Burbank. All right, April Fangio, followed by Stefano Medina.
Hi, good evening. I am April. I'm a renter in Burbank, and I do know what it's like to be in a housing crisis. I'm going to tell you a little bit of my story and a little bit of what I think could and should be done about it. 4 years ago, my family was living upstairs of an elderly couple's apartment, or their house, rather, and we were expecting our second baby. And the day we came home from the hospital, we were basically bullied out of living there. And it was decided basically that it was too difficult to have a baby there, and they didn't want to have a baby living there. They could have let me know 9 months earlier. But needless to say, I had a newborn, I had a 3-year-old and a husband, and I was recovering from surgery. I was vulnerable, and I, in postpartum, basically, we didn't seek legal counsel. We just were too overwhelmed, and we became homeless overnight. And considering situations like this, I do agree there should be some protections, but it sounds like 1482 does cover those things for vulnerable families and for the elderly. And however, I am not convinced that a city ordinance for rent control is the right solution. In fact, it sounds like it is not. I'm very concerned that a blanket ordinance would unjustly harm the mom and pop landlords of our community who are vital members of our community, and they deserve to not be punished. And that's a renter who's been through it, like many of the other people who are here on April 25th, speaking that I don't want to see this happen to our landlords. However, I do want to tell you guys a little bit of the rest of the story. In my desperation, I called what is now known as Home Again Los Angeles, or HALA. And as a homeless family, we qualified for shelter accommodations, and I was rapid rehoused, my family, into Jerry's Promise. It is a quaint property of 3 units in Burbank. That's how I came to live in Burbank. And it's my understanding that this project is a result of mutual fundraising from 2 organizations, and Burbank Housing Corporation and HALA. And after my time there, my family's time there was over, we were housed in permanent housing through Burbank Housing Corporation. And it was the answer for my family. Those are working in Burbank. What we have, I would like to see those expanded, more given to those organizations that are doing a good job. We're hearing from a lot of constituents here that can there be a door number 3? It's there, it's working. I was a beneficiary of it, and I would like to see more Jerry's Promise units here in Burbank. So, and let's work to give more resources to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefano Medina, followed by R.S.
Hello, everybody. My name is Stefano Medina. I'm a staff attorney with Public Counsel, the Community Development Project of Public Counsel. We're the legal counsel for the Burbank Tenants Union. And when we're not here talking to you all, we are at the Los Angeles County legal experts on legal tenant protections. We are the shop that has been helping draft a lot of these ordinances and working closely with cities, small and large, in order to make sure that these policies are not only enacted, but they're enacted in a way that is safe from legal challenge. What I'm here to do tonight, my simple message in support of the letter that you all should have received yesterday or today, is to describe the legal framework for the policy development process that it seems like the city of Burbank is considering entering into. I'm not here to tell you that rent control is good or bad. My advice is simple: Google it. I Googled it while I was sitting here, and I got a lot of really helpful information. Perhaps more people here should simply just Google it. What I'm here to do is to tell you what other cities have done in Los Angeles County, conservative cities, progressive cities, small cities, large cities, when they've been staring down the path that it seems like the city of Burbank is at today. If you are seriously considering closing the loopholes that you've heard about tonight, protecting Burbank tenants, making sure that this city is not an isolated, unique example in California, in the county where tenants are not safe, then there are some best practices that I guess our advice and what the Burbank Tenants Union letter lays out. Those practices are a rent freeze. You've heard all night landlords say that if this policy gets enacted or you even start seriously considering it, they're going to raise the rent as much as possible. We also need to close the rent eviction loophole. Claremont, a conservative city just a few months ago, closed the rent eviction loophole. And the reason why it's important to close it is because 1482 basically doesn't work with this loophole in place. Any landlord, without any proof, without any permits, without any real cause, can go to a tenant and say, I'm going to renovate your unit, so you have to be evicted. If that loophole is allowed to exist, then it doesn't really matter what other protections are there in state law. So the minimum you should do is close that loophole. And finally, every other jurisdiction that we cited in our letter has had a temporary relocation assistance payment requirement. If you're going to move into a unit, if a landlord is going to give an apartment to their daughter, to their grandmother, then at the very least, we need to ensure that that action doesn't result in more homelessness. And our letter requests that that relocation assistance be what we're seeing as more common every day. 3 months fair market rent. It's an objective rate set by the federal government that we don't have to argue about every day. More details are in our letter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. R.S., followed by Shauna Igglesby.
I'm opposed to rent control. I wish you'd think of different ways to help tenants out. I do have empathy for tenants, but as a small landlord with a fourplex, it really stresses me out. In the past, I haven't raised rent every year, and I'm actually concerned about losing my own job. And one of my coworkers said, well, if you lose your job, you'll probably get $12,000 from your employer. I've worked there a very long time, since the 1994, in fact. And I'm upset when the government expects a small landlord, such as a fourplex owner, I guess, to pay $30,000, like one landlord said. That's a lot for a small landlord. But yet a large corporation only has to pay $12,000 just to get an employee to leave. I think that's wrong. You're putting too much stress on the small landlords. I'm extremely upset by when you build new buildings. I'd like to see more lower income housing. I don't think enough is going to lower income people, and that's really upsetting me. I don't like all the stress being put on landlords. I think that we could handle this maybe in better ways. Maybe that's a possible way you could help out the tenants is, with the new buildings over there, just relegate it to maybe someone who earns $50,000 or under. And there's good and bad tenants. We really need to get some people out. When some of the tenants are talking about large renovations, I found that there's roughly about maybe 10% of the population that get in the way of renovations. Like if you're replumbing a building, a tenant might get really worried, and what they do is they shut off the water main for all the tenants. I mean, I've seen crazy things. Sometimes it can really maybe possibly put other tenants in danger. Some tenants like to put it on themselves where they can just
redo electrical work and plumbing. I've seen it, and it really bothers me. You know, I don't want to be held responsible for someone's electrical work when I haven't given permission to do that. We really need to get bad tenants out. And instead of putting these overall blanket policies, why can't you look at good landlords, bad landlords, good tenants, bad tenants? I mean, I don't like being punished for all the housing problems that you have. I just don't feel that, you know, just rent control is dealing with it well. Look how expensive Santa Monica is, and they've had rent control for years. It's so expensive there. So I don't feel it's fully effective. And I think you're just really stressing the landlords out. I think you start pushing up the rents yourself by putting so much pressure on the landlords. As a fourplex owner, why would I have to pay someone $30,000 to leave? But if I lose my job,
Your
I'm
time
only.
has expired.
Thank you. Shauna Inglesby, followed by Jeff Vanderbort.
Hi, my name is Shanna Inglesby, and I am not in favor of rent control. But as far as I know, that's not on the table. No rent control measures beyond AB 1482 and the 10% cap has been suggested. So I don't know why there's so much fear around it, but I hear a lot of fear in this room. And I hear a lot of landlords coming up here, mom and pop landlords that are good landlords that understand the value of having a good tenant who pays their rent on time, is clean, is quiet, they don't have loud parties, they pay their rent with no bounce checks. I understand that, and they are not the target. I also have heard a lot of stories, a lot of fear from small landlords who talk about working 2 jobs and just trying to make their ends meet and trying to raise a family. I could hear the same exact stories from renters. They go through the same thing. Wages have not kept up with the cost of living increases. Their expenses have gone up as well. The difference is landlords look at and owners look at their properties as an income property. Tenants look at it as their home. And it's a very different fear, but it's very similar. I heard someone earlier say that there has not been a rash of evictions in the city of Burbank. I beg to differ. I sit on the Landlord-Tenant Commission. Although I am speaking for individually, I need to clarify that. We had a meeting where 3 entire buildings were given eviction notices. And one of those landlords is actually in the room and spoke tonight about, how he worked very hard to earn his property and that he does this. So I think that there's no reason this should be an us versus them argument. Everyone has fears. Everyone is afraid of what we're doing. We are not increasing rent control. We are not bringing it into the city. However, we are addressing some of the things that are specific. And I specifically want to talk about the reason and the excuse behind those 3 units, 3 entire complexes evicting their tenants. It's under the AB 1482 under major renovations. The only requirement is that the landlord intend to do major renovations, which means the landlord could evict them under this guise and then bring more people in paying more rent with no renovations having taken place. Then those tenants who were evicted, if they come back and they find out the renovations were not made, they can sue the landlords and they would win. So these protections are for both landlords and tenants. And what I would recommend is changing that to require that the permits be granted before the eviction notices are handed out. That's a protection for both.
Thank you. Your time is expired.
Thank you. Jeff Vanderbort, followed by Rosert Vega.
Rent control is an issue. She should be here more often to hear you, Mr. Mayor, suggest that we should simply bring the RC measure back and just make some minor modifications and pass it. Have you not said that before several times? You have. Listen, you're being asked to consider adding more tenant protections and more rent control. The question we need to ask ourselves is, do most renters, we have 23,000 units or so, we were told tonight, 25, 26,000. Do all those renters need more rent control and more tenant protections? The answer is no. Will some people lose their rental apartments in the near future? Of course they will. Do a lot of people struggle with rent and other problems? Of course they do. The answer to those challenges is not to add more burdens to small landlords like mom and pops. You know, we provide just about the only affordable units in the city. That's reality. And affordable has a different meaning here. They're still expensive. That's reality as well. By the way, Susan and I own our 4-unit apartment building in an LLC, but it's not the LLC that unclogs the toilets. It's me, the landlord. We need to close these no-fault evictions for remodeling loophole. That needs to happen. And you should also provide more notice time for tenants who are going to lose their home. And these past few months, you heard over and over people who received these no-fault evictions, and I think you wisely created a $500,000 fund to help them. Thank you for doing that. We live in the Los Angeles region. This is a very expensive region, and there is not enough housing, period. We have to acknowledge the main reason there isn't enough housing is that we are all stuck in our NIMBY attitude. I've been guilty of that as well. We need to change. The previous council, some of you were here on that previous council, wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars because they tried wrongly to accommodate residents who didn't want a 92-unit project. At the end, we're going to get it, fortunately. And by the way, for this previous speaker, some of those units, 15 or 18 of them are going to be available for low-income users. In the past 2 months, the same folks, by the way, opposed, another 23-unit project. This time, in order to be responsive to them, you're going to spend $1.55 million on an EIR and a study to protect the rancho. I've lived in this neighborhood for 50 years. 40 years ago, I joined the planning board, and guess what we were doing there? Protecting the rancho.
Time is
Use the money otherwise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rosa Vega, followed by Derek Yegazarian.
Robert Vega.
I'm sorry.
Robert Vega, yeah.
Robert, sorry.
Not a problem. Hi, thank you, first of all, for having me here. First time I've ever been here in front of the council and the mayor. Thanks again. I walked down here with my wife. I live up here on Olive Avenue, I have my home here. I've born and raised here, and born in Los Angeles, raised in Burbank, pretty much my entire life. Worked here at Hydro Air. I worked for defense contractors. I worked for Singer Liberscope for many years, decades. Got into the publishing industry, worked for News Corporation. Now I work for Disney, I work for Warner Brothers, in fact. And nobody tells these corporations what to pay people. They pay what they feel is market value. So I think, like that, everything is market value. This is America. I bought my home 20 years ago. It took me, some work, a lot of work. I jumped around jobs in order to buy that home. I just started building my ADU just 6 months ago. We just got it through COVID and everything else. I just got the permits and everything else. It cost me $170,000. I'm halfway through it. And I just heard about this whole renter thing, and I really know nothing about it. And I don't like the idea of having any kind of government control, to be completely honest with you. Less government, as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather have. I want no government involved, less government involved in my life as possible. I've worked my entire life. Although I'm a Democrat, I'm a so-called liberal. I'm not sure what people's idea of a liberal is. That's a different topic. But I believe in helping fellow human beings. My mom was a single mother. She raised 3 boys, 3 sons, and my sister. And we jumped from apartments to apartments, so I know what it is to rent. So if we didn't like the apartment, we'd move. If they raise the apartment rent, then we'd move. Simply, we'd move. There were places we'd wanted to live, and I still do. Bel Air, Malibu. There's a bunch of other places I'd like to live, but I simply can't afford it. So I don't move because I can't afford these other places that I dream of living. So if I can't afford it, I don't go. I just stay where I'm at. And maybe one day I'm not going to be able to afford the home that I'm in. I may have to sell. So I'll have to move. So I think it applies for everyone. And if you can't afford it, well then find some place where you can afford to live. Until you can't afford the place you want to actually live, well then go there. Then you'll be able to go there. Otherwise, it's tough being a homeowner. It's tough getting that first home. I know as a renter, it's tough being a renter. My advice to a renter, don't be a renter, be a homeowner. Stop being a renter, go buy a home, muster enough money. I know it's difficult to do so, and it's not possible for everyone, especially if you're elderly or have it's not easy. It's very difficult. But either way,
Thank you.
you can't throw it on the homeowner.
Thank you. Derek Yagazarian, followed by,
My wallet, phone, thank you.
Derek, followed by Carrie Palaio.
Good evening. I grew up in Burbank. I lived right off of Verdugo. I played in George Isaiah Park, and I learned to swim at the YMCA, and I studied at the local library. Burbank had been my home until I moved away for college. And now that I'm a young professional ready to rejoin my community, I find myself, along with many of the people I grew up with, unable to keep pace with the rent in the place I consider to be my home. Though I may have the privilege to contemplate moving to a different city, many of my neighbors and friends who still live here do not. Right now, many of my Burbank peers are striking at the studios exactly because they can't cover their costs. And in the wake of COVID and inflation, the costs renters bear are insurmountable. And this comes at a time when a string of bad luck can mean the difference between having a home and accelerating the homelessness crisis we're facing. The city's choice now is to help renters buy a little more time or worsen an already untenable situation. Many of tonight's speakers have praised Burbank, and I agree. Burbank is a beautiful community, but it's beautiful because of the people that live and reside here. Without the Burbank Tenants Union's suggestions, a massive part of the city's character will be gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Palaio, and that's my last in-person speaker card.
I just want to say that I hope the City Council has looked at the email that I sent you with the 12-page attachment. In this attachment, there's ideas and recommendations, because as I've said on this Landlord-Tenant Commission, so many tenants and landlords have come before me. Example of what is in there is increased time for that notice to vacate. Increased time for notice to vacate, anti-harassment once a notice to vacate has been given to a tenant, because these are things we're seeing on the Landlord-Tenant Commission. Relocation fees that are fair but not so high that a landlord is being punished. Ways to close the renovation loopholes, rewards for both good landlords and good tenants, as well as punishments for bad landlords and bad tenants. It includes a few suggestions that the council can do to ensure that mom and pop landlords continue to be a part of the greater landscape of Burbank. Suggestions that can truly help renters have the funds to secure a new property. Freezes on rent increases, extremely limiting rent increases, and no evictions will result in mom and pops selling and corporates scooping up properties in this city. And the tenants that are affected right now by these major evictions and notices to vacate are the ones that are being hit by big landlords and big companies. It's not the mom and pops. And if you make rules and regulations that are going to be blanketed, as we've heard tonight, you're going to be affecting mom and pops, and you're going to be hurting tenants, because tenants are the ones that are going to be in these buildings that these big businesses are purchasing, and they're not going to be able to stay. I want to confer with several of the speakers have said, this is the land of opportunity, and I'm a prime example. I was a single mother with
3 kids, I raised them, I was on Section 8, I was a renter, I saved every dime I could to buy the property that I own. I have worked, my tenants love me, I have encouraged all my tenants, kept my rents low, buy a house, buy a house. I'm happy to say that at least 7 of my tenants over the past 20 years have purchased a home or a rental property in this city or a neighboring city. And mom and pops do care about their tenants. I'm a firm supporter of no one owes you anything. You have to work hard and make your sacrifices. I understand that it is difficult. It has always been difficult. It's not more difficult today than it was when I struggled to get what I needed.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you. I have one last card from Paul DeRigo.
Thank you. Boy, so many people spoke so well tonight to hear such great articulations of the issue today, and I think it's kind of clear where the people of Burbank want this to go. No one argues about reasonable rent laws. I was a property manager at one time. I have one tenant now who I haven't raised the rent on in 4 years. When we talk about rights, I think we need to really be succinct about what that word means. The word right is a right of something of liberty, of speech, of equal access. A service is not a right. You don't have a right to housing. You have a right to access housing. It's very important that we get these clear because we have to get succinct again on how we're going to discuss and parse these issues out. The real issue here is inflation. If you remember back in the day, the old shows, you'd see somebody who works at the grocery store, he's got a house, 3 kids, and a car, and you're like, how did they do that back then? Well, look at the costs of what you make compared to what the cost of things cost, and you can see inflation is the killer. What is inflation? Bad government policy. It's government spending. So we really have to be responsible for what we say we want to give money to, and the increase of the money from our governments has caused inflation. Here we are now. And I hear the people who are suffering so much with rents. I was a renter for a long time. So the great Thomas Sowell, the economist, was a socialist until he went to work for the government and he realized the bureaucratic waste and he became a conservative. He was wrong. He acknowledged it. It is very important to look at these issues unbiased. As a city council here, you're here to represent the people of Burbank, and you're supposed to look at these issues from both sides. The issues of socialism have been studied ad nauseum. It doesn't work. It puts people in groups and it assigns guilt. It's based on greed, envy, and nihilism. Using the appeal to emotion argument. It's an emergency. Oh my God. But it's just a tyrannical power grab with hatred and moral narcissism. We have to be very careful of how we, again, balance what the arguments are. We must listen to both sides, but we have to balance it out. Unions should be helping people. I'm a SAG actor, so unions should be helping people right now during the strike. If we talk about rights, we have to talk about responsibilities. People are responsible for their contract. It is called a lease contract. We are in contract. So I think it's really important. Thank you for listening. I think it's really important that we do balance these issues, but we have to do it and make sure we're succinct on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have callers, yeah?
We do have callers.
The first caller is Joy Swan.
Joy, you have 3 minutes.
All right, good evening, everyone, if anyone is still up and listening. You guys presented your report on the burden placed on tenants, but you completely neglected to include in your study the burden on owners. If you guys were doing a report as one of my students, I couldn't give you a really great grade. So let me give you the other side of it. 41% of housing providers are mom and pop landlords. Individual owners outnumber businesses by at least 10 to 1. 30% of individual housing providers fall into the low to moderate income bracket with household incomes of less than $90,000. The average property owner nets only $10,000 a year. These are not greedy corporate capitalists. They're hardworking citizens. Not one part of our proposal talked about freezing the costs of new roofs or HVACs or water heaters for housing providers. Property owners are the only private citizens who are forced to shoulder social inequity by themselves. No one is legislating Whole Foods to solve food insecurity by forcing them to charge deflated prices because I can't afford $20 cereal. Instead, we as collective citizens share the burden together through programs like EBT, which are funded through our taxes. So the answer isn't punishing housing providers by forcing them to alone shoulder the burdens of an entire society. If we are truly concerned about equity, we should enact stopgap policies like, EBT applied to housing, whereby renters pay a proportion of a rental's fair market value and the government, through our tax dollars, makes up the difference. That way all landowners are made whole and our lower-income neighbors are housed at a rate they can afford. When you talk about the lives of Burbank citizens, you act like the housing providers are not also citizens whose lives are being hurt by overregulation. How can you hear these mom-and-pop providers and not feel empathy for them? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Raquel Trison.
Raquel, you have 3 minutes.
Wow, I loved what the previous caller said. I totally agree. I oppose Burbank rent control. The weight of this issue falls on the shoulders of the mom-and-pop landlord. Where's the justice for the mom-and-pop? There needs to be an equitable solution. That's what needs to be discussed at this kind of a meeting. I'm an immigrant. His family worked 4 jobs combined to have the opportunity to buy a small 5-unit building on Valencia in Burbank back when it was possible, and I'm darn proud of it. And as a mom-and-pop owner, my opinion is that Burbank rent control will just make existing tenants suffer more increases than is necessary, and it will actually change the structure of this great city. I don't raise annually, and when I do, I'm below statewide rent control guidelines. I'm currently under market value in 90% of my units. If Burbank rent control is in place, things will be more about trying to survive as a landlord rather than focusing on my great tenant relationships. A lot of people I heard talk tonight are all about their tenants. And, it's going to make the concessions that I give go away because I'm actually very uncomfortable. These kinds of controls make things worse. And what am I going to do? Sell my building? Sell it to a deep pocket corporation that has more advantages than I could ever dream of? I can't compete with them. And is that corporation going to take 3 separate rent payments from a single mom that rents one of my units because she can't afford to pay all her rent on the first, or when somebody can't pay 1 month and they pay, we do so many things that a corporate owner does not do. I would like some consideration for what I do and what I give. So please consider everything you've heard tonight, because rent control agenda in Burbank, when California already has guidelines under AB 1482, which give tenants their rights, it's just going to create more paperwork, more bureaucracy, more taxes, more overall costs. And there is a lot to be said about having more units, more affordable units, and there's some data now available.
Thank you.
Stars. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's your time.
The next caller is Armin Simonian.
Armin, you have 3 minutes.
For 10 years. The earlier speaker, Mr. Sanchez, said something interesting
most likely some of the people who are speaking for additional rent control are not even Burbank residents. I mean, it's not fair for them to be allowed to speak when they are not even Burbank residents. I mean, I think the proper thing to do is check driver license to see where they live and then be allowed to speak. So, you know, it's Burbank residents. I know some actual Burbank residents who are against, you know, renters who are against the rent control because they want well-kept buildings. Landlords are already under a lot of financial burden. You know, my property manager, what he said? He said that because of this COVID-19, finally landlords are getting ready to collect their rent. There's $1 million owed in unpaid rent because of the strict COVID-19 rules that was, you know, against the landlords completely. Now, after all that, they got to come back and deal with a rent freeze. I mean, this is preposterous that we're even discussing this. You know, it's. I think you're demoralizing good landlords for rent control. You know, that is going to be turn a beautiful Burbank's, you know, city like other neighboring cities. We want to get rid of hardworking mom and pop landlords and eventually empower the corporations to rob it away from them. I mean, is that the right thing to do? Would your conscience dictate to do such a thing? I don't think so. Why would even pass rent control when the millions of dollars was spent on statewide rent control that was articulately written in detail for and took like a year or two to do it? There's already many measures protecting the tenants. I mean, I fix things around the property right away. I take care of my building, and I'm a mom and pop landlord, and I get Christmas cards from my tenants. By putting this rent control, all you're going to do is create animosity between the tenants and the landlords. You're going to destroy the relationship that was there for many years because of, you know, a good relationship that they had. Now you're going to pass that. I mean, I have a roof that I need to replace. It's going to cost me $40,000 just to replace the roof. My rents are already 20% below market. Additional rent control will instigate, you know, a lot of problems. And I'm looking at I'm doing a head count. I would say 90% of the people that spoke today, they're against the rent control. There's probably one speaker or 10 speakers who are against the rent control.
Thank you, Armin. That's your time.
So that's probably.
The next caller is Stephen Craig.
Stephen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. So I want to say that I've heard a lot tonight, very patriotic stories of people that have come to the country or had family who bought properties back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, when it was possible for middle-class people to scrape together enough money to buy a building. And now they own that building, and they think that because they did it, everyone else has that same opportunity. And if that were the case, I don't think we'd have the discussion tonight. If every landlord was kind and compassionate and working in behalf of their tenants and working with them, we wouldn't be having to have these discussions. But we are, because there are people out there that are being displaced. Even if it's not your tenants, it is happening, and it's happening in our city. My rent alone, I rent a one-bedroom, a very modest one-bedroom apartment on Hollywood Way by the airport. My rent was $9.95 a month in 2011, August of 2011 when I moved in. It is now $2,005 a month. That is now more than double over the course of 12 years. I don't know whose income is doubling in 12 years. I don't know who can justify. My last raise, the last increase, was $205 a month, every month. And the next one, it looks like, can be $175 plus, and will be. The biggest takeaway for me tonight of the slides that we saw was that the average rents, or the typical rents, were all over $2,000 a month for a studio. $2,000 a month for a studio is egregious. And I just think that the biggest problem here is the rents are too high, and simply saying, well, if you can't afford it, move out. We don't care where you go, but you can't stay here. hurts this town because there are middle and lower class people and disabled people and low income people that need a place to live as well. And saying, oh, well, we don't care where you go, doesn't help anyone. I don't want to hurt the mom and pop landlords. I don't want to hurt anyone. But we have to find a way to come together and make this work. And the idea that the tenants can bear $200 every month, every year, with no end in sight isn't working either. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Cheryl Weaver.
Cheryl, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Cheryl Weaver. I am a Burbank resident, a local realtor who works with both landlords and tenants, and am a housing provider myself. I wanted to say many tenants really believe that rent control will keep their rents low and protect them from evictions. Yet the real-world examples of San Francisco and Los Angeles that have had rent control for decades are both shining examples for the nation to see the failure of rent control. They have not achieved low rents. They actually have the highest rents in the country. They also have the highest rates of homelessness in this state. The core reason for this is that rent control worsens the availability of housing. This 30-page presentation we went through tonight only mentioned landlord protections in 2 points. Where are the landlord protections and fairness to landlords? Rent control, by definition, are artificial limits on revenue property owners can receive from their investments. Property owners, as rational actors, respond accordingly. We've already been seeing the effects of state rent control and 2 years of eviction and rent increase moratorium, as well as protections for those who did not even pay their rent, all during this time of highest inflation in the market and in the country. Property owners have been forced to bear the burden, and the protections have been offered to renters exclusively. So naturally, you're now seeing a large outcry by housing providers. These housing providers respond by pulling their properties from the rental market entirely and converting properties to other uses like condos, or just keeping them empty until restrictions are less, or they think they can actually make a dollar. We've already seen the effects on 3 Burbank buildings where investors have bought buildings that rents were kept ultra low, and maintenance issues and investment in remodeling needed to be done. Mom and pop landlords are typically more understanding when tenants and a bit of a late, if they're a bit late or a bit short. Not so with corporate owners. They follow the letter of the law and typically have lots of legal advisors on staff to ensure maximum profit per unit. Others, including developers, abandon plans to build to make available additional rental units. The net result over time is a shortage of rental housing and therefore decreasing housing affordability for anyone not covered by rent control. The result is the hardest on new renters.
The next caller is Ara Abrahamian.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Members of City Council, my name is Ara Abrahamian. I'm a 34-year resident of Burbank. I'm a diehard Bernie Sanders supporter. I'm also a small landlord in both Burbank and the city of Los Angeles, so I know the realities of rent control and RSO. You've heard today from many incredible landlords who have toiled tirelessly to provide comfortable housing for their tenants while also maintaining reasonable rents. The aggressive rent evictions are certainly the exception in our city and not the rule. Frankly, mom-and-pop landlords can't afford to do rent evictions en masse, so if you make it harder for mom-and-pops to survive, they will increasingly give up and sell to the deep-pocketed investment funds who don't know Burbank from Bumpkiss and will have no trouble paying the carrying cost of a vacant property for 3 to 6 months while they do extensive renovations and then relist the units at significantly higher rents. AB 1482 has reasonable limits on rent increases, and I'm pleased to see that SB 567 is already in the works to close some of the loopholes and shortcomings of the original law. Reasonable tenant protections can go a long way in eliminating many of the issues we've been discussing in our city over the last 6 months. It looks like Senate Bill 567 will deliver on many of these protections. The tenant advocates who spoke today explicitly said they're not seeking rent control. Even they recognize that rent control is not the solution. They're advocating for tenant protections, which SB 567 provides. The issues that Burbank and other cities are facing are systemic. They date back to the 1980s and Reaganomics, since which time real inflation-adjusted wages have not increased for ordinary Americans. They're the result of the sorely lacking social safety net in this country and the low minimum wage environment that we're just now barely starting to crawl out of. They're the result of the huge backlog in Section 8 that we heard about today. Since these root causes are politically difficult to solve, we see city councils looking for an easy solution. Rent control and exorbitant tenant protections might be seen as more doable, but they're not the right tool for the job. If you pass severe rent control, I'm hearing 2%, which would be completely unsubstantiated and unreasonable, you'll essentially lock tenants into the apartment they currently live in because they'll never be able to afford moving into another market rent unit. This inhibits the natural turnover of tenants, which gives landlords a chance to do the work that's difficult to do while tenants and all their furniture are occupying the unit. Changing carpet, changing cabinets, upgrading electrical circuitry to support all the appliances and electrical devices that modern standards require. We can't do any of these things while tenants are living in the unit. We want to maintain high-quality housing, but we simply can't. And if you go down this route, it might appear to solve the city's problem today. It might even get you some more votes in attendance in the next election. But it will lead to a severely dilapidated housing stock in the city within 20 years. Rather than allowing natural turnover to happen, this will increase rent evictions, which we all agree are much more disruptive to tenants compared to natural turnover. And if you go too extreme with the tenant protections, there'll be other types of blowback. As I said at the start, I agree that some protections are necessary. The 4 months of relocation, 1 month of notice periods will all increase the cost of any improvements to the unit. If my cost as a landlord increase, I'll do everything in my power to maximize the future rent I can charge to justify that investment. Rather than doing a nominal facelift and renting it out at $200 more than what I was last charging, I'll make sure to spend maybe $5,000 extra and upgrade the unit so I can charge $1,000 more to maximize my return.
Thank you.
I hope you keep these real world dynamics in mind and consider how they're done.
Thank you. That was a lot.
The next caller is Gary Sadler.
Gary, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I was 2 years old when I moved to Burbank. I'll be 82 next month. You don't have to have the IQ of an Albert Einstein to read the will of the people. The will of the people have spoken before. The will of the people are speaking now. I would leave you with my personal opinion that the members of the city council that rent at this time should recuse themselves from any rent control issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Sharon Perkins.
Sharon, you have 3 minutes.
Hi. I've been a resident of Burbank for 45 years. I rented for many years when I first moved here, 2 times of which I was evicted because they wanted to redo the apartments. And so I'm on the both sides because I own a duplex now. I got tired of getting kicked out of places. And even though I had to work 2 jobs, I had a son, and now my father passed away and I own a duplex in Santa Monica. So when you talk about rent control, boy, do I know about it. Just a duplex, I pay fees twice a year, paperwork coming to my apartment down there continually. The person that lived in the front unit never got an increase once. When she moved out, I am still working on it after 2 years because I can't afford to hire a bunch of people, even though I do every once in a while. I'm going down there this weekend to paint the kitchen. She ruined her and her husband ruined every room in the house. Landlords work their asses off. And I understand that people who are renters, which I was for many years, have a problem too. but I work 2 jobs. And when somebody kicked me out of an apartment because they wanted to build something bigger, then I moved to another apartment. And if I had to work 2 and 3 jobs to stay in Burbank, that's what I did. I don't understand people complaining, and I don't know. They have enough money to go to basketball games, concerts, baseball games. Boy, I couldn't afford to do that. But they live the high life. And believe me, my son works for the studio. I know what it is, but guess what? He's a hard worker. He's a grip. And guess what? He's not being paid for any of this shenanigan that's going on over there. I'm sorry. If you can't support yourself at the job you're at, get a second job. Do what I did. And believe me, the rent control paperwork and what you would have to, the employees that you would have to hire to deal with the paperwork. And I'm so sad to see what's happened to Santa Monica, because 90% of the places that were there are gone now.
Thank you. One more caller.
The next caller is Deborah.
Deborah, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I would like to address this. I don't believe we need to have additional rent control. I was a landlord for 12 years and only raised my rent on a single-family home one time. I've also took a loss on a property of $25,000 trying to evict someone that was able to stay in the single-family home over 3 months and have a judgment for $25,000, yet you can't collect it so you just have to eat it. So I don't think it's fair for landlords to have to take it on the chin for people that can't afford to live here. When I couldn't afford to live in Burbank, I lived elsewhere. I moved as far away as Fontana to be able to purchase my first home, just so I could get a start in being a homeowner. I don't understand this. My children can't afford to live in Burbank. I mean, I would love it if they could afford to live in Burbank, but I wouldn't expect their landlord to lower their rent so that they could. Burbank didn't build housing for a long time, and you can't expect the Burbankers to pick up the slack where that wasn't done. Somebody on the council has rental property. Have you had any of these issues? It can be devastating. I almost went into bankruptcy over renters. You'll ruin Burbank if you put this through. I can't believe it. Anthony, you should recuse yourself from any votes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm being told that was our last caller.
Hey, okay. You can applaud now if you want. All right, we made it. We made it just before 10:30. Okay, I will close public comment. Before staff, I want staff to take a minute to, they're going to answer all your questions. They're going to come back and they're going to field a bunch of the stuff that was talked about, but we're going to take a 5-minute recess. All right? Take your time, regroup, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. What is that? Not special, but. Not new media. Yeah. Mr. Vice Mayor, you had a motion to start us off with?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seeing the late hour, I would move that we extend the meeting beyond 11 p.m. so it can come to its natural conclusion.
All right, all in favor? All right, okay.
I take it you seconded that, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I will second, and then we voted. Change the record so that it reflects that. Nikki, yes? Her hand's up. Okay. All right. A little too loose, let's late in the hour. All right. So, yes. First, let's give staff an opportunity to respond to the questions and the comments from the public, and then after which we'll go into questions of our own, and then we'll move into deliberation. So, Ms. Leland, if you would.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I certainly have a few comments that I'd like to address before I turn it over to Ms. Tiedemann, who will likely respond to some additional. Starting with the renter relocation program, I heard some comments, just wanted to reiterate that that renter relocation program is available. Information, all the details are on the website. It also is available to moderate income households. Maybe that might not be clear to some of the residents that haven't really looked into that yet. And what does that really mean? Because we do say lower income households, but when somebody's thinking of moderate income, I just wanted to give you an example so that maybe somebody who's listening or hasn't looked into it because are thinking I may not apply or it may not be eligible. We do get these new income limits every year, and just as an example, a one-person moderate income is somebody who makes $82,500 a year. So just wanted to point that out because that is a program that the council approved just last month, or in June, I should say. And so wanted to share that information is available. Statistics-wise, there was a couple of different figures shared, and there have been 17 applications to date since the program became available July 10th. 6 have been approved, 10 are still under review according to Home Again LA. So there is still in the works about $43,000 of the funds have been expended to date. So just wanted to share that to remind the community of the renter relocation program. Also, there was a mention on the Section 8 program and what are we doing for the Section 8 program and more vouchers. That is certainly something that staff looks at regularly, has been looking to see what other additional vouchers we could apply to, whether it's VASH for veterans or permanent supportive housing vouchers. The council has heard about emergency housing vouchers. So as that opportunity arises, we do look at those. And in addition, we are also pulling from the waiting list. So while there has been a waiting list and a long waiting list, we are regularly now looking to select from the waiting list to select additional eligible households for available vouchers. So wanted to mention that, and then there was also the mention about additional units, affordable units in the community. There are over about 1,800 units in the pipeline, as you're aware, about 200 affordable in there. So just wanted to mention that that is a continuous goal of the City Council, and that was one of your goals in goal setting was to create additional housing units in the community. So staff does look at that. There's an adopted housing element. There's various programs and implementation that we'll be looking at, and as housing staff, that's the critical area that we look at is protecting the city's investment in those units, making sure they're affordable in the long term, making sure there's additional programs, whether it's through vouchers or any other way, including the Jerry's Promise project that was mentioned this evening, and that was a development that a former council did incorporate some financial assistance to provide these transitional housing units. So as those opportunities arise, we are continuing to look at those opportunities for the community.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question in regards to Section 8 housing?
Yeah, if you got something specific on that, sure.
If you can just elaborate a little bit about what prohibits us from asking for additional vouchers, or what is required of us that we can obtain additional vouchers versus what we currently have right now?
Thank you, Council Member. The federal program is a set budget every year through their Consolidated Appropriations Act. So there is a limitation through the federal government on what their budget is every year and what their allocation is specifically to housing voucher programs. So that is really the beginning part of it. Then based on that, they look at the expenses that housing authorities across the nations are, what their expenses are, and they, at a minimum, fund what you have been utilizing and what you have been allocated. So that's when I was mentioning earlier, selecting from the waiting list. We've got to spend more to get more in terms of the federal government. So the limitation is really what's the federal budget, how much are we utilizing and expending so that we can show we need, and there is a need. And so that's what we've been recently doing, is selecting from the waiting list. We had 2016 was the last time we were able to open the waiting list because, and we received over 30,000 applications. So it's come down to about 23,000 or so, but we still have about 2,800 that are residents. And so we're going through that resident list and in the process of making more selections to utilize the vouchers. So all that to say, Council Member, that it's based on the federal budget, our expenditures, and then our opportunities to utilize the vouchers and look for more vouchers as well to expand.
So I think what the speaker mentioned earlier, talking about Glendale having 3,000 plus vouchers versus what we have, and I believe it was about 1,000 so vouchers. Are they spending more, or are they reaching out more of the residents than we are?
First of all, they're a larger community, so it could be that when their initial allocation was established, I don't know the details of the Glendale Housing Authority, but I will say that in Burbank, when this housing authority was established in the mid-1970s, that was our allocation back then, the 1,014. Recently, in recent years, housing staff has been applying to and has been researching to add additional units or add to our allocation of units. So it has been in recent years that we've continued to do that. I couldn't say for Glendale if maybe their establishment of their vouchers based on their population or their city could have been initially a bit more.
Just real quick, I don't want to go into too many questions, but I feel like we sent a letter to Adam Schiff about Section 8 recently, didn't we?
Section 8 is a little off topic.
Right, okay, all right, that's fine.
Because it's a rental assistance program, subsidized housing,
okay. That's
which
fine.
is different than tenant protections and free market.
Okay, I think that's why I wanted to cover that now. All right, let's have staff do all of their responses, and then we'll do our questions. Yeah.
Mr. Prescott has one more thing to say on the topic.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. The City of Glendale Housing Authority has about 1,500 housing vouchers, and they administer another 1,500 from other housing authority agencies that port in to Glendale.
Okay, gotcha. All right, excellent. Okay, continue, please.
That was the last of staff's comments, and be happy to turn it over to Ms. Steedeman.
I don't have a lot of comments. I mean, a lot of what you heard tonight are the various issues that come up when rent stabilization is mentioned, and there were a lot of comments about its impact on communities. I can't say what's right or what's wrong. You can find studies that will basically support almost every statement that was made here tonight. So, it's a controversial topic, and there's a lot of concerns about it. Some of them are probably justified, some maybe not so much. And as I say, we can find a study for almost everything that was said tonight. So you just have to look at everything that's out there and all the information.
Okay.
I do have one clarification. So in Ms. Tiedemann's slide deck, she had indicated that the unlawful detainer statutes are their own creature. They dictate notice and unlawful detainer proceedings. There were several questions about increasing the amount of notice that landlords should give. The notice, I believe the current amount of time that's expressed is a 60-day notice of the renovation evictions. And I just wanted to ask a clarifying question of Ms. Tiedemann, if that's one of those timeframes that's really dictated by the unlawful detainer statutes.
Yes, so notices of termination are dictated by state law. So typically to terminate a tenancy, you have to give either a 30-day or 60-day notice, typically, or a 3-day notice for certain lease violations. There are exceptions, but those exceptions only apply to the Ellis Act evictions, and they only apply to jurisdictions that adopt those exceptions where you can extend the notice, and only jurisdictions with rent stabilization can extend those noticing provisions under the Ellis Act. So it's a very confined parameters for extending the noticing period.
That was it. That was just one of the ones that I had flagged. Many people commented on the strategies that were in the PowerPoint, but there weren't significant questions, and I think that covered the ones that were on my mind.
Yeah, I had that same question too, so thank you for asking it. And it's for further clarification, are the rules around notices different for notices of eviction versus notices to vacate? Because we're looking at the notice to vacate for renovations, which is different than an eviction, correct?
Yeah, let's talk about terminology. So
Yeah.
eviction is technically the court proceeding, and it is preceded by a notice of termination of tenancy, or a notice of vacate.
Okay.
State law regulates that entire process. So it regulates those notices to terminate the tenancy. That's where the 30 or the 60 days or the 3-day notices come in. And then it regulates the eviction procedure.
Okay.
And the court cases and all this, the eviction procedure and the procedure for terminating tenancies are deliberately intended to be expeditious. And so there are a fair number of court cases saying that local government can't take actions that would impede that expeditious process.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
I don't know if you would know the answer to this, but I'm sure you have a lot of knowledge. Once the home provider provides that 60 days notice, I can't talk. This is mostly the process. The tenant don't have to move immediately after 60 days. Is that correct?
Right. So the way the process works is the property owner has to give a notice of termination, whether that's a 3-day notice, a 30-day notice, or a 60-day notice. At the end of that notice period, if the tenant does not leave, then the property owner can file the court case that starts the unlawful detainer procedure, which is the formal eviction. And only when they get a judgment for eviction and the sheriff executes on that judgment does the tenant absolutely have to leave. But in the meantime, there's court costs and et cetera. So, yeah, you don't have to leave at the end of that notice period, but a lot of tenants do, because tenants get the notice and it says they have to leave, so they leave. So,
thank you.
Could you just clarify quickly who gets 30 days, who gets 60 days?
I was afraid you were going to ask that. So you can give 3-day notices for non-payment and violations of the lease. If it's just a standard 30-day notice, and let's take this out of the 1482 context, I believe it is if the tenancy has been for longer than 12 months, then you've got to give a 60-day, but it's a fairly recent change to the law, so I would have to look it up.
Yep, because my understanding is 30 days is usually on the 11th month. Is
Right.
usually when you get the
That's
30-day
right.
notice, because they're like, oh,
Right.
we're not going to renew your lease.
Right.
Kind of thing. Okay.
So, but 30 days is the more typical.
Yeah. But under AB 1482, that was extended to 60 for most
Right.
leases. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
If it's okay, if please walk us through. I know we covered SB 567 under the no fault eviction, and the language, and I have a copy of it here, and I mean I can read it myself, but I think it's important that there's a specific language about the tenant protection that SB 567 this goes into detail, and specifically I underline where it says cosmetic improvement alone, including painting, decorating, and minor repairs or other work that can be performed safely without having residential real property vacated do not qualify as substantial remodel. And I bring this up because over the last few months we have heard from the tenants that the cosmetic remodels, the landlord is just going to paint and they're asking us to move. Under SB 567, do you believe, and then there's a lot more language obviously, do you believe that this is very clear to protect the tenant's interests in knowing when they can evict you and when they can't? Because they do have the right to stay there if it's cosmetic, unless it requires the permit and it goes further into the discussion. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Well, I think the intent of these proposed amendments is to make it clearer that the substantial renovations have to really be such that the tenants can't live there. So that's what that language is trying to get at. So, you know, it still is up to the tenants to enforce that if they get the notice. So, you know, they may have to use it as a defense in an unlawful detainer action when they get to court if they don't think the notice is valid.
I just want to jump in. I have an SB 567 related question. I don't know if you're still on that train, but I just, to clarify, this bill is still in the legislature. It's still going through the motions. If it were to pass, and that's a big if, when would it go into effect?
If it were to pass, it would go into effect January 1st, 2024.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Have we concluded staff response and moved to questions?
Yeah, I guess so, because we were just clarifying some of the staff response. If that's all from staff, yeah, let's move into questions now. And if we want, so here, I think what's worked is, you know, one of us go through our questions. If any of us hear something that we want clarified, we can interject and add, but I'd like to get each individual council member to go through their questions first. Yeah.
With that said, Mr. Mayor, if I might, I just have one procedural question.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
If I might. This is probably directed to staff, and I'm asking because I've had a lot of questions about it. In my 2.5 years on council, I cannot recall any agenda item where we did not have a staff report. And the presentation, the slide deck that was given tonight was uploaded, I believe earlier today, possibly last night. But I bring that up because the one of a few common threads I've seen from both sides of this issue is a frustration that folks didn't have access to that information earlier to address it in their public comment. So I'm asking staff, I'm going to save my comments for it for deliberation, but I just want staff's explanation. Why didn't we have a staff report on this? Why did we not have the slide deck uploaded last week?
Because we had continual revisions. The information that was originally drafted was quite substantial, and I caused additional revisions so that it wasn't ready until noon today.
I just want to make one clarification for the general public. Normally, when we have something that comes to us for a vote or something that we have to move forward. There is, a huge packet of information that's given to us by the Thursday the week before, and it's pushed out to the public. However, we don't have anything to vote on tonight, so we didn't need a staff report technically. However, you are correct. 2.5 years, we've never not had a staff report.
Well,
so.
it's actually fairly common that with just a study session item where we don't have concrete proposals, we're really looking for direction from council, that oftentimes the presentation is the staff report. And in this particular item, I got involved late in the editorial process and caused delays for staff. So this 30 pages is a pretty beefy presentation, but it was an effort getting it ready and making it both informative but also concise so we could get to the 3 hours of public testimony that you just got through.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Sorry, one more follow-up for staff. In that vein, and I appreciate the explanation and I understand, my question would be, I believe back in 2020, before the voters considered RC, there was an outside study that was conducted, if I'm not mistaken, about rent control and its impacts. My question to staff would be, was there any thought given to maybe including that as part of the agenda for tonight's packet? I know it's a few years old, but I have seen it, and some of the information in it is still pertinent. So again, it's just a process question. Is there a reason that we didn't think to include that so that we could have more information out there to inform public comment tonight?
Well, council's direction was specifically to do a study session on 1482. The memo that I saw in what we call the weekly manager's report, it's called the WAMR, that gets posted, was an informational memo on several different topics, including Costa-Hawkins and a little bit of 1482. I think it was maybe 2021. Some of the other staff reports that we've had this year have had multiple copies of, for instance, the one in January had information on the prior ballot measure. We were focusing specifically on 1482, 567, which is the current amendment to 1482 that's moving forward. And you, Vice Mayor, specifically asked for additional tenant protection strategies. And so those are detailed kind of categorically, again, not to provide too much information, to kind of kick off this forward-looking discussion. So we didn't look at historical information. I suppose we could have, but again, the direction we received twice this year already was specifically to focus on 1482.
Yeah, and Mr. Vice Mayor, just personally, I don't think bringing up old stuff would have been beneficial for the conversation. I think we have to look at this with fresh eyes. I think there's an opportunity.
Can I follow up on that procedural
Yep.
question? Sorry. So you're saying for because I made that motion, so I'm remembering it as we go. All of this information that we're kind of would have been hoping to receive would come in that second step report.
Well, are you referring to this as the first step report?
No, when we were, oh my gosh, I don't remember how many months ago that was.
January,
Right.
January 31st?
Yes, I
Yes.
asked for the session,
Yes.
tenant protections, and a second step report because the original, it was a first step report we had gotten. So basically the content, kind of the meat would come, since it's just a study session, that would come all in the second step report from staff.
I've kind of lost track of the steps. In the middle of this, council appropriated $600,000 for relocation assistance because the renovation evictions was an issue that came up actually in between. We were talking about rent control and local rent control, statewide rent control, and in the middle of that, we realized we had this over the weekend. After the agenda had been posted, we had 3 separate buildings start to deliver renovation eviction notices, which was something that we hadn't been prepared to discuss. It kind of changed the narrative. So frankly, I lost track of the steps. This was the study session that council had asked about for the existing statewide rent control and tenant protection, the Tenant Protection Act. And we're looking for direction on any package of measures the council wants to see coming forward. And we would like to arrange those in priority, ones we can bring more quickly that require less budgeting, like regulatory changes that are kind of self-implementing versus setting up new departments, because like some of the other regulatory efforts you've done in the last 2 years, it will take time. Some items will be a heavier lift, some will be an easier lift. So we would like to receive direction on what it is the council, a majority of the council is looking for, and the timeliness, have kind of an interaction on how quickly we can bring some of these matters back.
And it may just be a known file. So, I mean, I don't want to assume that the direction's going to be, how robust the direction's going to be. So depending on that, we'll come back with the appropriate materials for you at a later council date.
Okay. All right, let's go through our questions and see if we can figure out what's going on. Who would like to go first? Anyone have? Go for it, yeah.
Sure, let's switch it up. Okay. I don't have that many, but they're loaded. So, on slide 5, if we go to there, I appreciate the breakdown of Burbank's demographic when it comes to rental units today. I did have a question. I was wondering if we could focus a little more closely on the way folks are affected by potential ordinances. Do we have a percentage of units that would be exempt in a rent control or stabilization ordinance under Costa-Hawkins? Do we have that number?
Well, we have the number, and I think that this information came from the study that was done on the ballot measure that you prepared, that 91% of your rental units were built before 1995. So other than single-family homes, all of those you would be able to regulate under Costa-Hawkins.
The 91%.
The 91%.
I can just add to that. We calculated it, and it's about 3,600 units, right around there, give or take a few.
What is 3,600 units?
The number of units that were built after 1995.
Oh, so conversely.
Yes, the opposite side. So 91% were built before 1995.
Can you do some math real quick? I don't have the calculator on me. Can you subtract that number from the total?
Basically, I was asking with the single-family homes that are up for rent that you all included, plus the rental units that would, the larger units that would be exempt under Costa-Hawkins, what is the actual total percentage of units exempt? Because I know there's a few different reasons why a unit might be exempt.
If I'm understanding the question correctly, when we calculate that 91.8% of the rental units were built after 1995. I'm sorry, before 1995. And we know that we have 44,000 units within the city, and we just subtract that out, it equals about 3,600 units.
36,000.
3,600 units.
Oh, that were exempt.
Yes.
So what's the total that's not exempt?
So that would be 44,000 minus 3,600.
About 41,000.
41,000.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Okay.
May I ask a follow-up question, Ms. Mayor? So this 91.8% of the rental units that were in the city were built before 1995, does that include houses too? Or just the,
yeah, I just realized that. I'm talking about housing also.
Yeah,
So
and
not
houses
just
are
rental
exempt,
units.
right?
That's why I'm asking the question, because houses,
I'm confusing you more.
condominiums, ADUs, and rental units built, oh my God, before 1995 are in that, after 1995 are in that category of exemptions, right? So of all of those units together, what percentage is that of our total rental availability?
If I may, Ms. McFarland, I just pulled up a couple of slides from the January 31st, 2023 staff report, and I'm looking at from the, as Ms. Tiedemann mentioned, the report that went along with Measure RC. There is for Burbank, it would apply, had that measure passed, to about 22,292 units. And we were looking at this in the terms of context of cost. So 22,292 units, which would require a staff of 19, which would be an estimated cost of $4.5 million. This is from that study that was for that Measure RC. So that's the figure pulled from that, from the 2020 Elections Code 9212 preliminary report. So wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you have a follow-up to that?
I just wanted to clarify. So 22,292 would be applicable to be covered by 1482?
Correct. Those were the
anyway.
units in this report to be covered, not by 1482, pardon me, by the proposed rent control measure.
Right. And that also means that 1482 is it's the same pool that 1482 affects, right?
No.
It's different. Okay.
1482 has not totally different, but a number of different exemptions.
Well, it depends
yes,
on
because
part.
Costa-Hawkins overrides all of that.
Yeah, I guess the Costa-Hawkins thing. Okay. And you did say that the total of our rental units is 44,000, right? So we're looking at about a little under half are exempt.
Yeah.
Right,
22,
okay, from the rent
20,000 out of
control
44,000.
Got it, okay.
Can I have a follow-up on this? AB 1482 has a 15-year rolling exemption, but Costa-Hawkins has a hard 1995 date. How does that work? Does AB 1482 override Costa-Hawkins in areas that have AB 1482 protections? And then if you pass No?
No. So if in jurisdictions that adopt local rent stabilization, Costa-Hawkins controls.
Right.
So the local rent stabilization can only cover those units that were built before February 1st, 1995, had certificates of occupancy before that date. Units that were constructed and had certificates of occupancy between February 1st, 1995 and 15 years before today, in those jurisdictions are covered by 1482.
I see. So it doesn't override, it overlays.
Right. So, yeah, 1482 did not change Costa-Hawkins.
So if any local jurisdiction passes any sort of tenant protections now, or if they'd passed it previously, they couldn't ever do anything with a unit built after 1995. So the only way someone gets a tenant protection in a unit built after 1995 is through AB 1482.
Not quite.
This is fun.
So Costa-Hawkins only regulates rent restrictions. It does not regulate just cause or any other tenant protection provisions.
Okay.
So Costa-Hawkins is solely related to rent.
Okay. All right.
And the reason I ask is also for the benefit of the public. I want everybody to know with hard facts what we're dealing with. We had callers who mentioned the fact that, please don't pass rent control because I have my house that I rent out. I want them to know that their house is exempt under state law, a long existing state law that I think is here to stay.
Right.
Other questions? What is, I'm curious, I know by federal court law, landlords are protected to a fair rate of return. How is that calculated?
So the court cases on fair rate of return basically say that property owners have to be guaranteed a fair rate of return, and you have to have a reasonable process for them to achieve that. But there is no court designated standard for what is a fair rate of return. So most of the jurisdictions with rent stabilization use a maintenance of net operating income, where essentially you look at the property owner's net operating income in a base year, so usually prior to when the rent stabilization was passed, and their net operating income in the current year with an inflation factor typically tied to CPI. And if they're not maintaining that, then they're entitled to a rent increase. And there are exceptions under case law to deal with, for instance, property owners that had significantly lower rents when rent stabilization came into effect than maybe market rent, where they can get a rent increase because of that. So, but that's the standard, is typically maintenance of net operating income, but the courts have never said it has to be a particular standard.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up on that?
Yeah.
So if the courts don't make that determination, who does?
So typically there's two ways. So for instance, Pasadena, which recently adopted rent stabilization, that charter amendment has a standard in it. Other jurisdictions like Mountain View, which adopted a voter-initiated rent stabilization in 2017, I think, that didn't have a standard in it explicitly, so their rent board adopted the standard.
Oh, I see.
And it was based on looking at the court cases and looking at what courts had upheld as reasonable.
But typically, the local jurisdiction sets the standard.
Right. And then if they get challenged, then they change it if it doesn't withstand a challenge.
Okay, so either by law or by local rent board or?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
That's really interesting. So a follow-up to that, then if you have no rent stabilization ordinance or rent control ordinance, how does that apply, right? Because they have a fair right to their return no matter what.
Well, I mean, this is sort of the interesting aspect of 1482, because 1482 doesn't provide a fair rate of return process. The rent caps are what they are, and until your tenants move out, you're subject to those rent caps. But the presumption is that those rent caps, that's why the rent caps are set higher than most local rent stabilization ordinances with the 5% plus CPI, to sort of address that as a presumption that would give people a fair rate of return.
Follow-up question on that. So if a local jurisdiction did have a more restrictive rent cap than the 1482, and there was a process for having a petition for a fair rate of return, would that still be capped out at 10% or whatever the max is for that year for the fair rate of return for the local jurisdiction, or could then it go higher, or how does that work with that process?
So it typically can go higher, but that also depends on the local jurisdiction and whatever their rent stabilization ordinance says.
Hold up, just to clarify, a local rent stabilization ordinance that has a fair rate of return built into it, either the local jurisdiction or their local rent board can set a fair rate of return higher than AB 1482 is permitted?
Well, remember, fair rate of return typically is an individual rent increase based on a petition.
Right, they're not setting the cap, I'm
So
saying
they're
for
not
individual
setting it
rent.
for everybody.
Right.
But if a property owner comes in with a petition, and that petition indicates that they need more than a 10% rent increase,
Oh, interesting.
that would be allowed. Now, I'm saying that when 1482 came out, the rent control jurisdictions had a lively debate about this topic and how it would apply. And I think the conclusion most of them reached is that a fair rate of return would allow more than a 10% rent increase. But it's an untested position.
Right.
So.
Okay, and it would be up to the local jurisdiction to decide whether that is acceptable or not.
Right. There are jurisdictions that still, even with a fair rate of return, do have a cap on an annual increase. And what would happen is you would roll the increase in over time so that the tenant doesn't get too high of an increase in any one year, but over a course of some period of time, the property owner would get that full increase.
Follow-up
Yeah, go
question. Would that rate of return be equal to everyone, or it will be based on individual needs?
In jurisdictions with rent stabilization, it's based on individual needs. So it's unique to that property and the specifics of that property. So it only applies to the property for which a petition was filed.
And I would imagine it would go unit by unit, yeah? Or no? Have we?
It can.
Okay,
There
okay.
are all different ways
Okay,
to.
all right.
This is the beauty of rent stabilization. You can
Okay.
cut it in many different ways.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Other question. So a lot of folks mentioned anti-harassment/retaliation measures for tenants who perhaps are advocating for rent control or who are advocating to local jurisdictions for help. Do you have examples of that? What do those look like? Maybe other cities appreciate it, bonus points if their city's close to us.
I do think LA County adopted one, but I'm not 100% sure. I know that my office worked on one. I believe that there is some anti-harassment included in some of the rent control jurisdictions around here in Santa Monica and maybe West Hollywood. We have done ordinances for cities in Northern California and Marin County, Emeryville, different places like that. So.
And can you walk me through, even if it's the most basic one, what does that look like? How do you prevent anti-retaliation or anti-harassment?
And I think it would be more of an opinion because somebody may think I'm harassing, where in reality, I mean, do you have to prove what harassment is?
Yeah, and there's, once again, every jurisdiction has their own standard. So they can look at, actions taken by the landlord after the tenant has asserted their rights, which may include reduction in housing services, increases in rent, if there isn't a cap on rent increases. I'm trying to think of some of the more typical ones. I mean, typically we've tried to define some of them, but it's very hard to define all of them. Most of these ordinances really rely on the tenant to enforce. So the ordinances can be a defense in the event of an unlawful detainer. If the tenant is being evicted and the tenant says it's harassment, they can use it as a defense. But beyond that, there isn't a lot of easy enforcement of these anti-harassment ordinances.
Can I ask you a follow-up question on that? So I am familiar that there are anti-discrimination provisions under state law which are enforced by the Civil Rights Department. So my question would be, what are other jurisdictions doing to supplement or add to those anti-retaliation and anti-discrimination provisions? And what does the local enforcement mechanism look like? Are they simply referring it back to the Civil Rights Division? Or is there some sort of enforcement agency handled locally?
Specifically related to discrimination?
Yes, and I'm thinking specifically of, I can't remember off the top of my head if it was LA City or LA County, but I know that they were floating an anti-discrimination ordinance. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm sure this is a question that other jurisdictions are grappling with, and if you happen to know the answer, that'd be great.
So I am aware of jurisdictions that have adopted anti-discrimination provisions that expand on the state law categories of discrimination. Most notably, until the state law was recently amended, a lot of cities had a source of income anti-discrimination that was particularly designed to protect tenants with vouchers and Section 8 subsidies because they're often discriminated against. In terms of enforcement, once again, It's often up to the tenant.
Private right of action,
Private
I
right of
assume.
action, although most of the ordinances include typical city enforcement rights that the city attorney can enforce. There may be misdemeanor penalties under your local code. I am not aware of cities actively pursuing those.
Thank you.
You said not cities, but county, LA County, didn't they recently move forward with right to counsel? Does that help with that kind of issue?
Yeah, and so this is another thing. San Francisco's also done this. So San Francisco has passed an ordinance that guarantees tenants' rights of counsel in an eviction, and the city funds that. So it's a expensive program, but I was just reading somewhere where they do think it's been very effective.
Is that similar to what the county is looking for?
Yeah, I think the county is looking at the same provision or something similar where, and they work with some of the legal services organizations to ensure that tenants have counsel.
Okay, yeah.
Is that the LA County entirety or LA County unincorporated?
You know, I'm not sure on that, of how they adopted that.
Okay.
Or if they've adopted it. I
I'm
know
pretty
they
sure
were
it'd
looking
be
at it.
unincorporated. San Francisco is a city and a county at the same time, so they do it. But most of the, if I'm not mistaken, most of the housing laws at the county only apply to the unincorporated areas.
I think that's correct.
Yeah. Oh, I have a question. Is there a way, if we create, if a jurisdiction wanted to do right of counsel, here's a complaint that I get a lot. I'll lead with that. Small landlords who, 3, 4, 5 units will get one tenant in a blue moon that knows the whole law and knows how to take advantage of it, and they become a problem tenant. Is there a way to provide that resource for small-time landlords who are dealing with problem tenants? Like, is there a way they can get a resource and understand what's going on? Part of that system.
I'm not aware of cities who have done that, but similarly to providing tenants with right of counsel, I don't know why you couldn't do
Right.
that. It's a matter of cost.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Oh, can I finish my last question?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. So the last one, hypothetically, say we were to discuss a rent stabilization ordinance or something of the type. Is it possible to distinguish small mom and pop landlords from large corporate landlords when implementing any kind of tenant protection, rent stabilization? Are there limits to how much we can distinguish? Can we not distinguish at all? What does that look like?
You certainly could distinguish. So Berkeley has distinction. I forget if it's 2 or 3 unit buildings that are not regulated. They've changed it several times, so it's a little bit complicated. But you could have a rent stabilization ordinance that applied only to buildings of 5 or more units, or exempted property owners who only own a certain number of units. So you have a fair amount of flexibility with regard to how you implement it. We just would need to really look at the basis for making those distinctions.
Quick follow-up. If we were to say an exemption or some tiered system with, say, a landlord that owns 4 units or less, through our city code, we could only enforce 4 units or less in Burbank. So if someone owns 1,000 units across the county and only 4 in Burbank, they would still, right, because it's our city code.
Yeah, and I think it would be really hard to track all of
Great.
that.
Fair enough. Okay.
Up on that, if there was one larger organization that had other, sub-organizations and different LLCs underneath their organizations. They can own different buildings with different LLCs, and that still would be considered one owner.
So we need to be careful how smart of a mousetrap we try to build, because a lot of developers or owners will make their LLC the address of the building or their address of the project. And there's many reasons why they may limit their liability exposure by creating special purpose entities.
Right.
And to Ms. Tiedemann's point, it could be nearly impossible for the city to actually enforce that, because we wouldn't have the ability to regulate extra jurisdictional issues. Or even some of our entities alone in Burbank have 3 or 4 levels of LLCs.
Right.
Just in the chain of title.
Right. And to that point, what I was going to say is that what would happen is that the folks who we would like to have covered under this, if we were to pass it, would not be mom and pop. They would be big organizations that look like mom and pop on paper, but they're actually not, which is then makes it kind of beside the point, right, to do it that way. Yeah.
Well, that would be if we went by, because the way I'm understanding it, it's by the development itself, right? So if you have, for example, I live in a 6-unit place, right, which is one owner, right? It would go by the number of units versus if this person had another building in Burbank that was I don't know, I'm trying to think, 500 units, right? For whatever reason, you have your 6-unit and your 500 unit. We could distinguish and say all units below this number. Like, that is something that is possible. But
that would be easier than doing it on ownership.
Right. That's what I was looking at more than like getting at the like nitty gritty of what somebody's registered. I just wasn't sure if it was possible to regulate by building size.
It's absolutely knowable, and we do have a business license provision where renters of property get a business license. So we do have the data, and we are in control of all the addresses in town. So that's information that's readily available to us, as opposed to Secretary of State filings and who the entities are.
Right.
Those are all my questions. Thank you. Like I said, loaded and leading to extra questions.
Yeah, and actually one more follow-up, if that's okay. Did you say that other cities have done this, or they haven't? I mean, are there examples of how this has been implemented?
Have done what?
The five unit or less per building exception?
I don't know if anybody's done the 5 or fewer. I know that Berkeley has this sort of odd little exemption for maybe 2 or 3 unit buildings, but I can't remember which.
I thought, doesn't Glendale have some exceptions for different size units or something? I could swear Glendale had some.
10 comes to mind, but I can look it up.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the payout for move out. Which was also in Measure RC. There was 6 units or less. Yeah, the payout was less.
Well, we probably shouldn't talk about the past, right there, Mr. Mayor?
I mean, she said, has anybody done it before? Well, technically, we didn't do it. All right.
I'm just holding you to the same standard you're holding me. All right.
All right, who's next?
I mean, I'm happy to, but you all hear me talk enough.
Look, I feel like that's harassment. Can we put that down as harassment? Mark that down.
Man.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I got a couple questions. I'm going to try to go quick given the late hour. So on slide 6, we were talking about renter households that were rent burdened. So when we talk about 56.4% of our renters being rent burdened, that means that the majority of our renter households are spending more than the industry standard 30% of their income on rent.
Yeah, that's typically how rent burden is defined.
Okay. And the second bullet point on there was 31% of our households, and this is all data from Burbank, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
This is from your housing element.
Okay. And what was this all from? Well, this would have been probably collected, what, in 2020, 2021?
Yeah, your housing element goes from 21 to 29, so probably 2020 data.
Okay. So about 31%, a little less than a third of our households are spending more than 50%, more than half of their income on rent, on housing.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry, I know it's an obvious question, but it's just, to me, that's pretty mind-blowing. SB 567, I wanted to talk about that for a minute. So there's some great, in my opinion, some really interesting, possibly great provisions in that bill. Haven't read the entire thing cover to cover. Here's really the question and what I'm getting at. So in terms of closing, what a lot of folks have described tonight is closing the loophole, AB 1482. That's all swell and great if it passes, but it's not currently the law. For example, there is no requirement that someone exercising that provision has to pull a permit, right?
Currently, there is not.
Has SB 567 passed the Senate, if you know?
Yes, it is in its second house, so it's in the assembly.
Okay.
But
hearing
it
assembly.
has been, and I am not an expert. Your first speaker, unfortunately, is no longer here. It has been substantially amended, and so it may have to go back.
Right, because if I'm not mistaken, I think an early version of it was even looking at adjusting the rent cap, and this bill has changed significantly and could change significantly in the months ahead.
Right, right. So it most recently it changed in the assembly committee that it was in.
All right, thank you for that. One of the more interesting parts of SB 567 was it would grant my employer, the Attorney General's office, the right to seek injunctive relief. That's not something that's currently provided for by law, right?
That's correct.
So it's really up to the tenant in a private right of action to, if they feel that there's been some violation of AB 1482. I mean, just put it really bluntly, there is no authority, as I understand it, for local jurisdictions to enforce AB 1482 in reality. I mean, there's clever things.
No, that's correct. There is no clear enforcement measures. It's up to the tenant to assert an affirmative defense to an eviction based on 1482.
All right. Thank you. AB 1482 expires, if I'm not mistaken, January 1 of 2030?
That's correct.
So January 2 of 2030, there's no 10% cap, there's no tenant protections, relocation assistance. In theory, the legislature could revisit it, but if they didn't and were to allow it to sunset, that would no longer be the law of the state of California.
That's right.
Okay. Let me see if I have anything else here. Just for the sake of public consumption, Mr. City Manager, we have our general plan, the Burbank 2035 general plan, and that's our visioning plan through the year 2035, right?
2035 or 2030?
2035.
2035.
Burbank
yeah, correct.
2035.
Correct.
And we are contemplating the addition of 12,000 units of housing within that period of time, up to and including 2035 as part of that plan?
That is our goal, 12,000 units over 15 years.
Okay, thank you. I think the last question that I actually had was going back here. So this was on slide 10 where you were talking about just cause and tenant protections. You had a line here. The AB 1482 provides just cause protections to tenants who have resided in their unit for at least 12 months. You also made a passing comment that other jurisdictions have looked at that. Can you tell us a little bit about jurisdictions, if you can, in Southern California, and have they eliminated the requirement altogether? Have they lowered it to 6 months, 9 months? I'd love to learn more.
So jurisdictions, and unfortunately I can think of ones in Northern California right at the moment.
That's fine.
Although once again, LA County's been really active. Jurisdictions have lowered it to just no waiting period. So essentially what I have a couple cities that I've worked with have adopted 1482 as their just cause ordinance, but they have eliminated that sort of waiting period.
Okay. So you've had at least one city you've worked with where that's pretty much all they did was adopt 1482 as is, just take out the requirement of the 12 months residency.
The other thing that the jurisdictions that I've worked with have done is they've eliminated the 15-year waiting period as well. So they've applied it to all units as soon as the units get a certificate of occupancy, and to all tenants from as soon as they move in.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Great. Yeah?
Follow up on that question. So when the jurisdictions that moved it to all units, are you saying all rental units or all multifamily building rental units?
It has varied. So I spent a really long time with another jurisdiction where we ended up adopting all of the 1482 exemptions other than the 15-year exemption. That's not where they started. They started with eliminating some of the other exemptions, and then they ended up going back to applying it to all units other than those that are exempt under 1482, except for the 15-year grace period.
Okay. But in theory, there's no restriction to rental units inherently. A city could apply it to all rental units if they wanted to.
Yeah, eviction protections, yes.
Yeah, so
Just
houses, ADUs, everything. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I want to also follow up on the questions for the same slide the Vice Mayor talked about, which is on page 3, the average rental housing. I know this information is pertaining to the city of Burbank. However, I'd like to know, how do we compare to our surrounding cities? How do we compare to Glendale, Pasadena, North Hollywood, as far as the average rental housing price, and then also the percentage of the renter households? Have we looked at that to see if we're way off or we're almost close to them? Or we don't have that information?
Would be our housing staff that may have an inkling.
So
but we don't have to report on how we compare
Right.
to our adjacent jurisdictions in any of our plans. And I don't know if Ms. Leyland has any idea.
But I think it's important that we understand where we at in comparison. Is this throughout California? Is it just Burbank that we're really off with our numbers? I think it helps maybe me personally and maybe other people to know what the cost of the rent is in our surrounding cities. So
Thank you, Councilmember. I could give you information from rent reasonableness that we do for voucher programs. So in Burbank, this information that you have, those are our statistics. When we have somebody who moves because they can no longer afford the rent in Burbank, typically, we do have some folks that do move to Glendale or in the area, but for the most part, it's moving out of the region because it's pretty much still in line. This region is still very similar in rent unless you go out to further areas. If you go up to Lancaster, Palmdale, if you go further south. So that's the information I can share, but specifically rents, we're not tracking that specifically for neighboring communities. I don't know if Ms. McFarland has any other information, but that's typically what we can share with you related to moving for affordability.
Okay, well, at least I think that's good information to know that they're not leaving Burbank because our studios are $1,900, but they can find it cheaper in Glendale or maybe North Hollywood. Like we're kind of in the same region where the cost is about the same. So it just gives me a sense of understanding if our rates are higher than other surrounding cities. The other question. Sure.
I'm so sorry, but no,
okay.
just
I wasn't looking.
If I might, sorry to startle you there. Just on the issue of data collection, this is a question I get a lot, if I might, through you to staff. Do we have the ability or do we collect data on rent increases? So for example, on average, what is Avalon Bay increasing in terms of rent versus many of our mom and pop landlords that we've heard from here tonight? Is that data that we have access to?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No, we don't collect that particular data overall for all housing units in Burbank. We do have some data if we have any, for example, our nonprofit housing developer, Burbank Housing Corporation, they have restricted covenants on their rents. So that we do know. Any of the units that we monitor, we know those rents. But the market rates data, it's really looking at what is the current market rate rent in Burbank, and we go to the different websites and engines, research engines, to give that information. I do want to add one thing related to the movement, because we did have some statistics that I just remembered about the renter relocation program. Of the 6 applications that were approved, 1 remained in Burbank, 1 moved to Sherman Oaks, another to North Hollywood, 1 to Glendale, 1 to Valley Village, and the final to Tahunga. So this is recent information from Home Again LA for the renter relocation program.
And I don't know if you can share the information with us. Was the rent close to what they were paying here in Burbank, or was it higher?
I don't have that detailed information with me this evening.
Thank you. My second question, are you okay? All right. My second question is in regards to 567. So 1482 sunset in 2030, but do we have any idea if adopted, is there a time limit when it's sunset as well, or how long would it be in effect? Because it will take over basically 1482, correct?
Right. So 567 retains the 2030 sunset.
It would
does
still be
not
the
change
same.
that. Right.
Okay. Thank you. And the last thing I do want to mention, and we talked about it, I think, in one of the questions, is hopefully it's adopted, and once it's adopted, then our city attorney can actually has the authority to file. Is it called an injunction?
Injunctive relief.
Injunctive.
We would have the authority.
That's the word that I wanted.
I'm not sure that we'll have the capacity, but yeah.
Well, and that we'll talk about at a different meeting, I'm sure. We'll figure it out. But that's kind of exciting for me personally.
Okay. You're up.
Left. Okay, I have, you guys asked a lot of my questions, but I have a couple more. Yay. A general question. So one of the speakers brought this up, and I was curious about it too. So AB 1482 went into effect in the beginning of 2020, right, January, which was also right at the beginning of the pandemic. So it really didn't go into effect until the moratorium was over. And it started to affect the thing started to affect the landlords and the renters. So since then, have we seen any data or info on AB 1482's effect on rental properties or on any of the things that folks were mentioning in the comments? Do we know what the impact of this legislation has been?
I haven't seen anything. There is a requirement in 1482 that sometime before 2030 there has to be a study done, but that doesn't have to be done until near the end before it sunsets.
Okay. A couple of the comments mentioned that in some of the other cities, I wrote down Santa Monica as an example, that rent caps caused the landlords to not be able to afford the upgrades and whatnot, so they sold it to a developer who flipped it into condos. Do you see that happening regularly, that these properties that have rent control get flipped to condos? Is that a common occurrence in your experience?
No, in part because most of the jurisdictions that have rent stabilization also have condo conversion ordinances that limit the conversion of properties to condominiums.
I can say that in 2006, 2007, 2008, before the real estate recession, we had a huge trend of many of the apartment buildings north of Glen Oaks actually converting to condos. When I say huge, that might be an overblown adjective, but there were quite a few. The planning staff and Public Works Department, there were many. I believe that was market-driven. It's a process that's allowed under the Subdivision Map Act, and so it happens for different reasons. I am not as in touch with planning's workload, but I don't believe we've seen them start up this time around, but it was happening for different reasons, for market-driven reasons before.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? Have we passed any ordinance since then that would limit that? Or do we still have the same condo conversion laws on the books?
No, it's the state laws permit that. And it creates ownership. It creates home ownership opportunities.
Have there been any substantial state laws that have changed since that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Isn't there this might be a little off topic. I feel like there was a law written where there's a 10-year grace period for condo purchasers to file grievances with the condo seller about defects.
That's a construction defect, latent defect statute of limitations.
Which would not apply to a conversion unless it's still within that 10-year.
I think I'm not up to date on that
Okay.
because we're not involved in those cases.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So back on the topic of that concept of turning into condos, would you then say that it comes in a package, generally speaking, when cities adopt rent caps, that's generally part of the package is to have the condo flipping bit in there?
Maybe. I think the jurisdictions that have addressed this, like Berkeley, San Francisco, Santa Monica, sort of all had similar packages of legislation that aren't necessarily related initially, but they interact with each other.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
I would say I wouldn't conclude necessarily that it's a problem if you also have a goal of creating home ownership opportunities. I would say you'd want to look at it to make sure that if there's a problem, we're addressing a solution. But many times those are some of your newer home ownership opportunities that
Right.
sometimes aren't coming up.
And that could potentially also displace the folks that were renting, so that, so if we are thinking of ownership, to think about the renters that were there before and just kind of think about how all that plays together.
The laws also require right of first refusal to the tenants who occupy those units.
Oh, when it gets flipped? Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
to hear.
That's right. We have that in Burbank on that specific.
Do we? Oh, okay.
Already on
That's
the
good
books,
to know.
correct?
I haven't looked it up in over 10 years.
Okay.
But
That's in state law.
The law, yes.
Under the Subdivision Map Act, that the
Yes.
tenants have to be given the opportunity to purchase at market price, but they have to be given the opportunity.
Yeah.
They get the first right.
Yeah. And if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken, I believe we've codified that in our local ordinance as well. So, yeah.
Okay, interesting. So speaking of folks buying properties that have been, whatever reason, the landlord feels that they want to sell, what does AB 1482 say about when a property transfers ownership like that, with the tenants that are living there and the rent that they're paying? What are or maybe just, what happens with those tenants that are currently there?
It doesn't say anything. So the tenants retain the protections through a change of ownership.
Okay. So if a new owner buys the building with the tenants in it, basically they also buy the rent that those tenants are paying.
Right.
And so what we're seeing potentially with these renovations is that they bought the property, we had the continuation of the renter's level of rent, and then they're doing this to increase the rents in their units.
Yeah,
Okay.
it could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Can I ask a follow-up to that, which is kind of where I think we're going with this? So hypothetically, if I buy a building, right, AB 1482 is in place, there are no other protections, and I buy a building, yet say I buy it in March, right, and the landlord increased the rent in January. Does that still hold, or can I increase the rent again? Are they just protected already by no more than 12 months?
They're still protected. There's
Great.
nothing in 1482 that says you get a do-over when the building's sold.
Okay.
But they would also, you would buy the building subject to all leasehold rights that are there.
Okay.
So if they were all month to month, then theoretically it floats. But if they're all in leases, you can't breach their leases.
Right.
So they would probably all be staggered by their tenancies. So you probably wouldn't be dealing with it on a wholesale basis unless you were willing to breach all their leases.
Okay. Just some general questions about housing supply. Some folks were commenting on. What is currently right now our rental vacancy rate? Folks were talking about vacant rental properties. Do you have a sense of what our vacancy rate is?
I don't, but let me look it up.
Okay, great, thanks. And then no one mentioned it tonight, but I have heard concerns about when rent caps are in place that folks rent at the lower rent cap price and then sublease their unit. Have you heard of that happening?
AB 1482 prohibits that.
Okay.
So if you're subletting, you can't charge more than the capped rent.
Okay. But again, at this time, it would be the landlord who would then bring that up as a
Potentially the landlord, as a violation of the lease.
Okay, so then go through the lease violation
Right.
channels. Okay.
Right.
And then as she's looking up the rental vacancy rate, I'm also curious if cities with rent stabilization, or I should say rent caps specifically, if their rental vacancy rates are impacted at all from what you've seen, if there's a change in vacancy rates.
Generally, no. Several of the rent stabilization ordinances, sort of the newer ones, have provisions that the ordinance can be suspended when the vacancy rate reaches a certain threshold.
Oh.
So I think that's in Pasadena. I mean, it's up to the rental housing board to suspend it, but there is that ability to suspend it on the theory that if vacancies reach a certain level, then you don't really need the protections.
Right. Okay. And I have one last question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. So talking about implementation and enforcement of the various potential things we could put in place, we had talked about a rental board potentially being that enforcement arm. But is it also possible, like as in, I think one of the SB 567 mentioned the city attorney being an enforcement arm. Is it possible to have the enforcement come through the attorney's office or the attorney's department, maybe working with CDD or working with housing department?
Yeah, so it would depend upon what tasks you wanted. So you're gonna request, the council may request a certain package. So you'd want to divide up the responsibilities. If the attorney is authorized to file injunction, our staff could do that in a very nimble way. It also kind of dispenses with the need for separate mediation because the enforcement unit is essentially making the contacts and deciding whether a violation has occurred. There's not it is the process of enforcement rather than voluntary mediation. However, if you package it with some kind of rent caps and petition process, that would be a completely different process that wouldn't, you might need separate structures.
Okay. So we're looking at the attorney's office could be more focused on the eviction, starting to lose the different, what everything's called, but the just cause issues, and then the actual rent cap and those types of things would be actually need to be more for a board to
They
deal
could
with.
look at any asserted violations of AB 1482 as amended by 567, including additional local protections, any asserted violation that would be a defense for an eviction, and they could seek an injunction against the eviction.
Okay. So the load on staff for those two scenarios, what kind of load on staff would we see in cost? Just like kind of, ballpark.
Well, we did a discussion paper on mediation, which we ballparked as an attorney and two support staff, like an intake staff and housing and a support person. It's hard to know what the demand would be. If we look at the relocation assistance program that you set up, we weren't sure if 500,000 be exhausted immediately. Right now, looking at the utilization, we're less than 10% of the funds expended, and I'm not sure how many new cases are coming in. Maribel could maybe address that.
Okay.
But it may be that there's ebbs and flows. We have the ability to kind of adjust for that. Because we already have an office with litigators, it's possible, we could shift personnel and accommodate, some kind of flex. But I would think generally speaking, with a city of our size, an attorney and a support staff should be able to handle it.
Okay, great, thank you. Those are my questions, thank you.
I can, woman, I can answer your vacancy rate question. I did find one source. Normally, I try to find two to verify it, but I could only find one in a quick look, and it's 1.4%. So it's very low, right? That's basically no vacancy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the
1.4.
average rental market stability point is 5%, right? That's what you would want.
Normally, when you get below 5% on any type of vacancy, real estate vacancy, you say there is no vacancy.
Right, okay.
Would that be, Ms. McFarland, is that you look on specific website like apartment.com or?
Normally, I try to find one that I really go to quite often and I know it's verified. The one I looked at off the top of my head was guaranteed rate. And so I was trying to find another one to verify that that number is correct. I feel like it's probably pretty close, but I could not find something that exactly verified that at this point.
Okay, it's interesting. Maybe different sites have different information. This morning I actually looked on like apartment.com and just different apartment sites, and it was like 1,000 units available. I just put City of Burbank.
1,000.
So, I mean, you're the expert. I just maybe
1,000
is
seems
maybe
a little
that's
high.
the 1% that you're talking about.
Well, 1,000 out of 44,000, that's
Still
maybe a little over
1%.
2%.
Well, it would
Yeah,
be
so
1,000 out of 22, which is
Also,
our rental.
Just
44
as a
total.
renter, I can tell you, and I'm sure the landlords in the room would agree, sometimes units go on there and they're left there for months, even if somebody has already rented
Yeah.
them, because they just don't take them
they
to
just don't
listing
clean
or
them up.
right, or they're just in process. I have looked and that's happened before.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do have a couple of questions. The earlier I heard from some of the renters, a few of them, they talked about the buildings, of how many buildings were actually caused evictions for the whole entire buildings. And I'm only aware of the 3 buildings. I know I've heard the Maui building, I've heard of on Olive, there's one on Whitnall, is that correct? Or there's 3 specific buildings in the last few months that we've heard about. I'm just curious if there was any additional buildings that we were not aware of that earlier one of the speakers, a couple of them talked about there are additional buildings. Are you aware of any other ones?
We're only aware of any sort of notice to vacate through what cases come before the Landlord-Tenant Commission. So that really would be our only source of information. So there may be others out there. In terms of the buildings, the 3 properties, yes, those are the ones that came in May. We received the information. Those have been the 3 properties that we're aware of. And then there have been other cases for 1 unit, for example, for other properties that have come before the Landlord-Tenant Commission since April as well. A handful of others. In total, I will say when we're looking at the information since April, we've received about 15 total notices to vacate, and the majority of those have been for no faults. 2 of them have been for at fault. So that's the data that we have, again, really coming straight to the Landlord-Tenant Commission.
Okay, so that's 15 out of the 44,000 that we've had. I just want to put in perspective how many we have.
I'll just clarify. So we have 44,000 units in the city, but only about half of those are rental units. So when you say 44,000, you're counting single-family homes
Okay.
that may not be for rent, but about half of those are rents. That's the number that we said, correct? And so you're looking at 22,000.
Okay.
And so I took your 1,000 number and divided it by 22,000, and let's see, times 100, that's 4%. So we're still under 5%
Okay.
vacancy rate.
Good. Okay, so that's 15 that you're aware of. I'm going back to the earlier. Okay. The question I have also, maybe Mr. Prescott could help us with that. How many units have the city approved already in permits, issued permit? They're currently in construction. How many units do we have in the city that on their way to become actual units for rental?
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. About 1850 in the last 5 years or so, built, under construction, or in plan check. That includes about 200 affordable units. That doesn't include the 600 plus 100% affordable units proposed through SB 35 applications on Empire Avenue. And also 500 ADUs, accessory dwelling units in the city of Burbank. Many of those we were able to get credit for affordable units through the housing element, or as we reported our housing progress. So, it's a pretty good goal. The council goal of 12,000 units, as Mr. Hess mentioned. Our RENA number is about 8,600, and we need to build half of that, including affordable, in order for SB 35 not to apply to us anymore. Although I don't know who knows what new state laws will come down the pike. But we're working on it. So we built so little housing until recently that so it seems like a lot of housing that we're building, but we're just starting to catch up a little bit.
Well, based upon the numbers we've already discussed, we've only built 3,600 units since 1985.
Yeah,
This is 1,800 units in the pipeline just in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Councilmember, do you mind if I follow up on that? So we talk about our RENA number, but we do have to distinguish between units under construction and units that are entitled. So I know that in my time on council, and I think I can speak for the mayor, I don't think any project we've entitled has actually broken ground at this point. I'm trying to rack my brain.
Well, the pandemic slowed it down.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
So
yeah, nothing.
let's take First Street as an example. That was before our time on council. Where's that project at, just as an analogy?
First Street Village, the first building is complete. I believe I heard it's about 60% leased.
Okay.
They're still finishing the off-site improvements, sidewalks and so on. And the second building of that project, of 3 buildings, is under construction. They're working on the podium right now, the parking.
So how long did it take from approval of the entitlement request to, opening their doors and available for lease?
How long has Fred Ramirez been here? 4.5 years, I think, 5, yeah. So
that sounds about
Six.
right.
Yeah.
6 years.
Yeah. But however, Front Street is well under construction as well, 777 Front Street. About 500 so units, and then Fry's hasn't begun construction. I believe they may be in preliminary plan check, but don't quote me on that. That's 876 units, including 87 deed-restricted affordable units.
But I also know we've been permitting ADUs. We built some ADUs in our time.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get into a discussion. I was just more for the sake of question for deliberation later. Would you say 3 to 4 years is a fairly, I don't know, maybe conservative estimate of how long it really takes from entitlement to breaking ground to opening the doors for these units?
Maybe a little less if it's a by right.
An SB 35 project
SB 35
was a little quicker.
for so on,
Okay.
yes, yeah. So if you're talking about a negotiated development agreement, environmental impact report, it's significantly longer.
Okay.
That's one of the reasons for the by right housing laws.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay. And just as a side note, I know for the last 2.5 years, we've been working on streamlining a lot of that construction to get it quicker, because we need it. We mentioned earlier about doing a petition to go above a limit, or I know Pasadena has a thing called an upward or downward petition. What is that? Everyone keeps asking me about that. How does that work?
Okay. So Pasadena is pretty similar to most other rent stabilization jurisdictions, that there is a petition process. Property owners can petition for an upward adjustment in their rent if necessary to maintain a fair rate of return. And it's late, and I should know this, but I believe Pasadena also allows for capital improvement increases. So those are kind of the typical upward adjustments. Tenants can file petitions for a downward adjustment if their rent exceeds the rent limit under the law, or if they have been if housing services have been reduced, which is considered a rent increase. If there's a reduction in housing services,
Like if the water wasn't on or power didn't work for a while.
Yeah, I mean those are some of the examples. Sometimes I had parking and then I don't have parking. I had storage, I don't have storage.
Oh, okay.
That kind of. And then also typically for habitability issues. So if the property is not maintained, they can get a rent reduction. But those are all individual. The tenant or the property owner has to petition and go through a hearing process. Well, so most typically there are hearing officers that hear the petition and then make a decision. And then the rent board, then there's an appeal to the rent board if people aren't satisfied with the hearing officer decision.
So just to bring it back to Burbank, I know our landlord-tenant commissioners often spend time outside of their monthly commission meetings, meeting with tenants, meeting with landlords, like going through they're like private detectives. They like investigate what's going on and they ask questions. Is that similar to what a hearing officer would be? Like that kind of thing where they like look into it and research who's doing what?
It's the hearing officer is more like a judge.
Oh.
So in the petition process, both the tenant and the property owner present evidence. They can have witnesses, and then the hearing officer makes a decision based on that. So it's an adjudicative process, and the hearing officer's decision is binding unless it's appealed.
And who does the hearing officer give that decision to? Who do they tell?
The landlord and the tenant. So it's a written decision.
Are they employed by the city? Is it a city worker? Do they
So
work for the rent board? Like who?
Yeah, typically they are hired by the rent boards.
So currently, we have a hearing officer in the Section 8 program. They're needed on call. We hire them, and they work basically 2-3-year contracts, and they hear disputes over eligibility criteria. They receive arguments from both parties at the same time, and then they take the evidence, the record from that hearing, they make a decision, and they issue the written decision. We have other hearing officers in other contexts, perhaps dealing with administrative citations or traffic, related issues. So it's a concept that's available. We don't currently use one in the non-Section 8 housing context. Right.
Is there an appeals process for the Section 8 process?
In the administrative plan that is adopted for the housing authority, that is the process. It's completed with the informal hearing officer. However, I would imagine, and I would defer to the city attorney, in any case, they could possibly take it to court, whether the landlord or the tenant in any particular matter. But in terms of the program, correct, as a legal proceeding, but in terms of the actual program, that is the end of the process is the informal hearing process and the mediator that is hired.
So what does Pasadena do if somebody doesn't like what the hearing officer says?
So Pasadena is very new.
All right.
So far Pasadena hasn't done any of this.
Well,
but,
okay, then leave them out of this. What do
but
other places do?
What their charter amendment says is that they will hire hearing officers. They'll hear the petitions. If either party is not happy with that decision, then they can appeal to the entire rental housing board. And then the rental housing board sits in a quasi-judicial capacity, and they will hear the matter and make a decision.
Okay.
And then parties are always free to go to court after that.
Oh. Interesting.
So we issue what we call a final decision so that they have exhausted their administrative remedies, and then they can always challenge that decision as whether it's not based upon the evidence, arbitrary, capricious, whatever.
Now, I was told that Pasadena had to go and amend their charter to give that, so that the rent board could do that almost independently of their city council. But if a jurisdiction didn't do that, would an appeals process end up at city council?
You could establish it that way, but you don't have to. There's different ways to handle the administrative hearing process, and you don't technically have to have an appeals process. The ultimate appeal is always to court.
Oh, really?
Sometimes the city council is not a desirable forum because the issue may involve people's medical conditions, people's income, and anything that you hear is a public forum. So sometimes, for instance, with reasonable accommodations, the city used to require that people got a CUP in front of the planning board, except that the basis for the accommodation might actually be some physical disability relating to a land use standard. So we actually changed the process to follow the reasonable accommodation process under the ADA. There may be reasons why you want the process to be more self-contained. The person gets a final determination, and then they can just challenge that decision if they're unhappy with it in court rather than in a public meeting.
Okay. And if we send it, if a jurisdiction sends it to the rent board, that's still considered a public meeting, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Albeit less public, but still public. Okay. Did you have a follow-up?
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
I just want to add in regards to Pasadena, and had the opportunity to be at City Hall last week and had a lengthy conversation with the city clerk who oversees the board. He's the staff member for the board. And I can tell you there's been some frustration. It's been like 8 months since this board has been put together and been approved, and not yet one individual, one renter has been helped because the whole process hasn't been set up yet. So it's a good piece of information to know that even though the board exists, but there's a lot of issues actually getting renters to be before the board to get some things resolved.
Yeah, that was my concern because they went to a charter and independent and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, I would just note the Pasadena board was only appointed at the end of April.
Okay.
And with that, I'm asking this question. I don't feel a certain way about this. Going into this with an open mind, when we're talking about rent stabilization, I constantly hear, oh, you need a board, and there's a lot of paperwork involved. Are there instances where that isn't a thing? I mean, obviously the state one, but local instances.
So most of the jurisdictions that have rent stabilization, similar to like Pasadena, have a board. San Jose does not. It is administered at a staff level. So the staff addresses all the issues. I don't know how they handle whether they have appeals or if they just have I know they have hearing officers, and maybe they just go directly to court. I'd have to look at that.
Oh, yes.
Hello again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. What Mr. McDougall said notwithstanding, about staffing levels and so on. And I said this in an email today, Councilmember Takahashi. Our recent attempt to go above and beyond and be responsive to inquiries and needs may give the impression that we are staffed for that. Okay. And so any additional function requiring the kind of work that we are hearing may be required, although council has come to no determination about any of that, we would need to come back to you. There would need to be an investment in staff positions and space, by the way. Because the team handling the inquiries we're responding to whenever there's an email that's forwarded to us, or any of the inquiries here, or working on the relocation assistance program is one person whose role is not that. Okay, her role is mostly related to the Section 8 housing program and other housing vouchers. So above and beyond, right? Wanting to be responsive. But if this will be an ongoing sort of demand, we would need to be properly staffed in order to be responsive to the community need.
And Mr. Mayor, just on that point, I'm assuming that procedurally to even, and we do this all the time, right? We do budget white papers. That doesn't mean that it gets funded, but to even explore that concept, I'm imagining that's what staff would need direction to do is a
Yes.
white paper, and that'd be part of next year's budget preparation? Or I guess we could do it at the mid-year review?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
Can I just add one thing? A lot of that, the staffing needs will be dependent upon the type of regulations and the type of programs that council decides we put into place.
Right.
So the more complex our programs will be, and the more that we have to enforce those programs, the more staff that we're going to need. So in these cases, probably simple, clear, and concise is going to be very, very important.
And I do appreciate staff taking up this new, I mean, we just basically threw that $500,000 at you and said, get it out there.
We
so.
love Miss Leland.
Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to jump in there because I do appreciate staff's been very responsive to a lot of the emails I think all the council have been receiving lately, and I think I want just to make sure that I do my part in announcing that we've lately have seen an increased amount of emails coming from renters, individuals in the community, just over, I don't have an air condition. Can I find a unit? Can you help me look for an apartment? And I know council receives some of these emails as well. And I know at a certain point that staff is, you've been great answering a lot of these emails, so I do personally appreciate it. And I think at some point we need to start recognizing as council that at what part this is staff's responsibility to answer a lot of these questions that come to us. So we need to take that in consideration in the direction that we provide you.
Thank you. I do have just some comments to make, if I may, and thank you to Mr. Prescott, Ms. McFarland. One of the things that I'd like to share, I included in part of my comments in response this evening, is that in terms of the housing staff, it's very small, and we are responsive to the best of our ability with emails, information on the website, and so forth. But I just wanted also to mention our role is really, again, to protect your investment, to protect your dollars in affordable units, to protect the vouchers that are going out to the right people. It's a challenge because we're not trained and experts in social work. There are people who are social workers, who are caseworkers. There are tenants who suffer from mental illness. We've had situations where we have a particular resident who called for months on end through contacts through the council, but we're not trained in that area. That person, even our person in social work at the library, for example, came to their end with working with this particular person. And so we're just not trained or staffed for that. That is not our role. We're not social worker, caseworkers. So we're very thankful for our partners, Home Again LA, all of the different service providers, because that's who we refer them to, so that we can then go back to our roles of monitoring those units, making sure people are eligible. Are you paying the appropriate, are you voucher person? Are you eligible for the program, and you're moving on? So just something to share in terms of our perspective. So sometimes when those emails come a little lagged in 4 or 5 days, thank you for your patience. Here's another email going out. So again, just share that for the council and members of the community to know we're here to work to the best of our ability. This recently has been outside of what our typical role is, and doing our best to accommodate as we can.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Appreciate
Mayor?
that. Yeah.
I only have one last question, then I'm personally ready to deliberate.
I have one last question, too.
Oh,
Go ahead, do your thing.
Okay, thank you. The one thing we haven't talked a lot about is our landlord-tenant commission, and I remember that was one thing that we wanted to explore in the study session. So I will spare, for the sake of our commissioners, my professional opinion on the work that they do. But I will say that it seems like Burbank's landlord-tenant commission is fairly novel. It's not a rent board, doesn't function as one. So I guess my question to our consultant is, it's kind of a two-parter. Have you seen any jurisdiction have a setup like we do at the Landlord-Tenant Commission? I'm assuming the answer is probably haven't seen a lot of it. And second of all, shy of a rent board, is there any other creative approach? My mind is trying to think of how could we repurpose the Landlord-Tenant Commission to be more effective, and I'm wondering if there is some creative approach that you've seen in other communities.
So I haven't seen other communities with a landlord-tenant commission, and I did look around a little, and I couldn't really find any. In terms of creative approaches, I mean, other things I've seen, and a lot of these come out of jurisdictions in particular with a lot of mobile homes, because there's a lot of mobile home rent stabilization and tenant protection at the local level. So some of those jurisdictions have like a landlord-tenant ombudsperson who is on staff and, you know, tries to address issues as they come up, or they have a commission, kind of like your landlord-tenant commission, but it's sort of a hybrid. It's also intended to be a mediation process. But other than that, I couldn't really find anything, and I'm not aware of any jurisdictions that have anything quite like your landlord-tenant commission.
So a lot either have a rent board or they don't have
Yeah, they have a rent
commission.
board because they have rent stabilization.
Okay.
Right.
All right, good. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I only have one last question. What is a rent rollback? People were talking about that. Did AB 1482 have a rent rollback?
AB 1482 has a bit of a rent rollback, and I'm not going to get the dates right, but AB 1482 went into effect January 1st, 2020. It was, making its way through the legislature starting in early 2019. So there is a provision in there that if rents were raised between, I think it's March of 2019 and January 1st of 2020, when AB 1482 went into effect, the rents had to be rolled back to the March 2019 rent if they'd been increased, but it was a rollback of the March 2019 rent plus what would have been the 1482 increase.
I got an increase January 1st, 2020. Okay.
Right.
All right.
So
asking for
so
my own
that's-
personal benefit right now.
I mean, so the Pasadena rent.
Please don't say that.
I'm kidding. I was joking.
So
I assume you're asking for the benefit of the public as
Right,
well,
right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And you said Pasadena did what?
So the Pasadena Charter Amendment has a rent rollback to May 2021. So that's what's considered the base rent for tenancies that existed prior to May 2021. The rents are supposed to be rolled back, and then rent increases are taken off of that rent.
But that was passed in November 2022. So was it like a
Yes.
year and a half?
Yes. So it's typically timed towards when rent stabilization is first being discussed in the community, is sort of the trigger dates for rollbacks in a lot of these jurisdictions that have adopted rent control recently.
Oh, I see. Okay. Because people hear about it, then they jump ahead of it.
That's right.
Okay. All right, that was my last question. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
It's really quick. So speaking again about our staff level and how much demand that has been putting on staff and anything that we might decide to do tonight and keeping that into consideration, one of the highlighted issues that we've seen in these discussions in the past few months is the intent to renovate as being a reason to give a notice for
For eviction?
Eviction. Well, no, to notice to vacate.
Oh, yeah.
And so it seemed that the kind of an easy fix would be to require a permit to be like attached to that notice to make sure that that actually is a renovation that's happening. And I'm curious that if we did decide to do that one thing, which seems to be the kind of the not low-hanging fruit, but seems to be a really clear solve, would that add to our staff's load? Would it be something that we can implement pretty quickly, or would that be something that we'd have to add staff for, or how would that work?
To raise the bar is paper and 2 trips to council. To enforce it is something different. Now, I'll let Ms. Tiedemann respond, but right now, if we change the standard, my understanding is it simply creates the affirmative defense for the tenant against the eviction, because we required permits, they didn't get permits, therefore they didn't accrue the right to terminate the tenancy.
Right.
And so it would still be, under the current law, tenant enforced
Okay.
as an affirmative defense.
Right. That would be sort of the easiest thing to do.
Okay.
Is increase the standard for what's required for substantial renovation eviction, but the enforcement mechanisms would remain the same.
And how quickly could we implement that if we decided to do that? Like the next meeting or two?
Well, the next meeting has currently over 24 items, so, and the meeting after that is actually the next night. It's a special public hearing on districting, and then you're dark for 2 weeks. So we're mid-September.
First meetings.
Yeah. September 12th.
Yeah.
May I ask this question?
Go ahead.
In regards to what you're saying. So our understanding is on September 14th, they're supposed to be taking a look at all the bills or pending. That's what we were told today in our meeting. Or 12. No, I'm talking about when SB 567 would go before the legislative bodies to adopt it. And would it be by then, by the 14th, given that we're dark and given that we have a full meeting on the 22nd, if this gets adopted, does that satisfy our needs?
Not even close.
No.
Because
Okay.
for 2 reasons. One, so if it gets adopted, we have to keep in mind it's in the first committee it's going to go to in the assembly. It has 3 more committees to go to. It hasn't reached the floor. It may be a whole other bill, just like 1482 was by the time it gets to the end. So we wouldn't want to put our eggs in the basket of something we don't know.
Okay.
It could also not pass. And either way would come into effect January of 2024.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that is
yeah,
a
that-
long time.
It could also be moved. It could also be moved to a 2-year bill.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was looking at time-wise, that would help us at least to know it moved from one place to the other, got adopted. By then, staff is able to bring us a staff report after we come back. So we would have additional information.
Well, to your point, Councilmember, even if it passed the Assembly and it was reconciled with the Senate version, it still could be vetoed by the governor as late as mid-October. So we really won't know until the fall, late fall, about the status of 567.
Yeah.
But that's assuming it's a 1-year bill and not a 2-year bill.
But even if it does pass, I think the sooner, personally, just I know we're kind of moving into deliberation. I don't want to do that too much, but I'm wondering if this is a question. I'm wondering, would it be prudent to fill as much of the gap between when we, now and when we know for sure it's going to be implemented? So just having as much coverage as we possibly can. I wonder if that might be worth considering. So, okay.
I have one last question, and then I'll move to deliberation. What is the mayor's authority to call a special meeting during a dark week?
The mayor has authority to call a special meeting. The mayor doesn't have authority to program staff to bring something to that special meeting. It takes a majority of the council to give us work direction.
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll all show up, but I don't know what it is you want us to do.
Remember, whatever direction you give us, we need time to put it together. It's just
right.
And then there's noticing before, and we provide the staff report to you the week prior. So there is some process there that needs to take place. So I think we could bring whatever direction. If you want us to bring something back, probably be that first week of that first meeting in September.
Okay.
So not the next meeting, but the following meeting.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, remember we have a special meeting for districts. So let me remind you, it's on a Wednesday evening. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Okay. Questions done. I'd like to move to deliberation. Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. To do that, I want to turn to Councilmember Perez first. I know you worked on this bill when it was going through the Assembly. If you'd like to start us off, please.
Thanks. I don't want to give myself too much credit. I wouldn't say I worked on it directly, but I was in the room with conversations about the bill. And I've harped on this a million times. I'll say it again. It was left very broad and very vague, as I'm sure our consultant would tell you. And that has led and given local jurisdictions the opportunity to install either rent stabilization, rent control, tenant protections, whatever works for that jurisdiction, right? And I think since we're going into deliberation, I do want to take a moment to thank everybody who's here and who has stayed through the whole night. Because clearly it's important to you all, and you're sitting with us here today. And I think Mr. Hardy said at the beginning, the best thing is to get everybody in a room together and figure out what we're doing, and I believe that's what we're doing now, and what we're going to be doing for the foreseeable future, to find the solution that works for the majority of our residents. As many of you know, I'm a lifelong renter in Burbank. I know firsthand that these issues are not just happening now. It's been a lack of protections that have been a burden for residents for a long time that has snowballed. I felt it myself, and therefore it's not an overnight solution. It's gonna take time to find something. And I think, we're all in the room. I know tensions were high at first, and I thank you all for not letting that escalate. I have had really bad faith landlords. I have had wonderful landlords. I also work as a social worker running a homeless prevention services program. I have seen some bad faith tenants and some wonderful tenants. And I've had the pleasure of having conversations with various tenants in our community, with various mom and pop landlords who would sit down with me about the issue. And I promise you that I've taken all you've said to heart. And in fact, I found common ground with a lot of what you said. And I think I just want to address some of the things that folks have shared both on this dais and in our community that have pretty much struck me. One thing, and I just have to mention it because I can't let this go, it does bother me as somebody who thinks about people in other communities. Mr. Mayor, earlier you mentioned no disrespect to Pomona, because somebody literally came saying you should just move to Pomona. It does really rub me the wrong way when folks come in this room and say, just go to North Hollywood, just go to Sun Valley. It's not lost on me that those are lower income communities with people of color. And that feels some type of way when somebody says, just go over there. Because I've been many times at the brink where I would have just gone over there had I not scrapped to stay in the city that I love, in the city I was born in. And it's a fear monger, because I gotta tell you, yes, North Hollywood and Sun Valley, which by the way are not cities, they're part of Los Angeles and have rent control. But guess what? So does West Hollywood, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, so does Beverly Hills. And okay, on another note, a lot of folks brought up the renter relocation fund, and I do want to remind everybody that it is one-time assistance. I noticed that our announcement says low income. It is moderate to low income, so I hope folks will continue to check in with Home Again LA. I know somebody said 4 applications. Thank you, Ms. Leland, for correcting that and saying there's actually 6 approved applications. And having talked to Home Again LA earlier, there are 17 applications in the works. Takes time, and to cut them some slack as housing provider again, or not housing provider, as a homeless service provider, it takes time. This program has been active for exactly, what is it, 29 days? 30 days? Over many months? Yeah, it's like less than a month. It'll be a month tomorrow that this program has been active, and it takes time. So let's give them a minute. And then finally, a few folks mentioned tonight, how can we allow people who do not live in our city to have a say in our city, and, accused outside interests or even, outside folks of doing this? I got to tell you, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more, which is why I will not be swayed at any point, and I can promise you that, by words of organizations or activists who do not live here, in the same way I will not be swayed by landowners, associations, and corporate LLCs who do not live here. If you do not live here, I don't want to hear it. Or own property here yourself. I've really appreciated the conversations I've had with folks who have an investment in our community. Ultimately, like I said, I hear the tenants, the homeowners, and the mom and pop landlords who make a part of the community. To the renters, I know I have that personal experience. I've had the heartbreak and fear that many of you have shared. And I want to work with my colleagues to find a solution so that you do not have to go through that. And to our mom and pop landlords who have given everything and invested in our normal humans who are trying to do their best, I appreciate you all meeting with me. And it's been very instrumental for me hearing from you. I'm not going to pretend that I know what you're going through. I don't. I don't own property. I'd love to, but I do not. And I want to continue hearing from you because you have shared that some of the issues are the overburden of paperwork, confusing legalese, undue restrictions, right? That confounding piece that doesn't make sense. And I'd love to find something that brings relief to tenants, because the reality is that 10%, 8% is very high. As somebody who has had that level of increase before, it is very high. But so it is also unfair to ask you to file paperwork all the time. Have an attorney on file that you may not be able to afford because some of you make the same income as I do, right? So it's been very helpful to have those conversations, and I think I'd like to encourage everybody on council to meet with both folks who have a stake in the game. And ultimately, I know that was a lot to get to nowhere, because tonight is not a time to make decisions. It's to learn and to give staff the information that they need to bring us options for the community. But I continue to just say, if you have not met with me yet, I've talked to you tonight probably. Let's talk. If you're a small landlord here in the community, let's grab some coffee. If you're a tenant in the community, let's grab some coffee. I want to hear from you. And I also encourage you to talk to each other. Some of you have said to me in meetings the same exact things. Please talk to each other. And with that, I'll leave it to my colleagues to deliberate.
Yeah.
I can do it, but I always do. I'm happy to.
Yeah.
All right, I'll take this new one here. Thank you. I always do myself. Thank you. Thank you for everyone that came tonight, that called, that emailed us. I can tell you I probably have 300 plus emails in my email box just from yesterday. That doesn't count the ones that we've had prior to that. So, and I do apologize in advance for not answering all of you, because it became impossible to be right on top of it. And I too had the opportunity to meet with both some landlords or house providers, and also the Burbank Tenant Union. I met with few of you, came to my office, we met a couple of times, we exchanged some emails and conversation, and it was all really good, helpful information from you to understand where what we hear on council, and also for me to understand what your needs are. So I think it was Mr. Giroux that said it earlier. We're all here together for, we need to be both on the same page. We need to be, it's not them versus us. I know he didn't say it exactly the same way, but I understood what you said, and this is what I always said up here is, this is Burbank. Whether you came in from outside because you have passion and you wanted to support some of the tenants in your Burbank, you're welcome to Burbank, and you got to see us, great. And I know the majority of you that's sitting here today, maybe all of you, I've seen you here at the council meeting before a few times. So with that, this is a very complicated matter. I think we all want to do the right thing. We all want to make sure that we help you and keep you here in Burbank as our tenants, because you do make up a large population in the city of Burbank. We also heard from the house providers and all the issues and concerns that they go through, and having to endure a lot that happened during the COVID time with the rent assistance. They weren't getting the rent, all the extra costs that mom and pop had to endure. So all these issues that we hear, we understand, and we have to take that in consideration as well. I was really excited when I printed SB 567. Reading it, I said, great, that's going to solve a lot of the problems, because there are loopholes, as you indicated earlier. And I don't think I heard different from maybe a lot of the house providers. I don't think anybody wants to see the tenants being evicted without really honestly doing the work. I know in the beginning when all this started, it was a lot of the tenants that came in from the 3 buildings versus they're just painting the apartments. And to me, yeah, you shouldn't evict somebody because you're doing cosmetic work in the apartment. And reading SB 567 really puts a lot of but a lot of responsibilities on the house providers to make sure they are going to be doing the work. And it also gives a strong voice to the tenants, because you can also have come to, once the decision is made, of course, it gives the authority to our city attorney that they can file something, and that protects the tenants. That's what we've been talking about for the last few months, is closing the loophole, finding out, have that house provider take a permit, make sure they're following through on the remodel. It has to be something that is significant. It's not just cosmetic. So I am really excited with this, and I hope the legislators look at this bill and really approve it, and maybe make it even a little bit more strict on the house providers to make sure they are going to do the work, that they're not just getting the tenants evicted just to go ahead and get them evicted for the sake of just being greedy, as some of you, the tenants have called them. And I'm also excited about, hopefully the city attorney will, giving him the proper staffing and, providing the staffing just for the additional staff that we would need, that this will help to stand up for the tenants and protect the tenants. In addition to that, I like to also look at our commission and see the responsibilities and what we can put together. I want to kind of revamp the responsibilities to see what can we do to help them become successful, in addition to between now and until this bill is passed. I know if it passed, and I'm hoping it does, it's not taking effect until January 2024. So we have still 6 months left, give and take in the year. So what can we do to make sure they are going to assist the tenants between now and if the bill is passed. So that's something very important that we need to continue exploring and see what options do we have for our commissioners. I need to make sure they have the proper tools so we're not making any mistakes and we're handling the tenants and the home providers' concerns and issues and being addressed. So obviously we still have some work to do. And I'm hoping, and that's why I was mentioning early, by September, we will have some information, hopefully, that where is this bill sitting? Where is it at? And that kind of would guide our decision by the time staff comes back with a report to tell us, here's some options, and those are the options that we're looking at. Tightening the loopholes, looking at our city attorney, also looking at our tenant commissions, landlord-tenant commissions, to make sure that we, what do we need to provide them? How do we revamp their responsibilities? Those are kind of my thoughts for now, and I'd like to hear from the rest of my colleagues to see what else we were looking at.
All right.
I'm up. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Tiedemann, for providing this information, answering all our questions, and staff for answering all the questions. Really appreciate it. I thought I had a pretty good grasp of AB 1482, but there were several things that I still didn't know quite as well as I thought I did, so thank you. Thank you, everybody who's still here at nearly 1 a.m. Appreciate your participation, everyone who's watching at home, wondering what we're going to be talking about moving forward. All this input is really helpful. And like my colleagues, I've been meeting with the community, been meeting with folks who want to talk with me about all the different issues. And I agree, there's so much that we have that there's in common between what people are discussing. I think there's a lot of places to find common ground. So I'm really happy to hear that. And I appreciate also the persistence and consistent outreach to us to discuss. I also, I really feel like this is a controversial issue, but one of the reasons why we're a special city is because Burbank is a community. You know, I hesitate to say we're a family, but we're really, really close to that. And so when I see folks in the community who are at odds with each other, it's upsetting. So I really like to see us working together. And tonight was an example of how there were some, blips here and there, but overall, we came together in the same room and talked about these issues together, and I hope that we can continue to do this moving forward and be the community that we are as we're going through this challenging topic. And let's see, one of my main, it's so important to me is, one of the early speakers said this, is to keep Burbankians staying in Burbank. And that's so important to me, that everybody who right now, at this moment, lives in our city is a Burbankian. That doesn't matter whether you moved here yesterday or been here 50 years, you're part of our city. And I do not want to see any reason that I can avoid anyway to force anybody out of our city. If you want to choose to leave for whatever reason, okay, great. We would love to have you back at some point, but I don't want to see any more people being forced out of our city that they have no control over. So that's a high goal for me. And that means a lot of different things. It's renters and also landlords who, I don't want to force them out of our city either. So I want to make sure we're all working together to keep everybody here. And then in addition, adding more people to our community as we build more housing, which we desperately need. I'm excited too about SB 567. I learned about it yesterday. Thank you for that. And I have been through this process through the League of Women Voters, watching bills go through, and do know that things can change so much between now and then. So I'm not putting too much hope in it, but I'm glad to see that that's being at least looked at and addressed. And I'm hoping that that will happen. But I feel like we need to prepare for the worst and hope for the best, and do our local things that we need to do here. And if that does come through in California, great. But we need to start here and do what we can here now, and then we'll work with the state when that comes through. I think that the renovations issue is the highest priority right now. I want to get that tackled as soon as we can. If we could do it yesterday, I would. But of course, we have to go through the process. But I personally want to see that even that just one line that you have to have a permit when you make that, to say that it's time to move, that one thing alone, if I could just make my magic wand, that's the one thing I would change. So just a little note to staff. Let's see. I'm really interested in the idea of having kind of a dedicated staff or like a team, a housing support team, or however you want to call it, which is a kind of combination of our attorney's office, CDZ, the concept of a hearing officer. I had never heard of that before. I think that's great. Kind of just working together as a staff team so that when we have that supportive staff so that we can address these issues when they come to the city. And as something that I've been advocating for many years is having one single phone number for all housing issues that anybody needs answered, that can call that one housing number, and then we have that support team that can get people to where they need to go. So I think we did a lot of great work tonight. It's a long night, but it was definitely worth it, and this is a start of important work. I know that there is some frustration that we can't do more tonight, and there are probably some relief that we can't do more tonight, depending on where you're at. But this is the beginning of a process, so I'm excited to discuss more with y'all.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just warming up. Night's young. No, I will be quick. I really just want to say I'm proud of my community tonight, because I really want to thank all of you who stayed, but those who have left and are either watching live or will watch back the tape tomorrow. This was probably the best discussion I've seen yet on this topic. There was a lot of respect, cordiality, folks listening to each other, even if you don't agree. So thank you for allowing us to have that discussion. We needed you to participate and to do that. And thank you for your leadership too, Mr. Mayor. I thought you ran the meeting very well. I'm not going to go through every comment. There are just a few public comments that I want to quickly address. Mr. Chavez, way back at the beginning of the night, general public comment, talked about the fact that wages haven't kept up with inflation for decades, and the slow wage growth is a contributing problem to the housing crisis. Completely agree, and I can't wait to talk about that future agenda item about your minimum wage task force, Mr. Mayor. Should be fun. I put a lot of stock in our landlord-tenant commissioners, and we heard from several of them tonight, and one of them said that based upon what she was seeing, there has been a rise in no-fault evictions in the city. And, for the question that was repeatedly asked, why are we talking about this tonight? Because we're being responsive, because we're doing our job, because we're listening to our commissioners and to our community. If we're not doing that, then we probably shouldn't be sitting up here on the dais. That's just my 2 cents. Mr. John Giroux, I really appreciated your comment. We need to be united as Burbank and not divided. And this is kind of going to my colleagues. I don't want to speak in platitudes. I want to offer a solution here. Through all of the comment tonight, I see a middle path. I do see one point of agreement, early, quick, decisive action that we can take. And Councilmember Perez, we often agree. I'm going to disagree with you probably for one of the only times, but I believe everybody has a viewpoint, whether they live in Burbank, work in Burbank, even those that don't. I have taken meetings with those who don't, and I still find value in your perspective. And taking all that into consideration, this is the point of common ground that I see. There's a loophole in 1482. Now, not everybody's going to agree with this, but I see folks on both sides saying we can and should do more. And Councilmember Mullins, you're right. SB 567 could be the answer, but to Councilmember Takahashi's point, why wait for it to become state law? I think it's reasonable, and I really don't think that there's a lot of argument against it. I would be interested in the next step for staff to look, and I'm thinking back to our discussion on gun violence prevention in Burbank. We talked about short, intermediate, and long-term solutions. To me, closing the loophole would be a short-term solution, an easy lift that I think that we could do. So that would be my guidance to staff. Speaking for this council member as well, again, harkening back to one of our commissioners, actually suggested increasing relocation assistance. And that's another example of where I saw common ground on both sides, perhaps a need to come together. To me, 3 months does not seem unreasonable. To the point that several of my colleagues made, we should look further in the next step about, do we treat mom and pops with 5 or 6 units the same as Blackstone, the same as Avalon Bay? I don't know. I mean, maybe that's worth discussion too. Unfortunately, I don't think we have all of the information tonight, and so I will not I will not beat up on staff, but I will just say, moving forward, my preference is always to have some report. I am one of the rare ones that really does read everything before the meeting. Everyone up here does, of course. And the presentation was exceptional, ma'am. It really was. Great information. I just would have loved to have had the weekend. And I could have talked to other folks who are here in the room who might have contrary information. I don't know. But moving forward, if there's a means to have that available beforehand, I think it leads to more discussion. I'm not going to name the names of these two folks. I think they know who they are. But I did want to just say, to your point, Councilmember Perez, about just improving the dialogue. There were a couple folks who said, well, if you're rent burdened, make a better decision, or, work 2 jobs. I think that's grossly insensitive. And I would just say this as someone, young professional, who does own a condo, by the way, who does work 2 jobs. Very hard, who has 2 very good incomes in our household, who's raising 2 kids, and even a couple months ago found our dream house right here in Burbank and had to say no because $1.3 million is beyond reach for 2 working professionals still. So we have a housing affordability crisis, and all I'm asking for is just a little bit of what I saw mostly tonight: appreciation, respect, compassion. This is a problem decades in the making, and I am almost done, but I want to say, former Mayor Vandebort, who's not here, I really appreciated his comments. We are in this mess for several reasons. We didn't build for a very long time, and that's, no one in this room here is at fault for that. I agree also that the long-term sustainable solution I've spoken about with many of you on both sides of this issue is we need to add more housing. But the reason I went into the whole line of questioning with Mr. Prescott is we can entitle 12,000 units tomorrow. They're not going to be on the market for years. There are also, actually the last commenter of the night, or one of the last, who said inflation is the culprit of bad and the product of bad government policy. Well, I would also say, aside from bad government policy, I do take exception with that. You also have COVID. You have supply chain issues. You have inflationary pressures from folks that had saved up money and then flooded the market with increasing demand and the ability to buy and very low supply. So there's a lot of reasons that we're in this situation with high inflation. And I bring all this up to say that I hear the perspective of the tenants who are just struggling to make ends meet, but I hear the perspective of property owners too. Everything's going up. This council approved rate increases. I get your plight. And so I go back to what you said, Mr. Giroux. Let's not view each other as the enemy. Let's think about how we can manage through this together. And I keep coming back to 1482 and fixing that loophole. Not everybody agrees with it, but I really think there's a critical mass at the center that says that is the next logical step and would do a lot of good for our community. So that's something that I'd like to look at. Just 2 final things. I heard this a couple times. There were a few property owners that came in and took exception with being labeled as greedy or corporate or capitalists. I just wanted to say that I didn't hear any of that tonight. I didn't hear any tenant. I didn't hear anyone on this council. I didn't hear anyone labeling anyone as that. And I think the takeaway from that is that this is a very charged issue, and a lot of tensions are high. I think we all just need to take a deep breath, come together, and really listen to what each other is saying, and not assume our viewpoint. I don't think folks are here to say that mom and pop landlords are greedy. I don't feel that you are. I don't feel that you're greedy, that you're corporate capitalist, but I do think we have a housing problem in our community, and our tenants are crying for help, and we have to find a balanced and reasonable approach. The very last thing I will say is I want to talk to the other Mr. Giroux. George, thank you for staying. No, because I really liked your analogy. It actually really stuck in my mind. You were talking about a doctor and how, you don't just want to solve pain. You want to get to the root of what's the underlying condition that they have. I couldn't agree more, and that is why housing, we need to embrace it. We need to add more housing to our community. That's why when we have a 148 unit, 100% affordable project, which is more affordable units than we've ever had, a smile comes to my face. Perfect project, no, but it starts to make a dent into a serious problem that we have. The only thing I would add, sir, and I'm not disagreeing with you, it's just I agree with you, but what I would say is the physician needs to solve the problem, but you still have an obligation, in my view, to ease the pain if you can. And that is what we're doing tonight. We're saying that we have folks who can't wait 4 years for these units to come online. And I really think what we've talked about over and over at this point is a reasonable, fair, balanced approach. And so with that, I would like to see a next step on that from our staff.
We're here tonight because in the late 90s, Congress pulled back a bunch of regulations on banking, especially with regards to housing and mortgages. And for about 10 years, big banks underwrote their loans and their credit with what is known as junk bonds, and they rolled in a bunch of poorly rated credit mortgages with those junk bonds and made them bigger bonds and hid them all under there. And then in 2008, everyone figured out what was going on, and they all pulled their money out, and we had a huge crash, a housing market crash. The only people who were to buy up all that stock of housing were the people who made all that money in the previous 10 years. So there was a huge changeover in the ownership of housing in this country 15 years ago. It transferred land from the ownership of individuals into the ownership hands of corporations. A massive, massive change across the entire country. Previously, only big cities had any problem with housing shortages because they were all built out. So that's where you would mostly find rent control, in the big cities where they were maxed out. Everywhere else could build. It's not true anymore. You see smaller and smaller jurisdictions going towards tenant protections. And the reason they're doing that is because more and more of their residents have become tenants. It is kind of ridiculous that 58% of our residents are renters. That alone is a massive failure of governance. What happened to the American dream of owning your own house, raising your family, the whole white picket fence, all of that? You can't buy the American dream in Burbank anymore. You can rent it. This has been an issue for many years. I ran for city council at the end of 2016, and I knocked on doors and I asked people, what would you like to see from your council member? Almost every single person I talked to said rent control. Like, it was pretty unanimous. There was a couple people who were like, we need more trees. And that's a good too, we need that too. But everyone I talked to was like, my rent keeps going up. So I started researching it. I'd never really thought about it before. I managed a few properties, and I only ever had one building that was under rent control. It fundamentally didn't seem very different than the other buildings I'd done, luxury units, student housing. I've managed over 1,000 rental units all across the county. So I started to notice the difference, and I remember, oh yeah, there was a little bit more paperwork I had to do with the rent control unit. There was a filing I had to do. I had to watch the percentages when we did rent increases. But then I went back and I looked at all my paperwork when I was really researching it, and I found something very surprising. Out of all the buildings I ever managed, the one that had the highest rate of return was the rent control building. And it had nothing to do with the rental rates. It had everything to do with the fact that the building was so old, the mortgage was paid off. That was it. The rent simply matched the cost of doing business. It's treated as an investment over time. That's it. That is it. Fundamentally, that is how rentals work. You start off high on your costs, and over time as you pay the mortgage, it gets lower till it becomes paid off, and now you're just on your retirement. And that's a lot of the buildings here in Burbank until people sell. And the problem is, nobody needs tenant protections when they have a small mom and pop. And then what happens when that person retires or passes away? And then they sell the unit. And then everyone comes calling saying, hey, why didn't you pass something before I personally got hit with it? So, for me, looking at all of this stuff, it's not egregious or overreaching or outside of our jurisdiction or any of the other things people are telling me that we can't do and shouldn't do and bad governance. It's just looking at the reality of the city that we live in now, today, right now. Not 10 years ago, not 20 years ago, not 30 years ago. You know, I talk to people all the time about housing issues in Burbank, and the one thing they keep asking me to do is maintain local control. Okay, fine. Let's do some local control. Let's take back the power from the state and do some local stuff. Yeah, I'd love to see that permitting loophole soon. Whatever we can do for that to get done quick. Yeah, put the onus on or put the rights in the hands of the tenant. I'd love to see a further discussion from staff on this, on really looking at a full, the rent eviction loophole, the permitting process. If we can get it to come back in time, I'd love to see a rent freeze to hold us over until we actually get through a discussion. I'd like to expand that right of first refusal, if that's possible, or would that have to be a separate?
That's a completely different subdivision map act.
Forget I said it.
Condo conversion issue.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I'd like to take a look at the Landlord-Tenant Commission and see how we can get them to implement some of these things that a rent board would normally do. Maybe not a full rent board, but, you know, the first thing I heard from former Mayor David Gordon was his complaints that the Landlord-Tenant Commission didn't have teeth. That was his quote. He said they don't have any teeth. If you can get some teeth, good on you. So, I mean, I'd love to give the Landlord-Tenant Commission some teeth. And maybe even investigate if we can get them a hearing officer to look at some of these, I don't know, upwards and downward petitions, stuff that's happening at the state level and locally, to really see if we can have a better limit on the caps, because CPI plus 5, that's if the rate of inflation is CPI and you're allowed to go 5% above that, then even if your job gives you an inflation raise, then slowly over time you're going to get priced out. So I'd love to talk about the cap. And then see if there's a provision in the Ellis Act to extend the noticing. I'd love to see about that provision. And then, Mr. City Attorney, did you get the letter from the Burbank Tenants Union? They gave us like a whole...
I looked through everything I got from the council secretary and the clerks, and I didn't find a particular letter from them.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there was a couple issues on that letter that I'd love to at least walk through. And I believe you're being handed that letter currently. Is there a way to give it to the clerk? And
Yeah, it needs to go to the full council.
Yeah,
We received it.
we did. Yeah,
Yeah. We're happy to forward it to you.
yeah. Yeah, there's a number of issues on there I think are worth at least taking a look at. If we could bring,
So right now,
Yeah.
just to summarize things, I have 4 council members are specifically interested in, as soon as possible, closing the substantial renovation loophole by requiring a permit. The only one I didn't hear from is Councilmember Perez.
Yeah, I'm on board.
2 council members, I think, talked about 3-month relocation assistance, so I'm not really sure where folks are going on that.
I was next on that. I had it right here. Yeah.
So those are the only 2 that I saw multiple, 2 council members mentioned kind of organizational and task issues, opportunities with Landlord-Tenant Commission. That's going to be kind of longer term because I haven't really heard the other pieces
Okay.
of rent caps with petitions for increase or decrease. I mean, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned that, but for purposes of getting a motion for bringing something back at the next available meeting, I have at least 3.5 nods for extending relocation assistance to 3 months, and I have 5 in favor of closing the loophole.
Yeah, definitely.
Other than that, I don't really sense a consensus on any particular, but it sounds like
Well, I think
all
those
things-
2 are definitely the first, as we were saying, short-term, long-term kind of stuff. I think those 2 would definitely be in the short-term as quick as possible kind
And
of thing.
Mr. Mayor, if I may take
Yeah,
it
yeah.
back, I'm going to harp back to January 30th when I did make a motion to direct staff for a second step report on objective options for rent stabilization and tenant protections. So that I would like to see that since we already voted on it 4-1. So if my colleagues would behoove me, I'd love to see that come back.
Yeah. And if is it okay, can we include the rent cap as a percentage of CPI?
I believe what I specifically asked for, which I think encompasses some of that, is what strategies have been used in other cities
Okay.
in terms of programs. I wanted to see a menu. And that's what I asked of staff, and I would love to see that come back as reasonably and as soon as possible. I know it's going to take time, so I'd love to see that come back, since it was a part of my original ask in January.
And you're okay with options for an expansion of a rent board possibly on that inclusion?
What other cities have? I believe some do, I believe some don't. Like, I want to see the menu from our neighbors.
Okay.
Do you want to read what's from the minutes, January 31, 2023?
What strategies have been used in other cities in terms of programs, policies, education, outreach, and other programmatic components that are generally considered successful in other communities? And it was planned for a second step. We also asked for data on vacancy rates. It was moved by me, seconded by you, and voted 4-1 on this council.
So if I might, Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
what I'm hearing, curious to see if the city manager, city attorney agree, is that there seems to be a really clear short-term solution that it seems like it's leaning 5-0. The council wants to talk about closing the loophole and the expanded relocation assistance. So those could hopefully be done in the short term. It sounds like.
Is that a motion for those 2 items?
Actually, would you make a motion on that?
Sure.
I'd like to get that down.
Yes, so moved.
Is there a
I
second?
can repeat it if staff
No,
needs it. but-
I got it. I'm just waiting for a second. Okay.
All right, let's take a show of hands. We're voting on closing the loophole and extending the relocation assistance. Just those 2
Well,
things.
to be clear, we can't do that tonight. It's basically to move it to the next step.
No, this is giving
Just direction.
staff direction to bring you back a proposal on
Yes.
those 2 items that could be introduced at the time it comes forward at a properly agendized meeting as both an urgency ordinance and a regular ordinance
Okay.
for council action.
Okay.
As soon as possible.
Yes,
All right.
and that is the maker of the motion's intent is on the earliest feasible timeline.
Okay.
Like ASAP.
Also intention of the second, ASAP.
Okay. Any discussion? Further discussion? Questions? Take a vote.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Staff direction.
So
Okay, so that's short term.
Short term.
Okay.
where I am at is it seems like the motion that Councilmember Perez made in January, which kind of encapsulate a lot of what we talked about tonight, maybe with the added wrinkle of what is staff's recommendation there, that would be sort of the medium-term solution, you know? So after we close the loophole and get the relocation assistance looked at, that would be the medium-term solution. And as we've talked about tonight, if there are going to be fundamental structural changes to the Landlord-Tenant Commission, whether it's mediation or what have you, that's probably going to feed into our mid-year budget process. And so that's going to take a little bit more time by necessity. So in my view, the future of the LTC falls into that longer-term project bucket. But that is very much a point open for discussion with my colleagues.
With Councilmember Perez's clarification of the motion from January, and with the discussion that came to you this evening, we can provide more meat around all of those options. It's going to be very broad, but it covers everything I've already heard from the council members for their deliberations. It's basically everything except these two items. Mm-hmm. And the outcome of that discussion will dictate longer term what the work program is for Landlord-Tenant Commission.
Yeah, the only thing I would add, speaking as just one council member, is while it's great to see what cities are doing around the state, because Burbank does not have all of the answers right here, it's good to look for inspiration elsewhere. I'm particularly curious in looking at Los Angeles, Glendale, and Pasadena. Not an exhaustive list, but I think that we have a lot of connection with all of those communities. And so the solutions that they're implementing, again, not limited to them, but that's really where my focus would be in that next step report.
I'd like to add unincorporated LA and Culver City, if that's all right.
I also like to add the idea of being innovative as well, and and being open to innovative ideas too. We had talked about potentially doing something a little bit different with having internal staff handle these situations as well. With maybe the teeth would be in the staff level, not necessarily on the commission level. So that I'd like to see that as an option as well, just to consider what pros and cons.
I would love that included. Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi.
So speaking of innovative, I do want, we've heard from a lot of different organizations as well tonight. So we still have two of you in the back, Matt Buck and Max Sherman. Thank you for staying so late as well. And Harry, thank you for the Burbank Realtors. You guys are still here. I'm really... I want to encourage the organizations, along with the Burbank tenant unions, that perhaps we need to have all of you guys get together in a meeting, along with some maybe homeowners, and have a conversation. I can't discuss, I can't have it. I'm sorry, but I can't have a dialogue. What I'd like to see is perhaps all of you, the organizations, along maybe we can... you guys choose a couple of homeowners in the community that perhaps sit down and have a meaningful meeting to come up with some solutions by next meeting for us to come and hear from you. I'm a strong believer in getting all parties together who are having the same interest in whether it's providing housing, the tenants. And I think it's important that you sit at the table and have some dialogues together, all of you together at the same time. I'm not forcing this on you. I'm making a recommendation and being creative and trying to see if you can sit at the table and have some sort of dialogue to see what you can come up with for our next meeting and our next discussion. So with that, and I'm going to leave it up to you to schedule. I don't know if staff will be available. Maybe if you want to let them know when you guys are meeting, maybe you can change some information, and hopefully you can sit down together and have that dialogue.
Councilmember Mullins, I have a question. If my colleagues could remind me, we have a housing subcommittee. I know I'm not on it. I believe, is it Councilmember Perez and Takahashi, or who's on this committee?
I have no idea.
Well, we could certainly create an ad hoc.
Do you have that info? The housing subcommittee?
My thought is that perhaps a subcommittee of the council could facilitate
Yes.
that conversation.
And I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to get everybody together.
So I believe it was.
It's
Yeah.
Councilmember Perez and Councilmember Takahashi.
Yes, and it was something that we had talked at the beginning, saying this is
Okay.
coming down the pipeline. It wasn't like established yet. I think this would be a great opportunity to set a meeting.
So I'm putting it out there, and hopefully, I know it'll be in good hands. The two of you can facilitate along with the organizations, and that will be a great start for all of us to have. Because we do need to sit down together. I want to see some kind of consensus of what we're about to do and actions about to take, that we need to have this conversation, and we need to hear back from all of you that hopefully can come up with some results that maybe we're not thinking of. I know we heard from all of you, but I think it's important to also get you guys to be talking to each other.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have clear direction on bringing back an ordinance, a two-item ordinance.
Great.
And I have clear direction to revisit the 4-0, 4-1. 4-1 vote. I don't know who the one was. We don't have to point that out. Direction to bring back a second step report, which is going to elaborate on all of the strategies plus some that Ms. Tiedemann discussed this evening, with particular focus on LA, Glendale, Pasadena, unincorporated LA, Culver City, and other reasonably similar jurisdictions. The rest, the council subcommittee stuff, that's not really direction for me. Does council have any other motion that they wish to give for staff direction?
I guess it would just be, I know I'd mentioned earlier about adding meetings, but if staff, I guess staff still needs the time.
Well, so the one meeting we were able to add for districting,
Right.
we've tried to pick 6 different dates. So everyone's schedules
Right,
are,
yeah.
I mean, we tried.
And I know you guys are swamped with the districting as well.
And I mean, it's between now and the first week of September, so
right.
Okay. We're shooting for not the next meeting, but the following meeting, which is the first meeting in September.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I think we've given staff a plateful.
Yeah.
Yeah. My sense is that step 2 will be fertile ground for more direction.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
And also, in the meantime, I just want to reinforce the education of our community, of our services that are available, and our relocation assistance and Home Again LA, and those resources. If we can get, you're already doing a wonderful job getting that information out, but continue to do so and continue that education as we move forward. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. All right. Great. We got to the end, and nobody fell asleep. That's me. I'm making fun of me. All right. Thank you, everybody. Okay. Now is the time for council members to report on their council committee assignments. And my sheet is around here somewhere.
I just have one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have one thing on July 27th, 8 in the morning, I attended the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting, where we basically talked about their budget, which is not super exciting for us, but good for them. So a lot of good things moving forward.
Thank you. Real quick, I just want to thank Karen Tiedemann. Thank you for staying this late.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I attended the Arroyo Verdugo Communities GPA meeting on behalf of the Vice Mayor, and it was very quick.
Yeah, that was fun.
I don't have anything. Just thank you, Councilmember Takahashi, for filling me in.
All I would add is I had a lot of meetings in preparation for tonight, and of course attended National Night Out. Great turnout there. So that's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
I attended the Arroyo Verdugo as the Cal Cities representative, so that was fun. That was fun. Always nice to go out to Pasadena. And Domestic Violence Task Force on Wednesday. Oh, you weren't there. I attended the... You're normally there. Yeah, Domestic Violence Task Force on Wednesday, and we're making good progress on informing the community about what's going on. Okay. Council comments, reporting attendance, conferences, regional meetings, community events.
I'll be quick. I attended National Night Out with most of the council here. It was awesome. We had a great time rolling around to all of the neighborhoods. It was actually a really great time and fun. And I tried the best apple pie I've ever had. It was great. And then I had the very fun honor of attending the Rotary Club of Burbank Sunrise Special Breakfast. That was really great to hear the work the Rotarians are doing, all the community service that they undertake. And I'm so grateful that there is a club that meets at 7 a.m. so that I can go because it is out of my 8 to 5 work hours.
Only thing that I have that community, other than the meetings about this topic, was doing National Night Out, and I got lucky enough to ride with the chief. So I got to ride around Burbank with the chief of police, as well as one of the police commissioners. And I'd never been to any of the community parties before. I'd always gone to the park in that event. So that was really nice to go out around those communities. So if you haven't participated in National Night Out before, I very much recommend it next year. It's super fun.
Our National Night Out was really exciting. I get to see all of you there. I attended also Home Again LA Donor Appreciation Party. That was great success. I also was a speaker at Keller Williams Real Estate Agency. I talked about housing issues and some of the things we approved in the last few months. Met with Mary Catone from the YMCA, and also met with an individual, Mark, who is looking to open a new business here, the California Wine Exchange. So that was exciting just to hear about it. And today we met with our lobbyist.
That's right.
Nothing.
All right.
I already said it.
Okay. I did a bunch of stuff on the news talking about the strike and the local economy. And I have been talking about that for weeks, and I will probably continue talking about it for the next few weeks. So that's been my whole life. Oh, and I got married. So there you go.
Congrats again.
That's fine. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Anything? Yeah, you got one?
One thing, it should be easy, Mr. City Manager. May 14th, 2021, item 3, there was a memo sent home to council. I think it'd be good to send that home again, just sort of refresh everybody. So item 3 from that WMR. Thank you.
I just have one quick thing, a white paper on our process for condo conversions. Just informational memo. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
I actually have a couple of things.
Oh, hey,
How
okay.
about that?
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, it's exciting. I'd like to request a first step report. At the last meeting we had with regarding the the Circle K project, we heard a lot from the residents about time to take action and talk about SB 35, talk to our legislators. And there were some of them here in the room. What I'd like to request for is to schedule a town hall meeting with Senator Wiener, also Assemblymember Friedman, Senator Portantino, and Menjivar, to have a town hall meeting where we can all sit together and talk about SB 35 and the impact that it has on our local
So this is a first step.
It is a first step. I'm just
So
explaining.
first step wouldn't be the town hall. The first step would be
If you want to
if council wants to give direction to do the town
Yes,
hall.
yes.
And
So-
what the subjects would be.
Yes,
or whatever.
SB 35, housing bills that,
Okay.
SB 2011, so it's more of the housing, all the SBs that we're getting lately. So, thank you. It's just something I think it's important to hear from them and have the constituents.
So we can't
here.
advocate for the item, but
Well, I
we've taken
will
note.
just a little
Thank
bit.
you.
Okay. Explaining it, not advocating. The other item is, I know earlier we took a moment of silence for Roy Wiegand, and I had that conversation with the mayor regarding acknowledging him. Unfortunately, he's not with us any longer for all the charity work he does, so I'd like to request when we do have closing the meeting in his honor, is to acknowledge him with a certificate of appreciation to his family for all the charity work that he has done. So I do appreciate if we can include that as
Yeah, you don't have to agendize that. I can get that
well.
done.
I'm asking,
Absolutely,
for
absolutely.
you to, because I know the mayor has the privilege of requesting that. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, excellent. Okay, we now adjourn the meet. Hey, I like that word, adjourn. We now adjourn the meeting Tuesday, August 22nd for the regular meeting in the council chamber, 275 East Olive Avenue. Thank you all for staying here past 1:30. Good night.